diagnosis, but I've been blessed with a vision and focus. Back then I've never been so hopeless, but I kept living with the faith in process. So ill yet no diagnosis, thank God I had to make that progress. It's all about mindset, bells ring when I see that drifting. Been around and back to the point that I knew that it needed shifting. Cut off the man that would drag me down till I'm feeling lifted. Like ditch him, you will never see me switching.
I care what you say behind my back, cause you know I can't waste my energy on people that I don't see. You never could do anything that ever faced me. I'm not prepared to hold the grudge, cause I don't know.
Yeah, see I've been that dream, setting that pace like I'm doing up FIFA. Innovating the scene with the ether, lift up the team like follow the leader. How many times did I compromise to make deals on the side cause I got too eager? That's broke boy trying to get a feature, now I get paid for the rhythm it's leisure. Used to be so low, reminisce way back when I was alone. Got pain from my mind just a decade ago, this way that I rode was out of control. Can't tell a boy stick to the code if he got guilt living inside of his soul. Man, I have to pray to God to let it all go. We've been here before, if you know then you know.
I care what you say behind my back, cause you know I can't waste my energy on people that I don't see. You never could do anything that ever faced me. I'm not prepared to hold the grudge, cause I don't know. I care what you say behind my back, cause you know I can't waste my energy on people that I don't see. You never could do anything that ever faced me. I'm not prepared to hold the grudge, cause I don't know.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to PHL Season 1, the Championship Series. I'm Jerry. I'm joined by the wonderful Rio, Ardy, and Waltz for a weekend full of action to decide who's the greatest finals team of all. We've got plenty of teams, 12 in fact, from NA and EU, all battling out for a big share of that massive 3K prize pool. So, Ardy, let's start with you. How are you feeling ahead of this weekend? Any thoughts right at the top of the day?
Feeling phenomenal. Nothing jumps out. Nothing crazy. I mean, unless you guys have any secrets that you know that I don't. But
I have
it's
no idea what you might be referring to, Ardy. We'll save that for later, maybe. Rio, what about you? How's it going?
Oh, it's going great. You know, I got to see all of the NA matches and was able to cast all of them, so I have a really in-depth kind of knowledge of all these NA teams, and I'm just so excited to see them get at it. And I'm secretly really hoping that the NA stays on top, just like they did in Season 0.
See what you did there, Waltz. Any third? do you want to throw your hat into the ring there? I know Waltz. Sorry, Rio's the only one with a hat today, but you know what I mean.
Hey, I mean, you know, I'm always just excited when we get this cross-regional play. With the way we've been running events, it doesn't happen as often nowadays, and it's always interesting to see how the different metas really clash with each other. So, like Rio alluded to, there's definitely an EU versus NA matchup that we're going to be kind of building on today, but I look forward to digging into that further. I'm just excited.
Yep, and that first match of the day as well, Pulsar versus Fourth Party Cashbox, we will get to that, is an NA versus EU showstopper to start things off. But we've got plenty to talk about before we open with that game. So, Ardy, I'm going to come to you, and maybe let's not bury the lead here. There's an interesting development in the finals scene, and I feel like it's worth you being the one to sort of share this with everyone.
Yeah, I mean, so obviously over the last few weeks, we have had some big named organizations entering the finals, such as, of course, Alliance, Envy, Nightmare, SSG, announce your roster. But we also have just literally less than 12 hours ago, we've also had Team Secret signing Aimers, and I also have been signed as their coach, and there is no bias on the cast. And chat, I ask you to hold me accountable to this. I promise you that I will still be providing unbiased play-by-play as I start screaming around the virtual arena, because at the end of the day, when I'm in this chair, Jerry, and I'm on this mic, I'm just here to bring the action.
Absolutely. But I am assuming that you're secretly hoping for an arty party at the end of it all. So, Rio, we've already talked a little bit about Team Secret. They are the EU juggernauts going into this side of things. What can we expect from the NA side? Are there any standout teams that we can expect to make a deep run?
Yeah, one of the top ones is Team Ed. In the qualifiers and all the way through the playoffs, they have just been a wonderful team. They have a lot of strategy, and honestly, they're pretty terrifying in the arena. A lot of teams just tend to avoid them as much as they can, especially in the cash out era. And now that we're moving into these 3v3s, I think that we can expect really just some of the top level gameplay from Team Ed. But that doesn't, it's not alone in Team Ed. There are several other teams, but honestly, they are just really playing at the top right now.
I'd like to say I have a bit of a dark horse pick on the EU side of things. We were talking about it yesterday, but 200 Books, I feel like, are a team that could surprise people, maybe make a deeper run than people expect. That's my kind of prediction. But Waltz, you've been covering a lot of the NA alongside Rio. Is there a surprise team that maybe you think will overperform based on what we've seen of them during the regular season and maybe from the playoffs? Is there a team that could come out of the woodwork?
Yeah, I feel like NA definitely has its top heavy scene, right? You have Nightmare, you have Ed, you have Envy, all these teams. But fourth party Cashbox came out of nowhere and really surprised me in the NA playoffs. They finished nowhere close to the top six. They were not coming to the Champ Series until the playoffs. They made an incredible run, got to the top three, was incredible off the back of T-Mills with his Pike, Brutal Logic, running that Shack. They've been running a lot of off-meta stuff. Obviously, the Pike, not very much meta this season, but T-Mills has been running it for a long time, and the Pike being good has definitely been an improvement for him. It's helped him out a lot. Brutal Logic, also one of the only people to consistently run Shack 50, something that we haven't seen a lot of. So these guys definitely have something in 3v3s, a little bit of a special sauce to them, and I'm excited to see what they could pull out, because if you want a dark horse, they are the definition of a dark horse.
I believe a million on the side of Saints One's probably the one you're referring to there, the other heavy Shack player that we don't see too many of. If anyone is sort of wanting a quick rundown of the meta, I'm just going to point you in the direction of RD's YouTube channel. He's just released a fantastic YouTube video going through all of the hot weapons, everything that's been used throughout the course of the season. But yeah, that Pike has really come to fruition, come to the fore. I've seen, it's not the first time we've seen Treason in these brackets. T-Mills as well, having made a really deep run last time out against the run of play. So yeah, fourth party Cashbox, definitely one to kind of pin some surprises on maybe. And I mentioned Treason there, the Pike player in EU, Ardy. Maybe you can speak a little bit to how he's essentially been the T-Mills of EU this season and what that means for Alliance's hopes in this bracket today.
I mean, the thing is that as this meta continues to develop, every update, every patch, we have to look at the differences between all the data that we've got from cash out and then all the data that we've gotten from the 3v3 final round format. And we look to champs to see if that will continue. And for Treason, he better hope it's continuing, because on that Pike, there is almost nothing that can contest the way that he's able to just so effortlessly be able to be in the correct position as a medium with that Pike. And then not only that, but when I was watching every single VOD that I could to compile those clips, of all of the close range Pike duels, Treason was the most, I would say, regular. He was just the most efficient every single time at being able to use the Pike, not only at that long range, but when it came to a close range duel that happens unexpectedly. You could plan for it, you could position on it, you still get aped. And honestly, I think that's going to help out Treason quite a bit in this.
I think it was Dianic that called it a shotgun in disguise at one point during the final week and the EU playoffs. It really does have that potency at close range that you don't expect from a DMR, but if you can land those hip fire shots, then it can really cause some surprises. Well, I think that's enough kind of jumping about. Let's have a look at maybe the bracket to start to root ourselves in what's going to happen this weekend, because, of course, we've got a whole double elimination bracket taking place over 2 days. First day is all best of threes. We're going to get through the entire left and middle half of your screens here. Round one, quarterfinals and semifinals, while the below bracket also progresses as far as the lower quarters. By that point, and by the end of today, we will only have 4 teams progressing to tomorrow's best of 5 games. Now, we've all made lots of predictions here, Ardy, Waltz, Rio. I think I might be one of the only people to predict 3 EU teams in the final 4. It's hopium, I admit, but maybe, Waltz, maybe you could talk us through what is expected to happen, especially based on kind of the international headbutting that we saw at the last Season 0 Championship playoffs.
Oh yeah. Well, the biggest story from last season's championships was that EU did not win a single matchup, a single best of 3 against the NA side. Every time they went up against NA, they got absolutely clapped. It did not go very well for them. There was definitely a lot of competition within EU itself, but they were very far behind the meta. And so what the question is for us today is, has EU figured it out? Because we've seen the level of play on NA especially rise. We've seen the level of play on EU rise significantly as well. Aimers and Secret now, I'm going to have to get used to that. It's incredible. Team Secret really showing their stuff and showing how much they're willing to improve and how much work they're putting in to make themselves better. And the question is it enough? Have they done the work? Have they done the prep? And can they stand up against NA finally after a few months to prepare?
I mean, honestly, I think that they can, because if I'm not, again, not unbiased commentary, but watching the scrims and watching not only just my team scrimming against NA, but spectating all the scrims on Twitch and watching all of these teams really try to go intercontinental to figure out, okay, is it still that NA dominance? To be completely honest with you, about a month ago, it was. Every single time I saw an EU team match up with the NA, it really was NA every single time. That has changed within the last few weeks, especially given the most recent balance updates that we've seen, even just Thursday. There's just a lot of small things that happen that can affect how these teams play. And even something as small as, hey, there is less goo available at any given moment with the goo grenades. That could absolutely change an outcome like this.
And just a quick word on the meta, Rio, perhaps, for some of our viewers that are maybe just tuning in. Maybe this is the first time you've come to PHL. Welcome. It's a very fun time here, and we will be getting to the games soon. But what are the few things that we can expect if you're just jumping into the finals, or maybe you've played a game or two? What's going to look very different from your ranked or your casual games in this Pro Hub scene?
Really, it's going to be mainly around the heavy, how they kind of use it to manipulate the cash out. I see a lot of times that we just see them winch clawing it, pulling it out somewhere, and just making it the most difficult thing to push into. With that, we also see pretty much amongst all the teams, light, medium, heavy. So we don't have a lot of variation beyond that. There's not a lot of teams that are feeling risky enough to do 2 lights or 2 mediums, anything that kind of is different. It's a very well composed team, and really just the way that they play is going to be so much different from what you kind of experience in your ranked or even casual games.
Oh, thank you so much for that, Rio. I feel like we've covered so much now, and we can start to hone in on what's going on right now. We're going to have our game between Fourth Party Cashbox and Pulsar Esports to kick things off. Let's look at the map picks. Here we are, and we will be going to Las Vegas to begin with, SYS HORIZON as our second, and then Bernal for a decider. Anyone curious as well, because we are internationally competing here, we'll be alternating servers between games. So Las Vegas on EU, and then the remaining 2 games will be on North American servers. So Vegas to start things off, and Waltz, you're going to be commentating this. How do you think this stacks up for both teams, Pulsar and Fourth Party Cashbox? Is there a kind of favored side here, or is this just going to be whichever team's better is going to win?
Well, Pulsar is definitely the favorite team as we move into this. We already mentioned that Fourth Party Cashbox made a hero run to get into the champs period. So Pulsar, finishing third in EU, are already in a very dominant position. They've shown that they have what it takes to be in the top, be in those top two positions. So it's an uphill battle for fourth party Cashbox. But if they continue to play really, really well, I can absolutely see them performing an upset here. A lot of these maps as well, Bernal, I think for me, Las Vegas is a map that has really shifted in how we view it. It used to be something that we considered very close range. The long range is mattering a lot. If Team Mills gets to run off with his pike, I could see this going the way of fourth party.
All right, so let's have a quick look at those rosters as well. Ardy, perhaps you can talk us through Pulsar Esports and Fourth Party Cashbox. Of course, both of these teams have been knocking out for a little bit, but yeah, Pulsar perhaps the more established side in the long term. Just give me your thoughts.
I mean, what is there to say that hasn't been said, right? I mean, when we're looking at Team Mills, it's gonna be Pike, and we're gonna be talking about as far as everything else goes, the heavy matchups, the light matchups. I think on Las Vegas, I do want to give Pulsar the edge here, just because if we are gonna be anticipating that Pulsar is gonna be sticking to their guns, and we're gonna be staying on SA 12-16 on this map, I genuinely think it's going to be a little bit better. I see Brutal Logic already rocking the shack there. So I want to say that on this run up, this could be a good start to Pulsar's storyline. There's the pike in Atelco's hands as well.
Well, Waltz, Ardy, I'll leave you to it for our first match of the day. Enjoy.
Very excited. Here we go, everyone. First map of our Champs series. Starting off with a strong NA versus EU teams, getting a feel for where each other are. Already, I cannot be more excited for the day. There are going to be so many games. It is going to be a crazy day of finals.
Oh, absolutely. And there it is. T-Mills opening shots at the pike. They're going to be decimating the health of Person as he goes down the dome. Offering a little bit of a safe haven there as T-Mills now tries to wrap around, get the early shots onto Atelco, but his health removed early on. But thankfully, Sparrow in right place, right time, gonna be able to finish off that fight early on. Fourth party Cashbox. Don't even drop a player in that first vault fight.
Very dominant stuff from them. I'm excited to see Sparrow subbing in as well for fourth party Cashbox. One of my favorite lights to watch. There's a lot of things that you want in a light, and you really, there's a lot of positioning. There's the aim is there, the utility usage, but the clutch factor is something that is so hard to define so often. As they seem to have left the vault or grabbed it now. But Sparrow, I feel like every time I watch him, Sparrow is just able to clean up the fights at the very end. He is just constantly clutching for his team. Keep an eye on him as these fights drag out. If they go long, you could see Sparrow start to put up some crazy numbers.
Oh yeah, and I mean, that's actually one of the things that we've been seeing more and more of with the ARN on this map versus the 9-3R. This is going to be a good way to show it off. Already though, fourth party Cashbox, they are a little bit concerning on this rooftop, but this person sort of takes a wide peek for what seems like no reason. Gonna be immediately punished. Atelco able to get a lot of use out of that goo. Both goos gonna be burned early on in order to keep his health, but check that out. Cashbox super close, getting stolen out, and there we go. Fourth party having to try to find a res on the roof, but Sparrow takes out Lasky early on. Atelco gonna be able to bring him back, but question is now, can Person find the stall potential here on the remaining Sparrow and T-Mills? Looks like Brutal Logic's gonna have to use a coin to come back, Waltz.
With a minute left on the cash out, they definitely have some time to figure out how they want to approach this. Brutal definitely getting caught out in a position he really needed to not be. Got isolated from the team. Have to figure out how they want to approach this, but the high ground is very dominant, especially in the new Vegas. There are more places to hide on this cash out point. It's less easy to get spotted out in the open. You have more mobility than you used to. T-Mills looking for these angles. We already talked about how that pike good at long range, but it can be a shotgun. It can blow people up in close range. Brutal looking for a winch, wants to get this out of position. The goo is going down for both teams. Dome gets dropped, utility already used, but the DMAT from Atelco opens up the ceiling. They haven't gotten on top of him yet though. The winch from Person last second does take that away. Brutal Logic, nobody dead yet. Looking for Person, the heavy from Orange is gonna go down. Pulsar already missing a player. They have to drop onto this. The steal is looking for it from the team. They haven't yet gotten throw. The delay from the entire side of Pulsar. The steal goes out for fourth party though in the last moment. Lasky cannot prevent it. He does clean up the entirety of fourth party, but the steal in favor of fourth party is a great start for them in this match.
If anybody is gonna sit there and tell me that a 10-second nerf to the goo grenades cooldown doesn't matter. I will show them this clip. Without a goo available for the stall, one missed goo, all it takes. And fourth party was able to come away with that win, even though Pulsar won the fight. And this is in a very open area of Vegas as well. What a phenomenal show. But even here, it's not going to be decided just yet. Atelco going to be taking a very nice angle up on this high rise, but as the entirety of fourth party starts to match him up on the top, we'll have to demat himself all the way down. Pulsar still in control of Vault 2, and he'll be looking to see if fourth party retains this height as they try to figure out whether or not that Vault wants to go over to C or to B.
Quick gateway move from the side of Pulsar. Making their way over to B. I want to give a huge shout out as well to all of the support coming in from the subs in Embark. Huge support from them. We love to see it. Doing so much to help support the scene, and we really appreciate everything that they do. It's incredible. So many subs. Amazing stuff.
And 30 subs as well from Martin. 30 subs from Embark Studios. 10 from Final Central. You guys are absolutely amazing. And all this goes to the winners, of which we're watching them right now. So let's get back to that. So let's go ahead and see Pulsar still starting out with this cash out. Lasky gets picked out early. T-Mills masterclass with the pike. A person going to be able to trade that out to Brutal. And Telco going to be able to pick up Lasky with the paddles just before going down. The trades are everywhere. T-Mills still up. Paddles still in hands, but will he be able to find their use? Looks like Person is going to get completely chipped away by Sparrow's ARN as Lasky gets taken away. T-Mills is showing us why we think the pike is absolutely the most valuable part of this equation.
Logic. Still staying alive. Person successfully gets the revive onto Lasky, so it's just a Telco. 2 seconds left for him to come back, but they have to get this retake. It is now an uphill battle for them, and T-Mills has been spotted by Lasky. Guggenade going to block off those sight lines, keep them alive for the moment as Pulsar looking for this kill. But that's just isolated Atelco. He spawned on the wrong side of the map. They do take out Brutal Logic. Heavy down for fourth party cash box. Already missing 2 players. Sparrow down as well. 3 versus 1. It's all on T-Mills. Can he hold on to this, getting pushed back by Person? He's actually going to finish him off. No, the winch comes in. He gets melted. Pulsar striking back, pushing us to a third cash out.
Wow, I mean, hey, had to go this way. We always are going to be pushing for that third cash out here. It is the champs, of course. More finals, more action, more fun. But honestly, this is what I love to see, is when fourth party is able to put themselves in the best possible position for their kit. Because remember, the last cash out, I mean, they won, they got the steal. It was an opportune steal, an opportune win. They did lose the fight. This time around, though, Pulsar, they won the fight, they won the cash out, but fourth party still started strong. So, coming into this, fourth party wants to get an early team fight in onto Pulsar while they are relocating from cash out to the vault. Currently, they are tracking them with the audio, knowing that they're staying right up on top. Question is, though, Waltz, will that vault retain its control to Pulsar?
That is the real question at the end of the day. One thing that I found interesting is the way that fourth party is moving around. Sparrow has not been playing as close to his team as we often see. You mentioned this in your recent video as well, that we've seen the medium playing the off angles a lot, and I feel like we've actually seen fourth party have been very dynamic with their placements. Like right now, we see T-Mills a little bit off to the side, but Sparrow has been just as willing to be off by himself. They have not been playing this incredibly disciplined positioning that we often expect. And do you think this is maybe just Pulsar not punishing that, or do you think maybe they're not expecting that and that's actually giving them a benefit in this fight?
I think that's one of the areas where NA is a bit ahead of EU, where they're able to move around in a way where even though the light can still take some wider angles, they're always going to be within H+ infusing range. And that's the most important thing. See that H+ fuser used right here, Pulsar, and given the fact that Person doesn't seem to be in any immediate threat of fourth party recontesting that fight, we're going to see them cross the street. The goo grenade's going to be able to provide a ton of space here for it. Cash out D about to get underway as fourth party take their time on this approach. Looks like they actually had absolutely no idea Pulsar was leaving at the rate that they were.
One of the big things you shouted out there with dropping that infuser, what these top teams do is it's all based around, so much of their pushes are based around cooldowns. Somebody drops a dome, somebody uses Infuser. That gets called out, and the team now knows that they have extra benefit. They're going to be able to move in. As already Pulsar pushing in very aggressively, they found Brutal, immediately melted, but Team Mills gets the pick onto a Telco. Both teams missing, but Purzon also goes down. Team Mills not missing on these shots. It's all on Lasky. Snags the totem. He's running away with a dash. Can they find him? Not sure if they're behind him. They are not. All three going instead for the revive. They're going to flip this cash out. Not getting the full wipe, but that enough is already for them to be able to now on defense. Pulsar on the offense once again feels like they've never been able to consistently defend a cash out all the way through so far.
Wow, I mean, this is still a very tense fight here, and given the fact that Pulsar does still have a good height, I'm curious if that's going to make a difference. They were so eager to get that fight early over towards fourth party, but it worked so much against them. They should have just played for that kite, but again, the NA versus EU play style, so much fun to figure out. But Pulsar now going to be retaining hold on the cash out. C4 stall.
So much damage.
Massive damage. T-Mills finishes off Lasky in the opening.
Oh no!
Gets to a Telco and he's out. Already it's down to Person. Will the SA-1216 be enough? The dome lands. Person goes down. And fourth party going to be able to take map 1 here. Mind you, on EU servers themselves. I think there is still a world where what? No, there's no world where they come back and get that steal. But what a beautiful play by fourth party. One misstep, one poorly timed approach, and one C4 stall.
What an insane finish there. Fourth party cash box. That was such a... You could see the panic in Pulsar as well. The C4 gets them so low. And all of a sudden, they had a gateway. They could have gotten away, but a Telco runs the wrong way, gets winched in. He goes down. 2 down in the blink of an eye. It was over at that point. That was a poorly executed steal. The C4 damage just blowing that entire fight wide open. And fourth party cash box taking a very early lead in this match. This is disaster if you're a Pulsar fan, because this spells how do you recover from this? And especially when you could be on ping, this is a huge issue. And how do they fix this, Artie?
I mean, it might just be those game day nerves, right? This is one of the things that we actually talk about quite a bit when it comes to the signed rosters, especially when you have an org backing you. Yeah, it makes your life so much easier as a player, but you know, these players are passionate. They're just not, oh yeah, cool, we got signed. Yeah, give us the check and we'll just keep rolling. No, these players want to bring the most to the orgs that have put their faith in them. And so you're thinking a lot about not only being able to hit the shots for your team, being able to use your util in a way that matters as the entire game revolves around it. You're worried about bringing home the absolute best you can for the org that's supporting you.
Yeah, and this is definitely, you're right. Yeah, there's so much pressure. And I mean, I think Pulsar have been under a lot of pressure this season as well. You know, we've seen they've struggled a little bit. They did so well the previous season, season 0. I mean, they were top 2 pretty much the entire way through. They ended up winning EU side of things. They've constantly been in the top, but this season they've just lost a couple steps. They started off really strong, started to have some issues later towards the cash out. You know, we've talked about this and maybe some of the reasons for it. You know, maybe there's been a lot going on. Telco has been hosting, he hosted the Atel Cup LAN, which was an absolutely incredible event. If you haven't seen the VODs for that, you should absolutely go check that out because it's amazing. He's done some incredible stuff. But you wonder if maybe that also has kept him a little bit busier. Maybe the time for scrims hasn't been there, things of that nature. And so you start to wonder how that affects the team morale. And you know, team morale is so important in these longer seasons, in these longer series, because that makes or break whether you can come back from a loss like this.
Oh, 100%. But also, I mean, just thinking the nerves against NA and EU and understanding that for EU teams, kiting is way more important. And for EU teams, being able to just play off the point and not having to worry about it. But then you see what happens with fourth party on the very first cash out where, hey, cool, they kited away. We could just steal this now, mid-team fight. And that will also put a damper on the mental because I don't know about you, but that happens to me in ranked. That's all I could think about for the rest of the games. And so that absolutely had an impact on even just looking at why Pulsar, instead of just pulling the kite, waiting for that engagement, when they're on defense, they engaged first on the roof and lost. So those things, I think, all add up over time. But again, a new map is a new map is a new map. So coming now into SYS HORIZON, I think that we actually could see Pulsar kind of recombine into knowing how they can just fall back into doing what they're good at.
I think you're right. And SYS Horizon definitely has the benefit of being it's a lot easier to force close engagements. Now there are some outliers for sure. You know, we look at the Zen Garden cash outs and pretty much any cash out in an area, you're dealing with long ranges, you're dealing with incredibly exposed approaches to these sites. And so I think Pulsar needs to stay far away from that side of the map. They really want to be near museum. They want to be near the data center kind of area. They want to stay as far away as possible from the Zen Garden cash outs because that is going to give T Mills the damage he needs, the range he needs. And you're right. When we saw in Vegas, they went for these aggressive pad plays looking for those initial picks. They just found themselves in the air exposed to the damage coming out from Sparrow and T Mills. And Brutal Logic still running that Shack 50 means he's a danger at longer range than you expect most heavies to be.
Oh, absolutely. And that's the thing for Person needing to be able to get not only just Brutal Logic into that winch range to get the maximum out of that SA-1216, but having to do so in the face of T-Mills on that pike, having to do so in the face of Sparrow taking off angles with that ARN. It is a difficult process to get right. And for Person, maybe opening up with an RPG here, H+ infusing a Telco, keep him back up here. But looks like as Fourth Party was able to get the better of that opening damage, we're going to be seeing the Vault stay in their control, but they're not really interested in taking it away just yet. Even if they are, Pulsar's ready and waiting. B across the street here, Lasky, 9-3R in its absolute best play environment that it can be.
Oh!
Chunk out T Mills, but doesn't find the shots. Sparrow does.
Oh, on the backside, that's a big pick onto a Telco. The defib's not going to be available. Perzon is going to get a long res. Nobody's going to push this. But that pick is massive because it gives them the time to set up. They're going to have a little bit of defensive opportunities now. Instead, if T-Mills was just regenning and the entirety of Pulsar was up, they can roll onto the point, push them into a kind of an off-kilter defensive position. But now there's been lots of time. They have to be a lot more slow. They have to be more consistent. You can see them even, they're ice fishing this far away from the point. They have no idea where they are. Aggressive jump pad coming up. They see Sparrow on the back end, but they're so disconnected. Look how far apart Fourth Party are playing. They're not together, and this is going to throw Pulsar completely off base.
Oh, but this is good, though. If they can find that opening on his T-Mills, he's going to kite back to the team. Half HP, but nobody's there to follow it up. Person tries to, gets shot out by Brutal Logic on the rafters. H+ Infuser going to be burned early on in this fight. Both heavies still have domes and winch available. Brutal Logic going to get chunked away. Dome going to be burned there. The winch from Person going to miss, but Brutal Logic still going to take a ton of damage. No Infuser available. Telco going to be given the Fourth Party cash box a little bit of their own here as Brutal Logic goes down early. Lasky going to be able to bring a Telco back up to the top there. And this is what we needed to see from Person.
Nice pick.
The absolute damage coming out of that SA-1216 as Lasky keeps Sparrow at bay. A Telco has more than enough space to keep that steal held out. And Sparrow might be able to escape here and bring the coin timing to his team. But for now, that was a very convincing approach from Pulsar.
And that is the danger, of course, of playing so disconnected, right? Is you can force Pulsar into looking at a lot of different directions, but if you get found, you have the chance to get knocked out. And again, we're seeing Brutal Logic go down a little bit earlier than the rest of his team. They're spawning in now. There's not enough time for them to make it onto this point. They might look for just this last second, just zerg the point. But as it gets dropped down to the floor, bouncing on the cash outs, all of the delay tactics in the arsenal have been thrown at this by Pulsar. Not going to be the ability. He melts him with the RPG, though. A Telco goes down. Brutal Logic out for blood. Wants some payback. This is going to give them positioning advantage on the vault, but Pulsar are happy to start out with an initial advantage on these cash outs.
Wow, I mean, let's just take a look at this replay as well. You just see Brutal Logic over the side. Damage too. Wow, I mean, this might not have been the fight they needed to win, but Fourth Party is definitely not slacking by any sense of the word.
Absolutely not. No, they've been doing a really, really good job. Even in those moments, I mean, that can be, like, is it a meaningless fight? It doesn't have the most meaning. They're going to be very close, so they actually could get an early plug. The defense is there from Pulsar, though, but this is a lot of momentum going the way of Fourth Party. They got to be happy about this. ARN from range, Sparrow continuing to keep these off angles, not letting them get comfortable. A Telco at half health as well. Last game, not a lot of health. Pulsar also taking damage. Not a single member of Pulsar is happy right now. No one is healthy. Sparrow regenning. Brutal is pushing in onto the team, following them down. They drop all the way to the floor, and they're still on the offensive. This is on Pulsar to make this steal happen. They could bring us to an even series, 1-1, if they can take this away. The fourth party in a very dominant position.
This is exactly what I'm talking about, that NA playstyle. The moment that Pulsar was taken down to low HP, fourth party reposition, try to capitalize on that. This is good for Pulsar, though, because Pulsar now have a pretty powerful spot on this cash out down the lecture hall. No more drops available. Dome is going to hit, but Atelco, he's going to be able to connect to it, but the Winch connects to him. Brutal Logic takes him out. Sparrow's traded away. T-Mill is going to be getting chunked away. Persian losing this close-range fight to the Shack. Absolutely wild, but Lasky, he's still available to clutch it up. T-Mill's going to be going for the defibs. Going to be absolutely massive, but Lasky's sticking a res as well. But fourth party, all the trophies in one place. Fourth party gets a full res on the entire team. Pulsar going to only have 2 up for this next fight, but the cash is in their favor. Brutal Logic going to be stealing from behind the goo. Throws out the dome as well. In this small timing, they do have the chance for the 2v2, but even then, Lasky goes out. This is not looking good for Pulsar.
Disaster there. That pick could seal the deal for this cash out. There is still one more, so Pulsar can take their time, wait for positioning on the next one. They do get the res onto Lasky. That's a big push, but with only about 10 seconds left for them to start a steal. They are on the point. They're looking for it right now. RPG to open up that roof. Has a winch ready, does grab it, pulls it out of the way, prevents that steal from going through. Person backs away, just needs to stay alive at this point. Telco does take out Sparrow. It's only Brutal Logic left. He drops in. There might actually still be time to get this. He pushes in the steal! They actually get this. Telco holds it to the end!
Wow! I mean, we still had another cash out, but are you kidding? What a finish there. I mean, this was not looking good, and all it takes is one fixed team fight. All it takes, even after Lasky goes down, even after fourth party had full control of the point, just stuck the res immediately, recombine as a team, and go in. T-Mills not being available for that last fight, removing the paddles, meant that both Brutal Logic and Sparrow were on full panic mode, and everybody hit their shots when it mattered most. And I mean, Atelco just put that on his back there, not only holding that steal, but being able to get the final shots onto Sparrow as well. What a beautiful way to bring us into map 3.
Whew. Yeah, such a heads-up play too from the side of Pulsar there. Like you said, there was another cash out. They could have waited a little bit longer, but with the minimum possible time left, the winch goes through, and the winch can be nice, but sometimes these heavies they prioritize the winch on the cash out to prevent the steal instead of winching the person. And I know why we do that. I understand, like, it repositions it. It can cause the delay to last a little bit longer. Somebody else can't start the steal. But then sometimes you reposition the cash out into a place where you actually can't defend it anymore. And that's what happened here is he winches it. It goes over the goo. Atelco immediately sticks it. The second that thing gets winched, he immediately is back on top of it. And Brutal Logic has to drop onto the ground into the midst of 3 people to try to prevent that. So maybe if he'd gone for a winch on the player himself instead, maybe that would have been the play. It's hard in these last possible moments. Really, that was just exquisite execution by Pulsar.
And I mean, the thing is, right, is that if our heart rate is going to get as high as it did, you have to imagine the players are too. But that's why we love the finals, is the sandbox. You can't plan for that. No matter how many scrims that you do, no matter how many times you play on the same map, you can't anticipate that, hey, if I winched all this, I will not be able to hold the next one, right? There's so many things that can happen, and that's just, it's beautiful that teams are able to take advantage of that. I mean, that's what we had happen at the very beginning, the very first cash out on Vegas. That's what fourth party did. They just got that steal mid-fight. This time, Pulsar threw in their face. We're coming into this with perfectly even standings as far as, tactics, strategies, fights won, fights fought. I can't speak. I'm just ready to see the finals.
I just want to watch more game. Yeah, we're moving into Bernal next. And Bernal, I think, could actually be back in the favor of fourth-party Cashbox. We're on Fortune. Sorry, I misread that entirely. We aren't Fortune, which, okay, I think
it
Fortune...
said Bernal. It said Bernal.
You're right, it did say Bernal.
But we're on Fortune.
Bernal, but we are on Fortune. Fortune, I think the point stands, though. One of the most dominant performances that we saw in the entire play days was T-Mills on one of his last games of Cash Out on Fortune Stadium. I think he put up 23 kills. It wasn't. No, it was in the playoffs. It was in the playoffs.
Oh.
T-Mills had like 22 kills in a match in the final round. Punched his ticket. It was the match that got them into third place that then got them into champs. So we know that this team, they know Fortune Stadium. This could be a difficult match for Pulsar, especially because I want to see what Atelco is running, because I think Atelco is probably running that FAMAS, as he often has been. He's actually switched over to the Pike, not something we've seen Atelco run very much at all. Atelco has almost run solely FAMAS during the entire cash-out playday, so can he handle these long-range fights against people that have been running it the entire season?
Oh yeah, I mean that's the thing, right? Is even in my video, I did say that during the 3v3s, FAMAS has been favored, but that's all changed within the last week. Of course, too busy making that video to notice that change. But here we are. We are seeing the Pike just coming out. And I think this also has to be a direct matchup as well. Fourth party known for T-Mills on the Pike. You have to match that range, have to match that freak, and that's what Atelco is doing. So looking to see this, we are going to be looking at just a very big setup for stalling. We want to see these teams take this fight in a way that matters, and both these teams are waiting to see who gets picked first. Big game of chicken right now, but Brutal Logic hits a tap. The entire team, oh, T-Mills almost goes out. One headshot, making the difference there.
And this is on NA servers as well, by the way. So coin flip went the wrong way. This is on NA, as our production has said. So you would expect fourth party to have a slight advantage here, but as you alluded to, the scrims have been on NA for these EU teams. The ping does not seem to be bothering Atelco. It certainly doesn't bother Purzon as he wins that battle against Brutal Logic, and T-Mills and Sparrow a little bit late, unable to clean up the rest of the members as they rush towards B. And now they have to cross over towards B, one of the most difficult points, probably right up there with Hospital to get it onto.
I mean, honestly, this is going to be kind of crazy. This is the best case scenario for Pulsar on this one, having that full blow approach on Sector 6. Fourth party not taking advantage of that just yet. There we go. They're going to be uncontested as they've had over. Don't need to burn a gate just yet, which means they'll have the opportunity to use that gate, maybe kite, maybe get in position a little bit easier. Look to see T-Mills trying to destroy that goo out in the middle. See Brutal Logic taking the approach from underneath. T-Mills possibly going to be pinching from up top, up the stairs. The winch, though, it's going to be Purzon that winches first. Brutal's taken away. Nobody there to support him. H+ Infuser going to bring everybody back up here. Lasky fighting for his life, hopefully. Going to be able to set himself up for success. But Pulsar's kited away, Waltz.
Yeah, Brutal just, on this map and a lot of the maps, the one thing that's been holding it back is I feel like he's constantly picked off far away from his team. If they go for a revive here, it's just, there's no reason to do so. There's still time. He's going to be able to respawn, and because they're already on this point, maybe they don't have to worry about getting across. Sparrow needs to survive, though! This is a disaster! Sparrow, you can't get caught like this! It's now 2 versus 3 again. Are they going to be able to get this revive? It's looking like this might just be an easy first cash out for Pulsar.
Oh yeah, and I mean, this is exactly what you want. You want to get those light picks. You want to get those picks as soon as you can, but here we go. Brutal Logic going to be coming in, finding a pick of their own. Lasky gets taken away by T-Mills early on. The dome is going to force Brutal Logic to get closer to get that RPG damage, but in that timing, we got the res. The winch going to hit. Purzon gets the chunks tail out. T-Mills, though, he finds a nice corner, but it's going to get dematted away, and that's Pulsar taking cash out 1. Beautiful way to finish this first one out. What a team fight.
Ooh, I'm really going to need fourth party here. Take a deep breath. Figure out how you approach these fights, because these haven't even been close so far. This has been a consistent every single time. Brutal running in, getting picked, gives the vault fight to Pulsar. Runs in again by himself, finds all 3 on the stairs, gives the cash out fight away. Needs to be closer to his team when you're in these close positions. You can play a little separated when you are in these long range, but in the close range as a Atelco taking out Sparrow, you gotta play close. Brutal separated once again from the rest of his team, drops down. Atelco looking for that pick. Brutal Logic finished off by Purzon. Only T-Mills left, and he's about to punch his ticket to the afterlife as well. Taking the Gods up over to C. Again, Pulsar, they seem to have found their stride.
Oh yeah, this is honestly the best kind of games to watch. Is where you see a team warm up in the first and then just lock in. I always call it the anime arc. I know what I have to do now. And
but I don't know if I have the strength to do it.
I don't know if I have the strength to do it, but Pulsar knows I have the strength to do it now. I mean, especially that last fight, seemingly fourth party had absolutely no no way to lose it, and they just did. So we're looking now to see Pulsar heading over to the left-hand side. I love this sector of the
Oh
map.
goodness,
Where's Sparrow's health bar? He just had it a second ago.
that was definitely a couple of headshots from Lasky and definitely a headshot from Metalco is going to wipe that light off the face of the earth. It feels like they started off so strong, but that stolen cash out on the SYS HORIZON feels like it put a little bit of a wrench in their ability to communicate with each other. They are it doesn't feel like they're on the same page anymore. In the first map, it felt like they were doing a really good job of just being commanding with these positions, making sure they're not getting caught out where they don't need to be, following up on damage. They've been very isolated so far, and they're still isolated. They are nowhere close to each other. Sometimes it works, but Pulsar, on the opposite side, never more than about 10 meters away from the rest of their team, and this has been giving them the advantage every single time in these fights. Time ticking down. Not a lot of time left for them to go for the steal.
Look at this, the DMAT into the
Oh, they found him!
into T-Bill's getting taken away. No defibs for the rest of this fight for fourth party. Brutal Logic slowly realizing that this round might get taken away from them. As Brutal goes down, it's just up to Sparrow. A little bit of body shooting, but Pulsar has absolutely stolen the spotlight here to take map 3. Again, in a convincing manner. I mean, Fortune Stadium can be such a crazy animal to conquer, but they have done it. Waltz, what a beautiful way to open up PHL Champs.
And we have broken the curse, Artie. EU takes its first game over an NA team in PHL. Huge dub for Pulsar. They took that first map. They said, you know what, we weren't fully awake yet. Let's get a little bit more coffee. Let's drink our Ospoos. They locked in and they figured out how to this was easily the most dominant of the matches. Fortune Stadium was just crazy dominant. Las Vegas definitely, was not looking great, but they shaped up in SYS. So really neat to see Pulsar figuring things out over the course of this series. And that does mean they get to move forward to our next matchup. They're going to be moving forward along with the rest of our other teams. Did get a nice full 3-game series, though.
Oh, yeah. But, I mean, this is the thing, is when teams figure out a specific map and they get good at it, sometimes you win and the map picks advance. And honestly, I will say EU teams have been practicing Fortune a lot. It used to be a map where NA had dominance, but now EU just seems to really understand the control that is needed for the specific sectors. The fact that each sector can be either separated by walls or by gaps, take that play slightly differently. Like every opening shot, every opening fight that we saw was so incredible to watch.
Well, thank you very much, Artie and Waltz. What a game. What a showing from Pulsar. And finally, EU has something to celebrate. I feel like I've vindicated somewhat in my predictions, although it is maybe a little bit too early to be saying anything like that. That was an interesting game, Rio. We talked a lot about it behind the scenes, and it did feel like after Vegas, Pulsar just flipped a switch.
Yeah, there was something that happened. I was really feeling in that first map, I was like, oh my god, this is going to be fourth party's run. This is when it all starts. And then it just kind of crumbled. I don't know what changed, but to me, it seemed like Pulsar maybe was a little bit like scared, had some nerves in the first map. But then we just saw them slowly develop into the composed team that I know that they are. So those last 2 maps were exactly what I expected out of Pulsar.
Yeah, it was interesting to see just how much they committed to the game plan, right? They had this kind of loose death ball going on, that 3-man stack on Vegas, but they allowed T-Mills to get in there to get those picks. And then they just decided, you know what? No, let's tighten up. A lot of teams in the face of that adversity might decide to sort of go down another route, but they said, no, we're going to really commit to this. And we didn't see that split 2-1 formation that you see a lot of teams taking. Itelco far happier to be part of the unit as the medium, and that really ran home any sort of 3v1 that they found themselves in. It happened so many times. You really nailed it, Waltz, when you said that they're just kind of being caught off guard here. Fourth party catch box all the time. It was pick after pick, especially on Fortune Stadium. You felt they never had any control, did they?
No, they never had an idea of where to go. It felt like, and the mobility was on point from the side of Pulsar. They didn't just stay in one spot. Artie made a really good point here in when we were watching in Las Vegas, is that it felt like they were either too static or they were forcing a fight when they didn't need to force the fight. They would make an aggressive push, and then they are bunched in an exposed area. Every time you saw them move around here, they were always moving around corners. They never stayed in one place. And so every time they spotted somebody, they didn't always shoot right away if they didn't have a good angle. They would try to maneuver themselves in a position where they then had a better angle because they knew that guy was there. We saw that happen multiple different times. And so it wasn't just, like you said, there was a little bit of a death ball there. They were rolling around point to point. They played very slow and patient, but they did so together, and they kept make sure their movement was still on point.
Yeah, and Ardy, you were in the thick of it as well. Is there anything, as we get this bracket thrown up on screen, that you could think about maybe for Pulsar to be prepared for when they're up against another EU, now an EU only matchup in Alliance?
I see. I mean, honestly, it is going to come down to utility and gadgets. I really think that the reason that fourth party got diffed there was because of the fact that they weren't making the most out of their gadgets. I remember back to Fortune Stadium, the very first cash out, where when they crossed the gap, they didn't need to use the gateway to get in there, but I did not see fourth party utilize that gateway at all. And so for Pulsar, they were able to take advantage of that. And that's exactly what they weren't doing on Vegas. They weren't getting the most out of it. And they realized, hey, we're bringing in these defibs. I'm going to use these defibs if someone goes down. If we're bringing in this H+ infuser, I'm going to use that H+ infuser, right? And it's actually being able to press all the buttons getting into this. And that's something that Alliance is really good at. So for Pulsar, hopefully they could stay on that train. For Alliance, now it's time to lock in and show off. But I'm also excited to look at Team Secret versus Saints 1, the other side.
Thank you for mentioning it. That is going to be our next match on this side of things. We have two all-EU quarterfinals already booked in. Team ED and Nightmare from NA still awaiting their matchup there. They'll be keen to find out who they're playing and get moving forward. But yeah, we're going to turn our attention to Team Secret and Saints 1. So the biggest hitters in EU, Team Secret. And of course, we have their newly appointed coach with us, Ardy. So you get to provide a little bit of insight during the next cast. But Rio, perhaps we should think a little bit first about Saints 1. Mickey, a million, and someone. This roster very well sort of grounded in the EU scene for quite some time. How do you think they're going to fare, not just in the next matchup, but across the whole bracket?
Yeah, that's a really good question because we even got to chat with Mickey a little bit about his approach, and it seems like they've been scrimming a lot. It seems like they've been really trying to work on their cohesion and just kind of team plays. So I am expecting them to actually do really good against Secret. Secret is a wonderful team, and I know that they have a lot of, confidence now that they just got signed as well. So this is going to be one of the biggest battles, I think, between these two EU teams. But from Saints 1, I just kind of feel that this might be their opportunity and as well to just take on a signed team as well. So I expect quite a lot coming up.
Yeah, they've got some big heads to try and scalp here. And it's worth saying, Saints 1 underperformed for certain in their EU playoffs, didn't they? They kind of crashed and burned out of it in the lower quarterfinals. But the asterisk over that performance that we have to be keen to make is that they were playing with a sub. And so they will sort of view this as another opportunity to make a bigger impact. And I think they certainly back themselves going into this, Ardy.
I mean, that is one of the things where coming into the champs, coming into a very, very high tense situation, you have to vet that. You have to vet those players. You have to make sure you're coming in with a stack that is on point, more so than anything else. So sub or not, new player on the team or not, there are going to be quite a few things that both of these teams have to prove, not only to themselves, but to the entire community, that this is a good roster worth keeping. Look at the map picks here. We're going to be seeing Bernal first.
Yeah, and I was gonna let Waltz talk through this because he's done a lot of the map data behind the season, and maybe you can give us his thoughts on how this kind of fares. Have we got any favoured maps, any counter picks going on here off the top of your head? Waltz, I'm kind of putting you on the spot a little bit.
No, 100%. Actually, I think the map pool right now is going to favor Saints 1, interestingly enough. Bernal, by far, was Saints 1 best map. They performed better during the cash-out days on that map than they did in any other map. And their worst maps, Las Vegas and Seoul, aren't going to show up whatsoever. Meanwhile, on the other side, Team Secret, their worst map, Skyway and Monaco, those two, they did not do very well on. Those were, and to be fair, they did pretty well on almost every single map. It's not by a lot that Monaco is their worst map, but it is their worst map. And so just based off of how teams have performed in the past, I would say the map pick bans, Saints won the map pick bans, I would say overall in terms of historical data. But obviously that has to play out when you come to this head to head, and it's going to come down to how they perform in the moment. SYS Horizon, everyone does well on SYS Horizon. I think that's a wash, but the first two maps, I would look to Saints 1 to perform well.
Interesting analysis there, Bolts. I would say there's an interesting thing at play here as well, is that Team Secret being one of the top 4 teams waiting for this matchup may well be slightly more prepared for Saints 1 to come to them than Saints 1 are to be facing up against Team Secret. But of course, everyone's prepared at this point, especially up against their EU rivals. I feel like everyone really knows each other very well in this scene. So, Ardi, have you got any final thoughts before we get into this game about any sort of potential weaknesses that we might see exploited on either side?
I mean, I will say it is going to come down to if we see a difference in Pyke versus FAMAS. It is going to come down to if these teams are able to utilize the Infuser properly. One thing to note is that for Team Secret, Roma only recently picked up the H+ Infuser. They were the last holdout before actually getting onto the H+ Infuser train. That got them far in the play days, but now here in 3v3s where it's so important, we'll see exactly how the H+ will be infusing.
All right, Rio, just a quick word from you. A quick prediction on this map. Is it Secret or Saints 1 that are going to take it?
I got to root for Saints 1. You know, they're just one of my favorite teams. So sorry, Artie. I'm sorry, bud.
All right, let's see how Arnie takes that then as we send both him and Waltz to the sunny... Well, actually, it's nice and dark out here in Bernal. Take it away.
The sun has set on the arena. We are going to be moving into a bit of an afternoon, early evening. And already, shots fired here. Saints 1 being predicted over Team Secret. It hasn't gone Saints 1 way in the past, but they do consider themselves to be much better at 3v3s than Cash Out. And not performing as well in the playoffs because of a sub means this is a blank slate for them. They don't really have any baggage that they're bringing into this map. And they've already won a single map. They are coming off fresh off of a win. Team Secret, this is their first match.
Yeah, exactly. Coming in from that bye, obviously, you know that Saints 1 is going to be feeling a little bit hotter here. Someone hitting those ARN shots. Sorry, I'm just finishing unsubscribing to the Vault podcast. Thank you, Rio. Big shout out to the Vault podcast, by the way. Big shout out to the Back to the Vault and Bark creators. Look at you guys go. Waltz and Rio, love you guys. And all right, here we go. Look at the see Elix actually taking some early chunk damage. Mickey making those shots connect, but got the gateway already started out here by someone. A wide rotate around Team Secret. They've been fully caught out there on that height. Going to allow Saints 1 to know exactly where they need to move this gateway, but looks like someone is making the choice. Do we go around them? Do we go on top of them? They're going to go around here, and as the entirety of Saints 1 moves that vault over towards B, they're going to try to just keep it moving, which is Team Secret, who's going to try to engage and cut them off.
One thing to keep in mind as you do watch this, Secret playing with OG, a player they haven't been running with most of the season. They did get the change because of the signing, getting into that big org. Definitely something that they get to shuffle a little bit when they do so. But this is an untested roster when it comes to PHL matches. So how is OG going to slot in? We know what OG can do. He is a phenomenal heavy and has done a lot already in different teams. But it's going to come down to how he slots in these high pressure situations. A lot of long range damage. Secret able to move along quickly enough to prevent Saints 1 from getting a plug, and it is going to come down to, can those Pikes get those initial picks, which is going to allow them to just fall onto the rest of the team of Saints 1 or Secret, whichever way those picks go.
And I mean, here's the thing about Team Secret is they have such an amazing aggression about them, thanks to OG, especially in the scrims. OG's aggression has been the thing that has been something to live or die on. It's one thing we gotta make sure that we're looking out for. But look at this!
Wait.
They just stole the cash! Wow, that was actually just like watching like a burglar mask, like literally a black beanie and a full like hoodie setup, walking into a house at night, taking the cash, getting the deposit. Saints 1 has no idea what to do about this. They're recontesting now over to the house. What a steal!
Now you see them, now you don't. That's just grand theft cash at this point, taking away everything from them. And now, yeah, a really nice defensive setup. They are pretty far away and playing very statically. APS goes on point. So Mickey holding the steal, wants to force them out. He's going to get this flip, and the APS actually eats the RPG as Secret try to come onto the point. The wall gets dematted. That's going to leave Emilian out to dry as Mickey's going to get taken out by OG. The slam in the face there from the elbow. Someone does take out OG, but the flip is going to go through in a matter of moments because he is pushed by 2. Not going to be able to do anything else. Roma finishes him off with that 93R. They were a little bit far away, but I think maybe Saints 1 got a little bit too invested. That's the hard part about sticking those steals, right? You get to that 4-second range, and you're thinking, oh, well, maybe I can just hold this last second, right? Maybe it's okay. And then they start shooting you, and you realize you did hold it too long, and all of a sudden you're dead, your team is dead, the cash out is lost, it's over.
And one thing I'll say, I didn't even notice it until that engagement. Mickey is not running defibs. Goo grenades and APS.
Ooh.
What a wild decision to make for the 3v3. This is going to be a really good hold here from Team Secret. Secretly hiding over in the corner. Gateway ready to drop up on top, but remember, someone could just glitch it out. The winch going to hit first, though. We do see Emilian trying to manipulate that out. They're going to demat up on top. Looks like someone has that side angle. The seal going to be committed to, but the RPG damage going to hit. The winch stall going to be working in favor of Team Secret. The damage going to get chunked out to Mickey, who has to fall out to the side there. And as OG moves to the sidelines, won't be able to get healed up, but he's not going to need to. We do get the heals hitting on a Saints 1. It's just down to OG now. The steal committing to Saints 1. The winch stall works, but it doesn't. He holds through. The stall didn't work.
And the winch, when you can only winch the cash out, it gets stuck on the goo. It doesn't get far enough away. Does not break the line of sight, and Mickey successfully gets that flip. Oh my goodness, I thought the defense was going to be so good. They even put their gateway in another building. They put it through the window so it was harder to find and get glitched. But instead, because it got winched further away, they went for the pad into the air. And the pad did nothing. Again, it's almost like we're watching Pulsar again, where they went for the pad, and the pad just exposed them. They're losing players because they're isolated in the air. A lot of utility dropped in this vault fight right now, but Saints 1 already starting off and getting a nice initial cash out in this match.
Yeah, I mean, the goo is like the peanut butter to the winch's jelly, right? I mean, being able to make sure that you're not going to be able to winch it too far. It's everything. I did not think that they would be able to hold it that long. This is a new bug on Bernal where you can't jump over that. That happened to me last night. New bug on Bernal. You cannot jump over that. Either way, we're going to come back to the game now.
Is it a bug, Artie, or is it a skill issue? You know,
Oscar was doing it on stream, so I think that's a bug.
I feel
no
like
way that Oscar
makes
has
my
skill
case,
issues.
That makes my case, though. You know,
Oscar doesn't have skill issues.
He would agree. He would agree, I think. You know, Oscar, please don't pay attention.
What is that?
I apologize.
Bernal? Bernal,
okay, that's Alfia. That's also a little bit of a bug. And
you could move.
This could be difficult. Secret have to find a push in. They've already lost so much health, though. That aggressive jump pad just exposed them from the side. Someone is doing so much damage to them from the opposition. Mickey takes down Alex. On the half, though, Roma does get a pick onto Emilian.
Oh, Roma picking up double duty here, getting the double kill just down to Mickey, and with no defibs, gonna actually pay the price as Roma finds the 3K. This is actually a really good timing as well. Let's take a look at that replay just to see that last few moments. Never mind, we just get the same moments. Joke's on you.
It was cinematic, though. Cinematic is anything, I'll say.
One day we'll have a second camera angle, and it's going to be like with motion blur and bokeh, and it's going to be beautiful. But we're going to see Saints 1 come back in, and as far as holding cash outs goes, this is where Team Secret needs to learn from the previous. If they can make sure that they get the most out of this stall, they get the most out of this approach, they're all holed up in that side shack there. Mickey can be debatting through. They're going to stall out that C4, break it through. No more drop. No more gas. The goo. Oh, this could be bad, Waltz.
Oh, he's around the corner, too. He has a great position. The goo's not going to allow the winch. Backs away. Doesn't hold too long this time. I like that play. The heavies are in. OG is taking a lot of damage, but Mickey goes down first. The reverse is there, though. Someone getting Alex. It's 2 versus 1. They're going to finish it off, holding on to the cash out. Secret, not giving it up this time. It looked a little worrisome there, but this time the defense was on point.
Wow. I mean, That was a very convincing approach through the gateway and just being able to get that damage out. OG staying alive through all that was the key. And this is what it is about the SA-12-16 GOAT, being able to make the most out of it in those tight engagements. But still one more vault, one more set of caches. See what's going to happen now as that vault gets open. Saints 1 has the choice. Cut them off at the cash out or make the early approach. And Waltz are making the early approach.
It's an interesting choice. I almost feel like they maybe should have just looked for those picks, much like Secret did earlier on, because both of those cash outs are all the way behind them. They do have positional advantage right now. Why give that up, especially because the gateway, if you push too far, the gateway could just get behind you and then you're chasing them. But gateway used quite early. Now they're on their way, looking towards C. Mickey takes some damage, but the long range with the 93R on Roma, but the ARN, I believe someone is running the ARN, so it has a little bit longer range, a little bit more effective ability in these long sight lines that we get from Bernal.
Oh yeah, I mean, let's check out what's going on with Saints 1 over on this C rotation. They've called this out as best they could. They have a nice early stop to this, but Team Secret, they could get the read. Elix up on that height. He's caught out. He saw Mickey a little bit early there. That means they can take their time with this vault. Looks like Roma is going to be trying to lead away with a gateway. Team Secret gates through. Saints 1 once again trying to run after them. We've seen Team Secret do this twice before. They double fake out! They double faked out! They just broke their ankles, headed back to C. The plug's gonna hit, but Saints 1 already here, but Mickey goes out first. Roma hits every shot. Elix gonna be able to take out someone too, and Zamilian finds success in the heavy v heavy. Roma finishes the job.
The mind games. Secret just back and forth. Saints 1, I thought maybe they might catch them there, showing up at the same time. But it did not go well for them. They had completely broken ankles on that one. That was brutal to watch. Just completely unsure where they needed to go. And I feel like, especially with the positioning of D, they just got a little bit too baited out by those gateway movements.
I cannot believe the double fake out in Champs. But here we go. Another approach here. Saints 1, they need to start this engagement early, especially given the fact they don't have those defibs. They want a chance to get a reset. They're going to have to start now, but a million already taken away. Look at the damage here from the sideline, though. This pinch, though, means that there's no way to H+ infuse the team. Saints 1, luckily, they ended that fight early. 20 seconds means they'll be able to coin through, get one more team fight here on map 1.
It is going to be very, very tight. I'm glad he didn't go for that wipe because the team going to be back in 10 seconds. They have enough time to get this push, but the defense, you can see the barrels are going down. Double C4 on the point. The longer they wait, the better the defense gets. And Team Secret talked about this beforehand. You know, the defense, sometimes it feels like EU sets up a little bit too far away. Secret not doing that. They are on top of their cash out. They will let this go when they are dead, and that is going to be on Saints 1 if they can figure out last final approach. They have to take this.
They have to take this. Let's see the gateway moving through as well. Gateway going to bring the entire team underneath. Team Secret, they kite. Looks like the pad is ready. The C4 on the stall, ready to go. See what's gonna happen now. The dome is down. The goo is falling. The APS is there. Looks like the chunk damage, though, comes out to OG first. As Mickey gets traded, we see Elix surviving the onslaught. And it's just Roma. He gets the clutch. The fire damage did everything. And Team Secret holds through.
Secret getting a nice first win in their debut with the org here on PHL. Saints 1. Doing a good job of this matchup. It was not as much of a slam dunk as I think you might have expected based on the previous results. Holding their own, but Secret with the mind games there. You know, it's almost as if they've had a coach to help work them through the strategy and the thought process.
No. We're not doing that. We're not doing that.
It was a very impressive move. Very impressive stuff from Secret. I do think the overall strategy of where they were going and why they made the decisions they did was probably the clincher in that match, though.
I mean, I gotta say, I cannot even imagine taking credit for that double fake out with the gateway. That has to be from the absolute mind that is Elix. Like I said, Elix is one of the great thinkers of the finals, which is why I was so grateful when he offered me the position to coach, because the fact that for Elix, it is all about having that thought of, if I am at this mechanical level where I can do everything that I want to, how do we put theory into the mix to actually get the most and play against these teams on the mind games, in that mind
Yeah.
level? And honestly, for Saints 1, that's what Mickey is as well. Mickey is the same way, a mechanical demon, but really always thinking about the macro, thinking about the overall. So this is really the moment where an unstoppable force meets an immovable object. And for these two teams to go at it, having fights like that, absolute cinema.
Incredible stuff. Yeah, it's not just about the aim, it's about where you're aiming from and how you get there. And we definitely saw that on display with these teams' movement around the map. So Bernal going the way of Team Secret, and I love to see them doing well. As you mentioned, Alex, back in Season 0, a bunch of the casters put Alex as their favorite player to watch in the future. And he has demonstrated that in Season 0, going all the way back to 2024, playing on Team 223 and then Aimers with his brother Atelko. It felt like those two were always locked. And then when they split, the question was always, how does that matchup go? And Alex has shown that he wants to be defined not by just that, but how he performs as a player outside, his accomplishments, and he is definitely doing that right now.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, back in the Noah X days before he was Elix, just always putting in the work to figure out what is the best choice for any given engagement. And speaking of choices, let's talk about Mickey not having the defibs available. Now, I will say, to Saints 1's credit, the fact that they were in these matches, in those engagements where it didn't seem like it mattered, right? It didn't
Yeah.
seem like having the defib would have made a difference because of how tight those fights were. You have to imagine that they are taking those engagements that way to make the most of the fact that they don't need it. They don't need to have those defibs available. But that does remove a lot of options for you as a team. You have to take those engagements as bursty as possible. And when you do find a chance to maybe get a reset, you can't do it. And we saw that work against them, I think, more times than it worked in their favor.
I agree with you on that. It really changes your play style because you cannot play for those revives. You cannot play for those equalizations of numbers. You have to instead play for the movement. And I get the idea. You mentioned, you said it very well, is that, like, you know, you're playing for burst. And oftentimes as well, in these scrums, if a player gets picked off, you're not reviving him anyways because he's in the midst of 3 or he's in the midst of 2. And if you go for a revive, you're kind of signing your own death warrant. And I think that's probably the idea of what Mickey was looking to play around, is that instead he's going to run the APS turret, something that can block these RPGs. Secret had clearly, they wanted to use that RPG. They're running this jump pad RPG strat that we've seen since the beginning of the game, and it keeps getting countered by that APS. But if you still get picked off anyways and you can't revive people, is it working? The question now is, has he decided to go back to those defibs, or is he committed to this? Is this the plan?
See what's going to happen now. Looks like Saints 1 is committing to an early fight
Impressive.
here, and someone shooting Elix
Oh!
back, readjusting the spine. Look at that, someone also able to get the H+ infuser. It doesn't quite connect onto Mickey, but Roma and OG, they're going to have to really lock in for the next fight. The winch out of a million misses. That allows OG to get the damage out when they need to. But Roma, what an opening fight there. I got to say, that definitely was convincing. Even though Saints 1 lost that fight, that was a good engagement.
Yeah, that was really, really solid. I was actually very impressed with how they made that. Someone definitely got the really, really solid angle at the exact right time, being able to track the Alex as he moves down to the ground. But Roma was the clincher in that the movement, evading a winch, evading the fights, evading the SH12. He was just all over the place. Like, you can't catch Roma. These dash lights, we've seen why dash is the preferred option over invis, because in these fights it just makes you untouchable if you know how to use it.
100%. Speaking of untouchable, look at that, the APS, but even through that APS is going to be a lot of damage. Thankfully, someone has the H+ infuser. Can't shoot it yourself, though. Someone, 1 HP, has to run away the dome, providing just a breathing room. Oh, the headshot, even not enough. See Elix and OG find 1 each. OG finishes off a million there, and 2 fights down before the cash out has even started. Gonna have to take that vault all the way out from Royal Plaza into Grandma's house. Looks like it's going to be the park just outside of it. This is going to be a fun one to watch.
Oh, absolutely. It is going to be really interesting to see how this goes. This is such a hard point to contest as well. You're basically going to have to fight over here on Grandma's house. Control of Grandma's house is going to be control of this point, and you don't have a choice. There's no cheese steals on this. It has to be the wipe. You have to go for it. Secret in a dominant position to set up, but the RPG knocks them off the roof. Glitches going in from both teams as the push from Emilian, very aggressive, getting backed up by his team. Mickey goes through the window, dropping onto the rest of the team. But again, Emilian very early into the fight. He gets picked off. He does a lot of damage, but he hasn't finished anyone off, and all three dead. There's not a lot of health on the side of Team Secret, but you didn't finish anyone off either. You just shared damage.
Wow, and for Saints 1, that's a really good showing to see that, hey, H+ Infuser is going to be important. Someone burned that H+ Infuser a bit early, didn't have the full thing available for that fight. So when he's jumping off the rooftop, he has the choice. Do I deal damage or do I try to heal Emilian? But given the fact that H+ Infuser still wasn't back up to full, he stuck to the damage, which definitely was not the right play. We have half the timer running on that cash out to be in stage 2 of this defense now. Diaz Saints 1 starts to make their approach over to Grandma's house. The gateway burned a little early there. Glitch gonna land on, stalling just a bit more. Team Secret ready to kite through. They faked him out. Maybe they're in park. Maybe they're not. Now here at the first floor of Grandma's house, they've got a gateway to come right back up. But Saints 1 is pushing towards the cash out, Waltz.
Oh, they're going for the backstab. The movement from Secret, they use that gateway again, a bit of a back and forth, but Mickey holding onto the point. He almost has it, but he has to back away. The RPG drops onto him, does a lot of damage. The duel between the heavy and the medium, he finally finishes him off. Mickey goes down. It's just someone left against 2. Can he finish off OG? The SA-12 just has to hit at least twice. It does. OG finishing off someone, clinching that first cash out on Monaco.
What a beautiful play. I mean, I was so worried here, but given the fact that they had that positioning, you just gotta trust the process. And, you know, OG can tell those game day nerves are hitting, but at the end of the day, so were the shots. It's all that matters. And I liked here, Roma taking that positioning over to the side, not peeking and overextending, because he knows that even though he's low HP, even though he knows he should probably get that infuser out to OG, it's better to stay late. You need to hold that stall, and that is playing for the macro.
Stop getting baited in by the kills. When you have that cash out, especially in those final seconds, just wait for them to actually go for something when it's that one-on-one, because you have the advantage. And he knew that. Roma playing very, very patiently. You'd love to see the heads-up play. Saints 1 do get the early tap onto the vault because of their spawn. Had to cross the entire map for Team Secret. But they're happy. They're setting up on top of Church. You know, they're not going to be mad about this positioning. Definitely one of the most dominant high grounds. Drops right onto A as well. They're going to have to run past them on Saints 1 if they want to get to the plug on B.
They're going to have to do a lot of convincing here to make sure that this is going to be a fight that works out. Looks like they're actually opting to move the vault into the cathedral before getting into the cache. There it is. There's a plug. They're looking to take that fight early, but Team Secret wasn't giving in. Now, Team Secret has the opportunity to time this approach for themselves. They have every bit of util available. Saints 1, they're holed up in the corners now.
Holding these angles, Alex, with that pike. It's going to be really, really scary if you're pushing in here. I think they have an idea. Roma spots the entirety of Saints 1. Now the aggression is here. The heavy drops in. Domes from both heavies, but they're on the point. The backstab with the 93 yard. They're just melting on Saints 1. All 3 of them gone in the blink of an eye. The steal will be there from Secret as well. Nothing Saints 1 could do. Trapped in the stairway and just obliterated.
That fight, there was so much build up to that fight just to be over in seconds. And speaking of being over in seconds, for Saints 1, this is potentially the last team fight that they have here in the upper bracket. See if they can actually withstand and overcome, but it's all going to be on that approach. You have 1 minute on the clock. How do you start this engagement? Team Secret, it's going to be from height. It's going to be making sure they can tell where Saints 1 is going to be coming from. For Team Secret, that's going to be everything. Saints 1 now trying to make their way in. Gateway going to start off. The angle pad going to be perfect to take that height there. Saints 1 now on the height. Team Secret kiting away. Cash out all the way in the open. The goo is going to make it harder, but look at the gas. Winched out of the gas now. Another set of goo, another dome. Now Team Secret forced to make their approach in, but Emilian taken away. The cash out stolen back. We'll see Elix and Mickey fight it out in the Cathedral, but they're not even going to shoot back. They just run away. They know they have the timing, and that's Team Secret 2-0 in the upper bracket.
Team Secret. The secret is out, and they are dominant in this match as well. Incredible performance from them. Taking down Saints 1. It looked a little close in the first match, but on Monaco, they found their footing, made sure that everyone knows that they are still the #1 EU team at this point, making themselves a lot further into this bracket where they're going to go up against some of our NA teams and show if they can also handle themselves there as well. But what a performance from them. 10 kills coming out from OG as well. Clearly, he has found his spot on this stack.
And that's honestly the biggest thing about this meta right now is how much pressure is on the heavy to do well with your winches, to do well with your domes, and most importantly, to do well with the SA-12-16. Even on a map like Monaco, where the idea to just anybody coming across it is, oh, there's a lot of long range. I should play the Shack, or I should play the Deagles. No. You should play the SA-12-16, because if somebody gets within winching range, they are going to be eating pellets like cereal.
Absolutely. And that's, I mean, the SA-12 is almost never going to go out of favor because of that. It just does so much, but what a match.
What a match indeed. Thank you, Waltz. Thank you, Ardy. What a performance from Team Secret on their debut with the new org. Rio, that really was a game of two halves, wasn't it? First match felt really close, really entertaining.
Yeah.
And in that second game, only 2 kills total from Saints 1. Team Secret smothered them.
Absolutely. And I guess it's a little bit of a caster's curse. I should never have predicted Saints 1 because, yeah, that was a bit of a flop. Yeah, Artie, I see those eyes. But hey, it was a really great first match. Even you and I were talking like, oh my God, this is going to be a great series. Like, they're going to go back and forth. And then I don't know what happened. They just seemed to be losing their one-on-ones. And I noticed also it was someone that was always kind of the last person alive. They were trying to hope that he would clutch, but he always just ended up getting wiped. And it just... heartbreaking, that's probably the best way to put it.
Yeah, you can think of one moment where Saints 1 looked impressive, and it was the very first engagement. It was someone finding that height and being the chiropractor from hell, getting those back shots out. But apart from that moment, there really wasn't much else to sing about Saints 1's praises, They hope that this is going to be a very different story for them to last weekend, or 2 weekends ago, rather, with the EU playoffs being dunked out very early on there. But Team Secret's definitely put a damper on that, haven't they, Waltz?
Yeah, it did not go the way they wanted it to, for sure. I mean, I think you could say that without a shadow of a doubt. There's still a lot of chances left, though, because we do have we have an upper and lower bracket. Everybody starts in the upper bracket, so you are never one match away from losing when you start the day. You always get the chance to come through, and as we start to get teams filtering down to that lower bracket, we're going to be able to, teams like Saints 1, they're going to be able to fight other teams that also have those losing streaks. So now it's all on how do they react to losing, because do they keep with the strat? Did the APS turret really work for them? Do they want to switch to the defib? It feels like maybe, is it a play style issue? They have some time. They have a little bit of breathing room to actually think about how they're approaching the game. The lower bracket can be the saving grace for a lot of teams, just in terms of the time it affords them to reset and adjust how they're playing.
And Ardy, before we head to our bracket and then go for a short break, I just want you to talk a little bit maybe about that APS decision, because it was something that really did make this match stand out in the kind of grander 3v3 sphere, dropping the defibs, and it didn't work out for Saints 1.
Yeah, I mean, again, like Saints 1, Mickey especially is a thinker, and trying to think about, in these 3v3s, what can you do to get the best advantage? And I can fully understand that thought process, because that was something that has been considered on our side as well. Trying to figure out, okay, is the defib worth it? Because these engagements just are one shot, one burst, one huge fight. Sometimes you don't even get the defib. If you look at your data, hey, how many fights did we actually use as the defib? Okay, maybe we can swap it out. And the APS turret, I mean, it can take away the dome if the dome falls in its range. It can take away the RPG, which we saw happen twice, 2 or 3 times. The other thing as well is that if you're playing for the drop, there's C4 and all this stuff set up on it. Put the APS a floor under, DMAT, anything that falls in that APS, it's gone. And so it makes sense as a choice.
Yeah.
But those bursty engagements did not favor this matchup.
No, and it feels as though one of those instances where it's overly optimistic, right? Not every fight is going to go your way, and there are very few bad gadgets that can bail you out of a situation in this game, like the defibrillator can. Of course, all things going perfect, that APS will be brilliant. But yeah, you got to weigh up the good with the bad. Here we take a look at our bracket, and we can see that Team Secret are the quickest team to have booked their spot in the semi-finals with a quick 2-0. I can catch everyone up and tell you that all of our round one games were 3 mappers, which is really exciting. It bodes well for the tightness of the level of competition here. And we're also at a point so far where NA has not yet beaten EU. So we'll see how that, pans out. The result of that Team Ed versus Always Hungry game will be I'll be really eager to find that out when we come back to the break here. But Rio, perhaps you want to talk us through just the teams that are down there in that losers bracket right now and what they can expect.
Yeah, I mean, they can expect a really long road. I think Walt said it really well that it's kind of sometimes a saving grace for them because we have separated the top teams to the kind of not as well. But that means that somebody on the bottom has all of the opportunity to make a run and still make it into tomorrow. So I think that's very exciting. And just kind of looking at the teams, we see the Saints 1 already made it into the lower round 2. And basically, just all of these teams here, that's actually not true. I don't know why they're over there yet because they haven't gone against fourth party Cashbox. But just overall, this will be a opportunity for these teams to come back and kind of save themselves. So I think that there's going to be a lot of battles down there, and it'll be really exciting to see how it all shakes up.
So, there's been an interesting development. Of course, because we are slightly ahead, we can see that Team Secret have managed to book their spot in that semi-final spot. We do have the opportunity here to jump into one of the other quarterfinals. So we're going to get that sorted out behind the scenes. And then at some point, we'll have a little bit of an extra spin on the mic for Waltz and Ardy before we go through. So I think I'm getting the word that we're ready. Is that right? I think it is. So let's just go straight in. Ardy, Waltz, we're picking up with, is it Nightmare versus Envy? Presumably one apiece in their... Oh, sorry. No, this is Ed versus Always Hungry, one apiece in their current quarterfinal. So yeah, we'll see what's going on here. Let's have a quick overview of these teams then, Ardy.
I mean, hey, you can't talk about Always Hungry without talking about Rabinski. Rabinski is the man of the hour, I would see. But for Team Ed, Lamp, Grad, Normalize, all phenomenal performers there coming in from NA. This is going to be a really good showing as well, just to see Yoip and Jurgen versus Lamp and Graduating, just to try to get that final thought of who is best, who deserves that title. So I'm actually happy. This is like a little treat, a little bit of extra stuff for you guys watching at home.
Yeah, and Team Ed, the biggest hitters so far in North America, Waltz. What can we expect to see in terms of playstyle from Lamp, Graduating, and Normalize?
Expect really, really quick movements. That's a hallmark of what we see from, and a lot of NA as well, but definitely Team Ed. Lamp, a player who has been really working on the in-game shot calling. Got the chance to interview him over on the Vault recently in a very interesting episode where we talked a lot about the history of the game and his time on Holthouse Finest and how much the adaptation of shot calling in the game has come from, being mostly mediums to having heavies do a lot of it, and as kind of light becomes more of a core role, how those change. So definitely going to be very dynamic in their movements. I think probably similar to what we saw with Secret is I think they're going to be very quick about turning on a dime. So when we get into that, expect to see them play well. And if graduating pops off, I mean, the guy is just one of the best lights in the world at this point. If he is performing well, much like a lot of our other lights, your team is going to be really, really happy.
So Rio, so far we've seen a lot of, EU doing quite well, which is against the grain, as we mentioned, compared to last season. This represents probably EU's biggest test in this bracket, right? We've got Always Hungry, a lowly ranked team compared to the rest coming in here against Team ED. We've got first seed versus ninth seed, effectively. And I don't know, is this a point where we start to judge if Always Hungry can get through this? Do we start to flip our narrative a little bit?
Uh, Boy, I don't know. Flipping our narrative against Team Ed, that's quite a challenge, in my opinion. I will just be really impressed if Always Hungry is able to just even get one map. I'm not trying to talk down to them, but it's just that Team Ed has just been this dominating force. And as Walt said, we interviewed them. We kind of learned a little bit about their strategy, their headspace, and they just seem like some of the most composed players in all of the finals right now. And I really do mean that. So these are top tier players going against one of the lower seeded teams. It's going to be interesting, but hey, that's what we're all here for. I love to see an upset, so and let me just go ahead and give the caster's curse. So I'm going to say that Team Ed is going to win. So there we
Well,
go.
okay, unfortunately, we have had a little bit of bad news. Is that we won't be able to cover this match, so we're just gonna have to come back after the break and find out how things went. It was gonna be a bonus round anyway. Don't worry, guys. We will catch up with these teams later down the line. But maybe it's a good idea to round this out with a couple of predictions. Ardy, Waltz, who do you think's coming out on top here? And if you want to say Team Ed quickly, then you can do that. That's allowed.
Team Ed, quickly.
It's Team Ed.
Yep.
I think it's Team Ed.
It's a bit. Okay, fair enough. So that's the predictions. Hopefully, we come back to some great and surprising news for EU's victory. Always Hungry. I'm rooting for you. I might be the only one, but here we go. Let's head to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll be ready with the upper semi-finals. Don't go far.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Finals PHL Champs. We're coming at you live from the virtual arena. My name is by the Waltzcasts, the Jerry the Music Man, and my arch nemesis, Rio Chef.
How's it going?
Nothing.
Nothing,
Oh, you're
that's
not gonna.
crazy.
I was expecting a clapback, but it's Rio. He would never. It's too nice.
He's
It's
so
too
kind.
nice.
I feel so bad about that intro now. Okay. Well, you know what? Honestly, though, guys, we are here in the champs. The teams have been fighting it out for weeks here in season 1 of the PHL to bring it to this point here. We finally got NA versus EU, and we are going to be getting into games as soon as possible, chat. So don't worry about that. But until we get into there, Waltz, I gotta ask, coming into this next match, what are we anticipating?
I mean, this is the big showdown, right, of our Season 0 champs in Nightmare versus Team Secret, our current EU champions from our regional playoffs. Like, you want to talk about the best of each area, this is really what you're looking at. Like, yeah, Team Ed and, Team Ed, a lot of these teams from NA are maybe higher than them in points, but Nightmare have proven that in 3v3s, they are a force to be reckoned with. So expect incredible battles between these two teams. It is going to be Lasagna as well as a player that just thinks so much about the game. Really a great opponent to Elix and the strategies they've been cooking together.
100%. But speaking of which, we're going to be jumping into the action right now into Bernal. So Jerry and Rio, take it away.
Thank you very much, Artie. Here we go in Bernal. We've seen a lot of Bernal so far today, really, haven't we? And yeah, we are going to be jumping straight in with Secret and Nightmare. Oh wow, what a wonderful match that we hopefully will get to see. I'm saying hopefully. Sometimes these can be surprise washouts.
Yeah, I mean, the number 2 seeded team and the number 3 seeded team, and EU and NA. Could we ask for anything better? As the fighting is already getting started, we see them doing a little bit of chip damage on that rooftop. RPG and Dome Shield in hand by OG. He's just ready to save his team if the engagement gets too brutal. Now the RPG still in hand. They are very far apart from each other, but that's where we're seeing a lot of this chip damage go off. We're waiting for any opening, any opportunity, any just something to happen. But until then, we are just stuck on these rooftops.
Yeah, there's a lot of posturing in 3v3s. It's pretty normal to see this, but Nightmare have managed to grab hold of that box and they gate it all the way over to B. Secret really didn't have much of an opening there, so the first engagement will happen over the objective itself. They've closed up that distance. We see First Blood go the way of Uni, taking out his opposite number in Roma. That light fight already in favor of the NA side of Nightmare.
Yeah, and we gotta love Uni. He is the master of positioning. He can do that and just find the perfect little spot to get somebody out of there. And immediately he goes down, and we're watching as OG goes down as well. It's all on Elix. He does get a res off of Roma, so they're gonna get their teammates back up. And on the other side of things, it is just Gremlin, the only person remaining. And he's gonna go for a long res, but he is immediately getting shot by the pike after a DMAT, and the winch claw gets him pulled out. This is a kill back and forth. Now it's all on Lasagna and Roma. We see some goo trying to buy himself a little bit of space, getting the heck out of there, trying to stay alive so he can bring his teammates up, but he is still very low, and he decides to go for the engagement, and he loses it against Roma. What is going on, Jerry?
Oh, and that is just exactly why you see the pike in play. It's so powerful, but you've got to hit your shots. I mean, Roma with the tournament, that 93R, had no right winning that fight, but we have seen Uni coin back in. Maybe a bit of a misstep here, as that's now allowing Team Secret to get that flip, and they can try and contest in a 3 versus 2, but Uni is putting on pressure from range with his own 93R, and Team Secret haven't had the opportunity to set up fully, but this is a pretty decent fortress that they've built themselves.
Yeah, and the cash out is already running down. It is more than halfway there. We see all of Team Secret just huddling down in the bottom layer. They're ready to drop this. They're ready to stall and kite this as long as possible. And I can't imagine this enough, but the time is just ticking down. They need to have an engagement, and this is exactly what happens. Uni is down, but they're going to try and go for the steal. They glitch grenade the Dome Shield, and they're going to try and drop it, and they do. They're able to stop the steal, and it looks like they are just cleaning up the rest of Nightmare. Lasagna, the last person remaining, but he is not going to have enough time to get some kills and get the steal. He did get one, but boy, he is being chased down on that stairwell, and Roma with the 93R just deletes him, and they get the cash.
Team Secret picking up where they left off. We just seen them have a dominant series against the Saints 1, and they come up against some Titans of NA. Doesn't seem to matter so far. Some great shots landed there by Roma. Really standing out across the course of those fights with that clutch in the middle of things, and then helping to see it out at the end as well. So yes, Team Secret up 1-0.
Yeah, it's a great start for them and on Bernal as well. You can see that Bernal is a really unique map because it has all of these little rooftops. So we see a lot of battles at distance, but really a lot of close engagements as well because you get on that bottom floor so quickly. There's not a lot of levels to a lot of these buildings. So watching now as the 93R from Roma just trying to pop some damage off. Like I said, he's on that rooftop battle. And surprisingly, his teammates are pretty far away, but he decides to regroup with them, throwing a gateway down, bringing them all together, and you get that nice little cohesive team play that you expect. They're going off a bounce pad now, directly into the battle, trying to get on that rooftop, but Alex went down in that first fight. So it looks like Roma now trying to be the last person remaining because the Secret OG is just getting down to just 1 bar of HP. Now he's down to just 1 health, and sadly, there's the first wipe on Team Secret.
And you can really see right there, the Pike versus the 93R, which is going to come out on top in a long-range engagement. Even with that health disadvantage, Lasagna able to turn and quickly pick apart Roma. So yeah, once you lose your medium in those sort of fights, not only are you down a defib, but you're also down that incredible weapon that can cause some damage if you're playing on the rooftops of Bernal. Now, obviously, you want to take it inside if you don't have that option available to you, but the area of the map that we're playing in, Secret really didn't have much of a choice but to stay on top and try and get that pick. They do have that respawn coming in right now, so let's see if they can make this first push count.
Yeah, we see them going directly below it. They're trying to demat it down, drop it, but it looks like their demat missed just a little bit, so they're going to have to burn their 3rd demat and not going to have any way to close up the ceiling above them, and that is going to be lethal. But he did wait long enough and was able to get 1 charge, but there is still a giant hole in that roof, and they just dropped it as well. This cash out is already on the bottom level. Looks like OG's going directly for a steal. He wants to try and bait them out of there. He's also getting healed up by his teammate, but he immediately gets Winch Claw out. It is a battle versus the shotguns. Alex went down in that battle. Uni's still alive, trying to stay in this fight, wanting to get anybody. It is all on the stairwell as the Pike just brings them to their knees. Lasagna is one of the last remaining people, and OG gets the wipe. All of Team Secret is down, and Nightmare looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, and Lasagna in particular proving the difference maker, but to be fair, that kill onto Roma really just walked into his arms. He was very grateful to see that player walking up the stairs and easily pick him off with the Pike. Had no idea he was there. So yeah, past couple of fights been defined by this Pike on Lasagna specifically. If he can land yet another meaningful kill in this next fight, and well, Secret don't have much time to make it stick, then they should be all right to tie this match up so far.
Yeah, great positioning by Uni. You can see that he's just ready to stop any approach. He's also buying himself a little bit of space, backing out of there, trying to help his teammates out by throwing those glitch grenades, bringing down all of those dome shields. But he's also now getting away from the fight, going through that gateway, trying to use the infuser. But sadly, he does go down in that battle. But I think that Nightmare have bought themselves just enough time. There's not going to be enough time for them to steal it.
And it's again Lasagna getting 2 kills throughout that, and it bought just enough time. So yeah, really putting the team on his back right here to make sure that we're tied up all level on Bernal. It's going to go to that final cash out. Secret do get that wipe at the end, so that will help with some of the confidence. But yeah, really tight one so far this. I'm wondering now, looking at these next 2 objectives, they appear to be both at ground level. Means that there's going to be a lot less stall potential when we do get there.
Yeah, and that is what makes Bernal very unique, and I kind of love it. But now we're watching as they make their advance onto Vault number 3. Vault 3 seems to be out in the little courtyard next to the church over there, probably one of the biggest vantage points of all, and we are seeing Alex try and get a nice little positioning. He can see far, he can see almost every rooftop from where he's at, and he has the Pike in hand. It's the perfect position for him to deal some damage, but really not enough that I had expected. I thought he was going to be dealing a lot more from his positioning, but it seems like he's sadly having to get out of that position. Both teams now engaged in a nice little rooftop battle as we slow things down a little bit, Jerry.
Yeah, this goo is giving Nightmare enough protection and not offering Alex the lines of sight that he really wants. He's getting a couple of pieces of damage though. Oh wow, Uni really dicing with death there, using his health bar as a resource to get those peaks, to get some intel. Keeping the pressure on Lasagna. The longer that you keep this medium occupied, to be fair, the more disconnected he is from his team, but there's a good little regroup there, and it seems Nightmare didn't quite get the memo. They are very far. They're having to trek about 50 meters now from the point. They've got these rooftops to play across. I was a little bit wrong about that ground floor point, but it's low enough down that there won't be as much stall potential here. And now we can see Uni trying to get those long-range shots.
Yeah, I think they have one drop, and we might already see it. So we're on the ground floor already.
Wow, he stuck it.
And he stuck it through the drop? What is happening? Nightmare now has the advantage, as it looks like Uni is just bouncing in and out of these stairwells. He's able to get one down, but can he stay in this battle? Because Lasagna is down. Cash Out is getting close to about halfway there, as all teams are starting to clash. OG taking a lot of damage in this. Uni's trying to find a good position. He is found one. He's looking at some kills, but he doesn't have anything. He is the last person remaining. He has to get somebody down here. He does get Roma, but it's not going to be enough time. It is all down to Alex and Uni. Can these two find each other, or will a res go off? And that's exactly what we just saw. All of Team Secret is trying to get rezzed up right now. Everybody's trying to go for the long reses, but it is still down to just 2 versus 2. A steal is being attempted right now by Team Secret, but they immediately get stopped. And sadly, it looks like Roma or OG went down in that fight, all down to just Alex, as he's the last person remaining. In this Cash Out is just ticking down faster and faster. They have spotted him out.
Roma's
Some
coin
goo stops him just a little bit. Roma has coin, so this battle's going to continue, Jerry.
Got a 3 versus 2 though, still in favor of Nightmare defending this point. I don't know how they've done it. Uni staying alive in the middle has brought them this win potentially. Roma, the last one standing on a smidgen of HP, and he's taken out. That's the wipe. That's Nightmare turning around that cash box out of nowhere. It seemed as though they got in there and I don't know, Team Secret just weren't ready for it. And that has got them the win here on Bernal.
Wow, what a close match. No team was the dominating force here. It was a back and forth, and I'm amazed that Nightmare got it at the end, but at the same time, both teams performed really well. I'm excited that we're casting these games, Jerry, because I love close games like this.
I still can't believe Uni held on to that. It was in a 1 versus 2, maybe even a 1 versus 3 at one point. You managed to get 2 kills in that situation while Team Secret are so dead set on sticking revives and getting up to full strength, but they just can't deal with the Wasp. He was so brutal in that engagement.
Yeah, well, and if you go back, and that's what Uni is good at. He is good at just having that little bit of positioning. I think you're calling him a wasp is a great way of putting it. And it's just kind of he has the best positioning. Now, I think that's also been changed a little this season, mainly because of the infuser. Previously, they would just say, fly my pretty Uni, and let him go anywhere he wants in the map, find those weird angles. But now he's kind of tethered. He's stuck closer to his team, and I want to say that it's working, but I'm not a huge fan of seeing Uni tethered. That's kind of where I'm at.
It's a strange one because obviously there was points at the start of the season where it felt like Uni was taking perhaps longer than the average like to adapt to that kind of new support playstyle. But now you get to see both sides of the coin. He's performing his role as a support with that heal beam, with the H+ infuser. And then occasionally, if he's in a hole, if his team are down and out, if Lasagna's the first pick, for example, as he was in that final cash out, he can bail his team out with the raw gun skill that he already has, that he's always been able to fall back on. And that was the difference maker there. Across that whole map, though, I have to give the MVP to Lasagna. He was so consistent. He was such a good asset to his team with the Pike. He got the most kills as well, overall 9 kills on the board by the end of it. And he was an influencing factor throughout the entirety of the map.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And honestly, we even looked at the kill count at the end, and both teams seemed really close. I don't remember any outlier, but it's just kind of unique because in the last series that we watched, we saw some games where one person popped off with 10 kills and then some people got 0. So it's kind of refreshing to see more of an evenly balanced team, because this is where the finals shines. This is where you see plays that you would never expect, because you have top teams that are trying to one up each other. So I don't know. I love the evolving of the meta, evolving of top teams, and it's exciting. This is quite fun. And do you remember the next map that we're going to, Jerry?
It's going to be Nozomi Citadel. So I'm quite excited for this one. I love Nozomi Citadel. It's one of my favorite maps in the game, the newest to the pool. And a very, very different map to Bernal. You could imagine, it's interesting. Bernal has this kind of dichotomy of long sight lines over the top of the buildings, but then these really tight claustrophobic ground floor rooms and areas. But then the Nozomi Citadel is these massive skyscrapers where you've got lots of long sight lines in the roads, but besides that, you're cut off from being able to control the whole map by, you know, the dominating force of these skyscrapers all about, and the rooms inside them are quite large. So it's almost a polar opposite to how you might expect a kind of typical kind of macro movements and the gunfights to play out on this map. It could be a very, very different game here.
Yeah, I fully expect it to. And on top of that, like, it is the newest map, which means that we've only had almost a season to learn strategies, to prepare. I think that that's enough time for people to really kind of get their feel for it and to start developing those strategies. But I do want to note that it isn't as developed as something like, you know, SYS HORIZON, for instance. We don't have that same level of gameplay. And, you know, there are still mix-ups happening within teams. So just finding that cohesion, finding that team play all on a new map, I think is just very exciting, very unique, and as far as I know, this is the first time that we're seeing it today. So it should be quite fun when we actually get into it.
Yeah. So we have seen Team Secret already in action today, and we said smothered Saints 1 on their second map of Monaco. They won in that series 2-1 on Bernal. We've just seen them lose 2-1 on Bernal. Is that maybe an indicator of the type of opposition they now have in Nightmare? This feels like certainly the eye test and now the stats are confirming that Nightmare are the better side.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm a little bit, biased because I am definitely, rooting for the NA teams to continue the dominance. I mean, come on, guys, we need one esport. Give us the finals. Give us, So I'm rooting for them, and I think that Nightmare is just a really composed team. I think that they have a lot going for them, and honestly, all of you people out there watching and wanting to learn stuff from the finals, these are the teams to really kind of take notes of. Look at their strategy. Look at how they're handling and manipulating the cash box or the cash out station, because it's just so unique, and you can see just these high level plays that I don't know, I don't play at. Like, it is just such a level beyond me that I'm always just impressed. And I don't know, I think NA has done a great job of staying on top of the kind of meta and the discovery of these new strategies. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. What do you think, comparing it to the EU side?
It's an interesting one because I feel like the meta is a lot more stable in this at this point than it was maybe at this point last season. We don't have, for instance, the kind of alternative composition of having a sledge meta, right? Where you could, if you wanted to, play the meta comp of HML with assault rifles and shotguns and things. Or you could run a sledge team comp and throw everything under the bus. Now, right now, we're in a meta where there are little changes that you can make within the kind of rule set. We saw the APS come out earlier to not much avail. We've seen the FAMAS in place of the Pike. But overall, you're seeing really kind of strict rules about what it is that's viable at this highest level. And it feels like because of that, we've had fewer surprises. The top 4 teams right now in the upper semi-finals are the top 4 teams from across the season: Team Ed, Alliance, Secret, and Nightmare. And so it's playing out a bit more as expected. There's a bit more kind of rigidity to the competition. That doesn't mean that there aren't going to be upsets, but I think it does mean that it's an environment where the best teams are naturally gravitating to the top.
I couldn't agree more. And even, we were talking previously that, like, season 0 was easy for a lot of these teams. It was not the level of competition that we're seeing today. And I love that. In half a year, we've developed, real hardcore teams that have strategy beyond what they did in last season of Pro League. So it's super exciting. But guys, thanks for sticking with us. We are here jumping into it. Which way is it going to go? Nightmare taking it or Team Secret?
Team Secret in pink for this one, and we'll see them make the journey to the vault a little bit sooner than their opposition. They're in fact going to gain some ground a little bit further ahead. They want to play indoors. They want to play for the kills. They want to play for the kills and the team fight over the objective right now. That's pretty standard in 3 versus 3 meta. OG taking point and taking a bit of a brunt of beating there. Uni almost going down to the FAMAS being brought out by Elix. Interesting to see that one. And now there's the first kill going the way of Lasagna, and no response here from Team Secret. In fact, they double down. Gremlin finds another player on Team Secret, and that's Elix gone. Roma finally dealt with by Uni. That's a kill apiece for everyone on the side of Nightmare. Great start.
Yeah, absolutely. They are ready to battle, and I don't know what happened there with Team Secret. It seems like one person died, and the rest of them just kind of scrambled around, and then they got picked off one by one. It is an interesting choice as well for Alex to bring out the FAMAS. I think it's because this map has fewer sightlines than something like SYS or even Bernal, like we just saw. So I think FAMAS makes a little more sense here. But on the opposite side of it, we are still seeing that Lasagna is running the Pike. So maybe I'm wrong, but we're going to find out here very shortly which is better, Pike or FAMAS. And yeah, watching now as Lasagna gets set up, the cash out is started, and we're going to see the approach by Team Secret.
Certainly with this defensive position, you'd bet on the Pike over anything in this lobby right now. It's a great spot that Lasagna has control of. Team Secret wisely opting to go in beneath and lean into that more close range broadly setup that they have, but that jump pad's going to expose them momentarily. No damage though received, and they do find what looks like could be an opening pick on Gremlin, but no, he's healed up. Uni transfers and finds the kill, but he's taken out by Roma, and then Lasagna finds him. Elix gets one as well. 1 versus 1, but it's the medium that will surely come out on top here. No, Gremlin finds that kill, and Roma taken out by Gremlin as well. No way he wins the 1 versus 2.
Okay, man, Nightmare seems pumped. They are ready to get into... Oh, yeah, this is a great replay. Look at this. The jump, getting right behind him and just dealing damage into everybody. It is crazy to see. Good little clip there. Nice res as well. And then finally, the clip.
Then it falls apart. Like, how does that happen? Gremlin with such great aim there. That was all with 1 mag of the SA-12 as well. 4 shells to take down 2 players in the heat of that all. Really standout moment. We haven't really seen a big moment from Gremlin so far this series, but that felt like it.
Absolutely. Watching now as this cash out is getting down to the last fourth of it. They're trying to bounce it down. It falls on the bounce pad, but this is a great little bounce actually for them. They're going to throw down the dome shield and try and go for it. This will be perfect because it'll bait them out, but it immediately gets dropped down to another layer, so they're going to have to scramble to get back on top of it. Looks like a Nightmare is taking a little bit of damage. Nice winch claw from Grumman. Pulls him out and deletes OG. Now on the hunt, trying to bring down the second one. He found him in his crosshairs, and there goes Alex. All of a team wipe on Team Secret. It seems like Nightmare have found their map. My God.
Lasagna winning a 1 versus 1 there as well off screen. You can really tell that they are they're locked in right now. Nightmare, they're just winning all of their fights. It feels like they're landing their shots just that little bit better than Team Secret. And yeah, we've really yet to see that FAMAS make a massive difference. It feels like there's moments where it's laid into the opposition, but Gremlin always feels like he's worth 2 heavies when Uni's got that H infuser in his hand.
Yeah, I completely agree. And yeah, I almost want to see the FAMAS work, because to me the Pike is such a situational weapon, and the FAMAS just seems to kind of fit any situation in my
It's a secret shotgun. We've said this before. The Pike
shotgun,
isn't bad. It's not bad at close range.
Yeah, I guess I need to learn it a little bit better, but we're watching as Gremlin throws a little red barrel, has an RPG as well, picks up his C4. He maybe had a little bit of a plan for that, but things have changed, and nobody has gone for the vault yet. It has been tapped, but nobody has picked it up. This is kind of just a war of attrition at this point. They're trying to feel each other out. They're trying to find that little bit of opening, but nobody is just wanting to commit to the fight just yet. Interestingly enough, Gremlin has really gotten far away from his team. This could be really bad if somebody kind of falls on him, but I don't think that anybody from Secret is able to jump on this to really take advantage of it. Seems like they're now pivoting to try and get the vault, and Nightmare are in control.
Yeah, some odd movements here. Obviously, you see Lasagna going ahead of the rest of his team, and that's a gateway RPG. Great move, and that gets them a pick onto OG. He's topped up as well and can continue dishing out damage. Gremlin backing out now because he's a little bit worse for wear, but the rest of his team pick up the slack. Lasagna and Uni converge on the low HP targets. Team Secret left only with OG in a 1 versus 2. Lasagna cleans him up as well. What an entry made there by Gremlin, and all orchestrated by that gateway from Uni.
Yep, Uni is just such an amazing player. He's just got this like situational awareness that I'm always impressed by, and he has just been a force in the scene since pretty much the beginning. If you guys don't know who he is, definitely take a lesson here and learn how this light player plays. What they've done now is they have pulled this cash out into one of the most open areas. This is going to make it an intense battle, uphill battle for Team Secret, as they're trying to find a little bit of height advantage right now. They do still have a good distance distance to clear before they even get into this battle. And you can see that Nightmare is completely set up on a height advantage, so any approach will be obviously seen by anybody in there. Red barrel in hand by OG, trying to break a little bit in distance into that wall. They're going to go for a Witch Claw, but oh my god, he immediately gets gooed and just stops it. He also took some damage from the RPG because he shot it off into the goo. So now they're having to scramble because this cash out is just ticking down, Jerry.
And this is it. This is Team Secret's last chance. If they can't get this cash out, they are dropping into the lower bracket, and we have a very quick 2-0 on our hands for Team Nightmare. There's the winch. This time successful. Turns his back to get the cover. Drops the dome, but he can't reach the seal from within. It has to rely on the goo instead. Now goes in, but Gremlin has found that pick onto Roma, and now it's a 2 versus 3 on the attack. But Secret finds the trade back onto the opposition medium. That's huge. No defib up for Nightmare right now. And now it's a 2 versus 2 clean. But Nightmare, they're kiting. They're stalling so well. Out comes the first winch. The response, Gremlin wins the heavy versus heavy fight. And the timer has elapsed. Second kill for Gremlin. And that is Nightmare booking their spot in the upper final.
Oh my god. They played that kite so perfectly. They did everything. Even from the very beginning, when that first steal was being attempted, they just stopped it. The goo stopped. Amazing plays. I love how that played out. Oh, yeah. I'm almost speechless because of how well Nightmare played every stop, every stall, just they were in control of that map. And Gremlin, definitely the man to highlight. He seems to be running this team right now.
Yeah, some really impressive stuff, and the stats back it up. 9 kills, 0 deaths for the heavy on the side of Nightmare. That is a generational performance from him. And it was enabled by Unis and Lasagna. They didn't have bad games at all. They were there every step of the way with him, backing him up, healing him out, guiding him to victory. And yeah, Team Secret, it didn't feel like they were down and out of that game, but every single fight, Nightmare were just that little bit better.
Yeah. No, it really was a little bit better. And I love the fact that I'm singing the praises of somebody other than Uni. You know, normally I say like it's a Uni and his supporting team, but I feel like maybe in the last couple weeks that we've had on break from Pro League that things might have changed. I feel genuinely, I have watched Uni play probably more than any other player, and this is looking like a new Uni to me. And I love that. So I am curious to see how that continues. Oh, Artie, you're muted.
He's a little muted.
You're a little quiet there. I'm speechless because I can't believe what happened to Team Secret. But it's honestly a huge showing from Nightmare. This is what we expected from the NA dominant force that is Nightmare, showing that they have this incredible macro control, especially when being so focused on the objective. Every single fight that took place was on an objective or around the objective. Every single time they dove, they did not care where the enemies were holding. It was just, hey, there's a contestant over that side, but the vault is here. I'm going for the vault.
And I think that's what really threw. I think that really threw off Secret a lot too, right? Like they were not prepared for that approach. Like there were so many times where the fight, the steal would go through, and it felt like Secret were waiting for the bait. They were okay, well, where are you? You know, we know you're on the, you know, we weren't expecting you to be there. And that definitely kind of pushed them off. And I feel like when the plan started to go wrong, Secret struggled a little bit to figure out how to approach it, right? Like that last fight here, they went for this winch play. They tried to bring it inside. It fails. The goo was immediate from Nightmare. They did a great job preventing that. And then after that, OG just kind of waffled around. He tried to get a steal. He couldn't get close enough. They threw more goo down. His dome didn't work out. Like the indecision after the initial strategies worked just wasn't quite there.
Absolutely. And I mean, Jerry, you kind of called it out as well with the timings of these engagements. It was oftentimes that Grem was able to get involved as the heavy a lot earlier than OG was. So I want to ask, like, from your perspective, looking at those fights, do you think that that was because Nightmare was able to just be so aggressive, or was it because Team Secret just wasn't matching that energy?
I feel like Team Secret maybe weren't prepared for the shift in style. They've played against some slightly slower teams. I mean, Saints 1 are a slightly slower team, and that was their matchup in the last game. This just needed to be prepared for, I think, a little bit better. But also there were moments of invention from Nightmare that I didn't see from Team Secret in that game. You know, moments where we thought, let's just try and get an RPG from above. Like, use that the cash box as the carrot on the stick. trail Team Secret towards you and then send him in through a gateway. It worked really, really nicely. And that's the sort of stuff that you don't necessarily prep for in scrims. You just have that moment where you think, yeah, this could work. Let's go for it. And if you don't plan for it, then how is your opposition going to counter-strat it? It's not possible.
Exactly. It's just not possible. And speaking of things not being possible, I mean, Rio, so many of those fights where Team Secret just seemed like, hey, we got the first pick, or even when Elix was able to get a good defib off, they weren't able to play off of it. Well, I want to ask you if you think that positioning is more important in these fights, or if it's just timing.
Ooh, that's a really good question because I really feel like it's both. I think that you can't have one without the other because, you can get lucky on positioning, but then unlucky on timing. And I think that they just kind of play with each other. I also feel like it's more, I want to say it might have been more time based as well for Nightmare because we've talked about this before off streams. And we know that NA plays a little more aggressive and that EU is just a little slower. Not in a bad way, it's just their play styles. And when you get a team like Nightmare, like they were on a roll. After that first win, you could just see the confidence built inside them, and they were like, okay, fast, aggressive, and that's what's going to work. And yeah, I think that I really stand behind what I said. It's positioning and timing, and they just seem to really be on top of both.
Combo of all three. That's something that both of these next teams coming up are good at. We've got Team Ed versus Team Alliance to polish out the rest of the upper semis. And for this, I am going to go out on a limb here and say that this is Alliance's time to show up and show off. How are we feeling about that, Waltz?
Honestly, I agree that if any EU team is going to pick off Team Ed, I think it's Alliance. I think they have the ability to show up big when they need to. They did fall down a lot when they went up against Team Secret in previous matchups, but Alliance to me plays similar to a lot of these NA teams. You have a lot of aggression coming in from them. Carnifex in particular loves to play around and really force these one-on-one fights that you see NA teams love to do. So while Ed is still just a dominant team, I think Alliance genuinely have a really strong chance here if any EU team does.
I think so as well. I mean, of course, we've got Young as their coach. Also announced yesterday some huge moves there and taking that NA brain, put it in an EU team. There's just something about it that makes it magical. We're going to see that come through here for Alliance. And we're going to start off on Bernal, then Fortune, then SYS. And as far as Bernal and, as far as Bernal goes, Waltz, I mean, let's just talk about the Pike. Let's continue talking about the Pike here on Bernal because, hey, it's Alliance. Hey, it's Pike time.
Yeah, gonna get some, gonna get a little treason action. Gonna see that.
Oh,
See
yeah.
that Pike. I expect to see Pike in all three of these matches. Honestly, I don't think he's gonna swap off. I think all three of these maps are ones you can make use of the Pike in a very strong way. But you're right, Bernal is probably the best one for it. If he's gonna have a map where he pops off, this is gonna be that map. And I worry for Ed a little bit when it comes specifically to just Normalize. If Normalize is unable to get those return kills, the medium, I feel like in a lot of these fights, when the medium goes down first, if you don't have those sometimes the defibs are bad, but it's not just the defibs, it's the extra goo, it's the extra jump pad, the DMAT that can maneuver your team around. The medium unlocks your ability to move as a team. And if Treason is able to get those picks off onto his counterpart, I think they are setting themselves up for success.
Awesome. All right, before we jump in real quick, Jerry, who you got taking this? You got Alliance?
I've got to go with EU. I'm going with Alliance.
All right, Rio, who you got?
Oh, Team Ed.
All right, Waltz?
All right.
Ooh, I'm gonna go Team Ed. I love Lamp. I support all of them. Normalize. It's a great team.
I'm going Alliance. My boy Young Man, get out there. Alrighty, but honestly, so excited to see this come through. I think you're right. It's all about that Pike. It's all going to be on just the individual performance, making sure they can get that timing to play into their strengths. See if they're going to be able to match that up. I was told we're jumping in there in just a moment. So, folks, I mean, everybody at home chatting, let's hear it. I'm seeing a lot of green. I'm seeing a lot of Alliance in that chat coming through. So,
yeah.
I mean, hey, we got a lot of support, gotta say.
Yeah, it's not surprising. I mean, they're a very popular org. And surprisingly as well, Team Ed, the only, as of right now, unsigned org in this kind of top four that we've rounded out so far with. But yeah, I can see them definitely picking up something big. It's on the horizon, I would bet. And yeah, I think you're right to say that if there's a team that can best them, it's Alliance.
Oof, those are some fighting words there, Jerry. But hey, we are not the ones that are going to fight. We're going to let these teams battle it out, and I am excited. It is the return of Bernal. We are seeing it every day or every map for some reason. Everybody wants to pick it the first map. So hey, I'm all for it and ready to get started.
You know, strangely enough, SYS HORIZON has been in every single broadcast map veto so far. But we've only seen it once on the stream because it's been the decider twice and we haven't got there. So again, SYS HORIZON is the decider on this series. Let's see if we get there though. Team Ed versus Alliance. Squaring up, Alliance on the right in pink, your EU side. Team Ed on the left in yellow, or orange rather. Your NA side for this matchup. Pick a side, let us know who you're supporting. We start things off here. The goo going out just to give Carney a bit of cover at range. He's already done a lot of damage to graduating rather. Normalize as well, taking a big load of damage, so they have to back off, and it feels like Alliance asserting their dominance so far, but no kills yet.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of damage that they were able to do already in the first battle, it seems like Alliance is ready to fight. Also, now watching Carnifex as he is just slow walking the way over to the vault. They know that they're there. They're trying to buy information and trying to not give anything away as well. Nice little unison bounce pad. Everybody goes to the rooftop. Immediately see that Pike in action, trying to spot somebody out. But sadly, Treason didn't connect with anybody there. Looks like now he is the last person remaining as he is getting swarmed by Team Ed, and that is the first wipe as they will take the vault.
That is unfortunate timing from Treason. Literally looked away the moment that both Graduating and Normalized jumped up into the air. I might have got my names wrong there. Either way, the core at the two of Team Ed making their engagement and taking down his teammates. It was a blink of an eye moment. So yeah, unfortunate for Alliance there. But they will look to strike back. Let's see what they spawn in. Fairly close. That's beneficial. They'll probably get 2 fights over this cash out if they're wise about it. But we have seen teams take a lot of time, particularly in EU, posturing and waiting for the perfect opportunity. Sometimes it can bite you in the behind. Lamp and Normalize, I believe, waiting underneath, looking to get that jump pad, and there it goes.
Yeah, they're immediately getting into the combat, ready to get some damage going. It looks like all of them went down. And what has happened is all just down to Carnifex. All of Team Ed is just staying strong. Nobody went down. A little healing infuser, and Team Alliance is wiped. What is happening,
the silver lining is that Alliance will get another go. All right,
yes.
They were ready for a slow fight. They were not ready for that. Team Ed just jumping right on top of them. The second jump pad engage that we've seen. Surely it can't work a third time.
Well, and look at how close Team Ed is playing on top of each other, basically. They are ready to just stop this. This cash out is halfway done. Palma running into it. They're ready to go as a team. Can Alliance get something going? We see that nice little bounce pad. The rest of them going there.
They didn't touch the ground.
Oh my god. All right. Artifacts down. They're going for the totem, and now another one is down. And they are just charging on it. This is the perfect opportunity for Team Ed to just jump in there and delete all of Alliance. It is that Team Ed is doing the perfect maneuver right now. They get one person down low or down and then just swarm. It is scary to be on the receiving side.
I think this might be against TOS. What are we watching? Alliance are getting destroyed. Left, right, and center. There's not even there's nothing in it. There's absolutely nothing. Look at the scoreboard. Look at it.
Oh no. All right, it's okay. It's okay. This is the start. Everybody's finding their footing. This is the warm up, as we say. You know, so I expect them to come in. You know, 0 kills just means all that more opportunity to grow and learn. But enough about that.
Ever the optimist trio. It's going to take more than optimism to bail Alliance out of this. Treason's already dead. Carnifex is maybe next. No, it's Palmer. It's just this is just a question of who's going to die in what order at this point. This is butcher. I have to rescind my my prediction. I think going into this map, I said, yeah, Alliance can do it. I will fall back on the fact that in my submitted predictions that we all did before the day started, I had Team Ed winning this. That was what my head said. My head went with Ed. My heart is with Alliance, but yeah, I think we can see which is winning right now.
Yeah, and you know, I got to note too that like there's got to be nerves involved. Like we talk about and getting signed with a big team and then playing in a match like this. It can't be easy. And, you know, sometimes Team Ed can do just what they're doing and get inside of another team's head just from the dominance perspective. And yeah, I think that Alliance can pivot. Remember, this is best of 3. So even if this first match isn't it's not over. So I am still very hopeful that Alliance is able to pull this off. But we're watching now as they get ready for their next approach. Nice little gateway in hand. Gateway went down, dome shield in hand, trying to drop this cash out, I would assume, but looking like everybody is just diving directly on them. Carnifex very low already, trying to buy himself a little bit of space, but all of Team Ed ready to just dive on it. Nice little winch pulls him out, but not enough. Normalize finally going down in that battle, but it's all for naught, because again, they all get wiped and we get some cat calls in there as well.
Lamp with the 3-peat there as well. And I'm seeing panic. I'm seeing panic in what are usually the cool, calm heads of Alliance. We got to see that from Palmer's perspective that time. Frantic winches, frantic RPGs. It just wasn't. It wasn't there. Something's up. I'd love to see it from maybe another player's perspective. Let's keep an eye on Team Ed this time and see what it is they're doing right, because it really is just such a tight performance from them. You can see the shots coming out early from graduating. Landing an aggressive glitch grenade, doesn't get anything there. That does tell him, though, that the team are close by. They've already swarmed the point, already sent out that dome. It's not going to give them any protection. They're just waiting for it to evaporate. About 40 seconds left on this point. Out goes a second glitch, and that will get its mark. Palmer, though, finds an entry kill onto Lamp. That could make a big difference. Normalize taken down, and now it's only graduating on the 1 versus 2 defense. Make that 1 versus 3 as that defib comes out. And suddenly, as we start paying attention to them, it feels as though they've got a way back into this game. Alliance, they do lose Palmer here. Graduating has to further himself from the action. They're going to take their time to get him back up, winch it into a safer spot. They just need to confirm this steal, Rio. Out goes that incredible glitch, and it does find That's 2 from graduating. He's done it. It's a 1 versus 3 clutch from graduating. How has he done that?
Oh my god, Jerry. Just while you were casting that, I was watching the positioning and just watching him go through that gateway and have the perfect vantage point for overhead on that cash out. And just, oh my god, Grad, what in the heck did we just watch? You single-handedly kited it and then got a 3-piece and won the match. That is, no joke, probably one of the best clips I've ever seen in Pro League.
All his stats were golden as well.
Yeah,
like,
all
I'm not saying Normalize and Lamp didn't have bad games by any stretch of the imagination, but that was something. Now, of course, we do have. Okay, let's start making excuses. Let's start making excuses for Alliance. All right,
Deal.
That was on NA servers.
Yep.
Bernal is arguably one of their worst maps. And I think now I think we can say inarguably one of their worst maps. That is proof to the fact.
Yes.
And graduating also just had a god game there. Like that's another excuse.
Yeah.
Alliance started to show signs of turning it round. There was a resurgence there. They won that engagement, but then graduating happened. So if they can take the momentum from that fight, just discard the mental I don't even know what you'd call it. Washness after that fight, because that's going to affect your comms, that's going to affect your mental. They have to reset here. They have to go in to Fortune Stadium with a completely fresh slate and say, look, we can win these fights. We just need to be tighter.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw them being really tight at the end, but what they didn't factor in was graduating to just have that perfect gateway and perfect little just vantage point over them. So what I would do if I was them is just target Grad, get him out of it, and then deal with the other two. We know that everybody on that team is a well-composed player, but seriously, when you have somebody that is having a day like today, you delete them, you target focus them, and as soon as they're out, that's when your strategy develops. So I don't know, I'm hopeful, but also at the same time, in my opinion, I do believe that Fortune Stadium is kind of close to Bernal. They have a lot of similarities, kind of the tightness of them as well. So I don't know if it's going to be a map thing. Is it just going to be a mental thing? What's your prediction, Jerry?
I'm looking at our kind of stats that we made, and while Fortune Stadium is similar to Bernal, it's much more similar to Seoul, which happens to be Team Ed's best map. They've never lost on it.
Ooh.
It's their best map overall. And of course, that is drawing from the season of cash outs as well, where Sol plays very, very differently to the rest of the season where you got 3v3s. But it's again, it's another mark in Team Ed's column of just how they've come into today and really seen it as like an opportunity to advertise themselves, right? They've seen they're the only unsigned team in this big, out of the big boys, and they're like, right, we're just going to destroy everything we come across, and then the best dogs have to sign us, right? It makes perfect sense.
Yeah, and just taking a second as well, like Waltz and I did interview Lamp recently on our podcast, and it was really cool to kind of get inside his head and learn how they were preparing for even this weekend. Just because they don't do a lot of VOD reviews, they really just kind of play. They focus on that team cohesion, and from that first map that we saw, that's what I saw. I saw some great just team cohesion, and it's such a it feels weird to kind of highlight that in the finals because that's what it's all about. How well can your team work together? But it's always cool when you see somebody that is basically a master class of that. They have figured something out. They have figured out their team work, and just kind of like having that is just super strong. So yeah, I love it. I am excited to see as we get ready on Fortune. But Jerry, we're going to Fortune Stadium, which I don't know if we've cast since I started doing this, but since we're going to Fortune, I have a little fortune for you. And your random fortune for today is you will forget something and it will work in your favor. So there you go, Jerry.
That's really not what a caster wants to hear going into a map. But I'm you know what? I forget things quite frequently, and so maybe it will. Yeah, I like that you've said your fortune spiel so many times that you're actively finding other things to do when we end up on Fortune Stadium. I like that bit. It's great. I dig it.
Yeah. Absolutely. All right, and we're getting started on my favorite map, and I can't wait to see these two teams get at it. Gateway already going off, trying to go directly for this vault, and we're going to see these two teams clash almost immediately.
Great position here taken up, and the Sky Drop comes out from Alliance. They do find the opening kill onto Graduating as well. He will not be a factor here. Looks like as well, Lamp being taken out for the count, and Treason and Palmer clean them up. All right, that's a bit more like it from Alliance. Maybe the server diff is going to come into play here. But either way, I think servers or not servers for Alliance, that fight being, I feel like that was far more convincing than that.
Yeah, and they are taking it over to B, which is one of the strongest cash out locations. As you can see, it's kind of isolated off to the side. They have to go across a bounce pad in a very exposed area, and it's just going to be an uphill or direct battle for all of them as Team Ed respawned and started their approach there. A gateway will be a good way to bring all of his teammates over to avoid that gap, but right now it is at a complete stall as it looks like Grad is just trying to make that bounce pad approach. He has a great little gateway, gonna bring everybody over, and I honestly think that Alliance might not have even seen that, but instead of going for the steal, they want to go directly for the kills. They want to bring it directly to Alliance and bring them out. Lots of bounce pad, everybody jumping around and having a good time out there as the gunplay gets started.
Yeah, lovely bouncy castle set up at the bottom, but they can't defend that castle. They have to try and get around the cash out, and that was the concern there for a moment. But I think Alliance, they backed themselves. They knew that they were near enough should they need to collapse on the point, and now they do as Normalize starts that steal. It is just a bait, though. Lamp getting close, finds that winch onto Treason, but Treason not taken out just yet. He will be topped back up by Carnifex, but the damage may have been done. Out comes the winch, though, from Lamp, and he takes out Palmer. Defense not working out so well for Alliance as they both go down real low here. Still, Team Ed have all three up. They can get that steal started.
Yeah, it's a perfect positioning. Carnifex needs to go out and get his teammates res back up, maybe even wait for the coin, but no, he decides to go for it. What is happening? He brings Lamp down. He is now in a 1 versus 2, but yeah, that's about what we expected. And they shoot the ground in celebration, but all of Team Ed is up. They lost one person in that battle, but hey, now they're going to get the cash. There's not going to be enough time, and we're going to turn our focus towards the next vault fight.
Yeah. Turns out Alliance couldn't get too excited about that one fight because it feels as though we're resumed normal service here. Team Ed once again on top. They have that cash out in their favor. They're only one cash out away now from booking their space in the upper bracket final alongside their compatriots in Nightmare. Will it be an all-NA upper bracket final?
Don't get me too excited, Jerry.
I can only get so excited, as a famous person once said. Oh no, that is not how you want to start your fight. Carnifex as well on very low HP, and he's not exposed, but yeah, they're going to have to wait for this coin. It's a free tap of the vault for Team Ed. Thankfully for Alliance, the coin back in won't cost them too much. Palmer back up. In fact, the body rezzed the long way by Carnifex.
Yeah, nice little vantage point by Trees, and if he can find somebody here, this would be a great opening to turn the battle just even a little bit, but instead they're able to get out of there. That gateway just gets so much distance and basically leaves them scratching their head. Yeah, oh
It's
boy,
tempting,
I know,
isn't
you
it?
can see them talking right now. They're doing it! They're going for it! They want to bring the battle to them. They go through the gateway and immediately start popping some shots off. They demat through the wall and are charging into it. They're looking for any opening that they can find, but they have not found anybody just yet. It seems like Team Ed has done a great job of just scattering. They are a little bit out of position, but boy, it is working in their favor. We see the two of them off to the left, ready to dive on that cash out, and then the third just a little bit off to the side, ready to pinch in as soon as something happens. Watching now as they demat themselves through, they are trying to find an opening, but immediately they fall directly into it, and Normalize gets the brunt of the first few shots.
From Alliance's perspective, really, Team Ed could have been anywhere there. So the fact that they haven't capitalized on finding Normalize, or maybe I speak too soon, as we see the chase down coming out from that 93R. Again, though, Normalize getting off scot-free. Just a bit of health to his name, but that is enough for the stall. Team Ed now scrambling. Their formation has been split a fair bit. There's some more shots coming out from Trees, and we know how good he is with this pike, but he hasn't been given the opportunity to shine so far. Diving on up, lands one shot again onto Lamp, but he's topped back up by his light. And now Treason taking the brunt of a beating himself. Can he find that target, though? There's all around him. Carnifex taken down by Normalize. And now it looks like Team Ed in the ascendancy on this defense. Alliance need to die quickly or win this fight quickly, and neither is happening as we see Treason just mounting the stairs, going for that res. Palmer already taken down in the distance. He's rezzing a light here into a 2 versus 3, and there's the damage. There is no respite for Alliance.
Finally, it looks like Normalize went down in that battle. This cash out is running down, and this might be the opportunity for Alliance to get in there. They are there. It looks like they're gooing it off. They're gonna go for a steal. They have to make this work, or it will not go in their favor. The goo is perfectly protecting him. They got it, but can they hold on? They have enough time to go for a direct steal back, and I'm not sure that Palma is anywhere near it. He coined in, but oh, that is so heartbreaking. Oh, Team Ed, you have done it. A wonderful performance in Alliance. Hate to say it, but boy, that was a little bit of a beating. And yeah, we'll see them in the bottom bracket. But boy, what a match there, Jerry.
Alliance are going to feel hard done by. Twice they lose cash outs that they had every right to win. And that's how they get sent down to the lower bracket. Really heartbreaking, but what a performance from Team Ed. 2-0-2-0, the most dominant performance we've seen today in any series. Not a single map loss.
Yeah.
And yeah, they'll be looking forward to that upper bracket final tomorrow, the best of 5 against Nightmare.
Well, and it's just so funny because, like, as we were preparing our notes for today, you know, we were talking about Team Ed, and it's like, they're great. You know, what can we say? They are a strong team that people are scared of. So if you ever needed to know why we say things like that, look at what we just saw. That is to not take away from anything that Alliance did. They tried. All 3 of them had strategies. What I'm trying to figure out in my head is really what went wrong. And, you know, maybe Artie, you might be the perfect person to get us started with that conversation.
I mean, hey, we've been talking about it all day. It's that NA playstyle versus the EU playstyle. And at the end of the day, it seemed like Alliance just was not prepared for the just aggression that Team Ed brought to the table. And not only that, but there were so many times where, Jerry, you said at the very end, Alliance had every reason to win so many of those cash outs. I mean, the last cash out on both of those maps were in Alliance's control pretty much until the very end, but losing just that one engagement, losing that one fight, or in the case of Bernal, not stealing when you had to cash out for like 20 seconds. And like, I do have to say though, I mean, even though that was pretty even kills across the board for Team Ed, this was Grad's match. This was Grad's showing of just everything. And Waltz, we were also talking a bit about Fortune Stadium, about the just insanity of the timing of some of those fights.
Oh, yeah. but to make sure that there's only one possible fight. They're so confident that they're going to win the 3v3 that when they take this fight, they slow it down and make sure that they only get a single fight. By the time or by the time Alliance respawn, there's no chance that they make it back in time. And those plays are it's just such a good realization that if they feel stronger in those gun matches, they don't need to try to make this fast.
Yeah, it's good macro control, it's good timing, but I mean, Jerry, there were also a lot of misplays. There was a lot of utility left on the table, and I mean, what was the biggest standout for you in that regard?
It felt like panic in some places. I said that at the very start of or like halfway through Bernal. There were moments where Alliance just didn't seem to have their heads on straight. You know, they weren't spending their utility the way they should. They were exposing themselves to angles that they will look back on and think, why did I go that way? That was just silly. You know, I've left my team. And simpler things as well, just landing your winches, landing your RPGs, landing your shots in general, getting those gateways to be as efficient as possible. There was just a slight dip in the basics, right? And the high standard that Alliance have set throughout the season. So they'll have to go into these next games, which will be up very shortly, with a much better mindset.
And I mean, Rio, all things considered, that first fight on Fortune Stadium, I mean, lest we forget that is in our favor, but our first fight on Fortune Stadium was Alliance just sort of aping and taking that aggression to them. Why did that fight in particular work out and then nothing else did?
It really seemed like the only time that they caught Team Ed slightly out of position or slightly just unprepared. And you could see that scramble happen on Team Ed as soon as one of them went down, and they just weren't able to recover, and then Alliance just kind of jumped on it. And Alliance did great in that situation, but you really got to capitalize on when Team Ed makes a mistake. And they're not making it.
It did feel like a lot of the time. It felt like a lot of the time graduating was there to bail them out as well. Like with the H plus infuser, so many times you thought, oh, like Lamp or Normalize, they're gonna get taken down here. They're being chased down by a lone pike, and they managed to regroup with their light and get those heals into their bodies, and then turn the fight on its head. It happened so many times, especially on Fortune, that Alliance would just take that bait, and then they'd have to, instead of winning a 1 versus 1 that they should have won, they're up against a 1 versus 2, and it's all different now all of a sudden.
I mean, that's what I've been saying since the beginning, is no matter what it happens with like the pike, where you have all this pressure, for NA, being able to have that positioning around the light where the light is able to take a slight angle, but still be in range of that H plus infuser. Every single fight, it felt like Grad knew how far away he was to be able to just infuse. And that same positioning was not there for Alliance. But Waltz, I mean, just coming back to just like the overall of today, do you think this sets up Team Ed for a generational run all the way through to the very end?
I think it does. I think I would not be surprised to see Ed in the grand finals at all. They clearly are incredibly locked down. As dominant as this performance was, though, I do think a lot of this comes down to Alliance maybe were in their heads a little bit. You know, I mean, Ed is an amazing team, and I think people expect them to be top 3 for sure. But Jerry made a really good point that they were there was panic in their approach. Like one of their early matches on Bernal, they dropped the pad down, they went for the dash pad play. They were 30 meters away from the cash out. There's no reason to go for a dash pad play. You're just jumping into the air. Immediately he gets picked off by Normalized by the pike. You know, like they're running these set plays and they're using their utility in ways that did not make sense for the moment. I think they overthought things potentially too much and had these ideas for what they needed to do. And so, like, when it comes down to it, I think Ed still have their hardest tests ahead of them.
100%. But I just want to say a big shout out to everybody in Twitch chat dropping subs earlier. Embark. Now it's Yoink. Yoink dropping 29 subs on the day. Amazing stuff, everybody. Martin as well earlier, 31 subs. Just insane love and support from everybody. A huge shout out to our beloved sponsor, Crash, aka Broxton, the PR chief officer of VIA. And just, this is an absolute pillar of the finals community. One of the biggest reasons that our prize pool is as it is. All of these teams going to be taking their slice of the pie if they can make it through the rest of this bracket today, of which it's been a very tough fight. But we'll have way more finals action for you coming up soon, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break.
Welcome back, everyone, to PHL Champs. We have more action coming in for you, joined by Artie, Jerry, and Rio for some more games. We're going to be moving into some of our lower round 2 here. We're going to have Retwist versus Saints 1 in just a moment, but there are some big updates. If you guys were watching along in the as the bracket there, you can see that some teams are no longer with us. Jerry, you want to walk us through these upsets a little bit?
Yeah, so I'm just dissecting it or digesting it myself right now. Envy, a big surprise there, being knocked down into the lower bracket by Nightmare, and then losing out to Retwist in that lower round 1, being knocked out entirely as Retwist progress. We see Pulsar take down 200 books, and that's saddening for me because I had 200 books as a dark horse that would make it all the way through, but your Pulsar fans will be happy about that, I suppose. And then Saints 1 taking out fourth party cash box. Fourth party cash box kind of serial lower bracket gauntlet runners, but it seems no more. So some people might have had that as an upset, but Saints 1's still in this. So that lower bracket is stacked with EU teams at the moment.
It's true, yeah. EU moving a lot further. I believe we have three series now. EU has taken out an NA team, which is big, but that does put us into Retwist versus Saints 1. So before we jump into that, obviously we talked about Saints 1 previously, but the match is getting started here. So Artie and Rio, take it away with Retwist versus Saints 1.
Rio, it's so good to jump back on the mic with you. I feel like it's been a while.
Yeah, it has been. I think last time might have been a Ruby Grind event. But with that said, we are here on beautiful Las Vegas as the teams are not moving. So we're gonna reset.
We yep, got a little bit of a rehost here, a little bit of a rehost situation. You know, when selecting those servers, sometimes it can be a little difficult.
Yeah, sometimes you get the server cluster that's a little further away. You know, there's servers in like kind of Siberia. There's servers over on like the west coast of NA. So we do what we can to help our teams out, but that does give us a little more time as we reset the lobby and we get teams back in.
Sorry, I just looked at chat. Who's coming at me? Why one of them bold? Yeah. What can I say? Melpan has hit me hard, age 25.
Helps with thinking is crazy. That's for the mods, bro. The calls come from inside of the house. Okay, you're crazy for that one.
Oh my gosh. Okay, well, Jerry, you clearly have the brains of the bunch. What does Retwist have to bring to this match?
A win. I need to get their roster up. So ask someone else, Rio. Well, sorry.
Right,
this has sent me. This has sent me. I'm clearly just broken.
Break down Retwist for me and what they need to do against Saints 1 here.
I mean, if it's anything to go by from Saints 1's performance, right, it's all kind of hinging on Mickey and someone getting the openings, getting the opportunity for the quick opening damage, and then being in a position to capitalize on it. And for Team Retwist, I think that they actually have that opportunity. They have the ability to do just that. But it's going to rely a lot on HD spawns being in that right timing, being in the right mindset, to be able to just take those engagements as they come to them. But obviously, again, NA versus EU, reactive versus proactive, it's anyone's game.
There's a lot on the line with this too, because only top 4 are in the money. We're in the lower round 2, so you have to win 2 more best of 3s to get there. Again, it's another one of these like the NA versus EU matchups, and it's been a lot more even. Real quick, let's go ahead and get some predictions here. I want to hear Rio. Retwist versus Saints 1, you think Saints 1 have it?
You know, I really enjoy Team Retwist. I mean, you know, we followed them for a while, and now that they're under this new name, so I'm going to root for them.
All right. Well, Jerry, before we get into it, one real quick prediction from you. Do we have Retwist or Saints 1?
I'm back in Saints 1. I think they step out of the shadow of last weekend's EU playoffs performance, and I think they make it maybe even to day 2. I don't know.
All right. Well, we'll have to see. Artie, take it away with Rio. Let us know who actually wins this as we get into Las Vegas.
Absolutely. It's Vegas time, and, well, you know, Rio, I'm a gambling man, but I do have my house on Saints 1. So, go ahead and see if it's going to happen.
Okay, those are some bold words and a lot of hope for Saints 1. And you know what? I am hopeful that you don't lose your house. But with that said, we're watching as the engagements are about to get started. Looks like Saint 1 got the first tap on the vault. APS turret still being used by Mickey, so it's an interesting play, and I'm curious to see if it works out for them. But there is a gateway as well. Mickey now trying to run a little bit away from it, maybe trying to find a jump on Team Retwist, but right now nobody has gone down just yet.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a little bit of a slow engagement here. I mean, now starting to pop off a bit. Mickey hitting that goo into his shins makes that look a little bit wild. But here we go. Llama opening up very nice. Opening pick. This is a very, very hot approach right now. Brendy being the first out on Team Retwist means that Saints 1 does still have that potential. But actually, no, there's no defibs. That's right, Mickey's not running defibs. So both these teams, same res potential right now. So that vault is down. Actually going to be Retwist that picks up the res first. Saints 1, they're going to yeet that vault away. Rio, this is a messy fight already.
Yeah, it's very out in the open. The vault is really exposed in probably one of the longest stretches of any map. But hey, it looks like Retwist have decided to go for it, but immediately looks like Llama's getting a lot of damage, but they're able to close that door right behind them. And it's going to force all of Saints 1 to reposition and get on top of them. But this will give Retwist plenty of opportunity to get that vault over there. And I say that as they are still getting beamed from above. But that's the cool thing about Vegas. You don't have to be outside for too long before you go into that nice AC'd room and get the vault plugged into B.
There it is. Is there AC in the virtual arena?
I hope so.
We'll find out. But let's see now. Retwist has a nice opportunity to just kite away after the plug. Saints 1, they're going to burst into this auditorium, but into the backside on the backstage. The back shots on the spawns goes down first. It's going to be Mickey up on the rooftop as well to match Brendy. But as the winch fight goes down, Llama finds himself victorious. But all that damage, Llama still able to survive, but someone in one bolt will be enough. That's going to be Saints 1 coming out on top to be able to get the res, get the steal. Might not be a lot of time. Check out that replay here. I mean, beautiful fight. Mickey with that positioning, though.
Yeah, I mean, I was really hopeful that Llama was able to get one more kill, but you know, with 1 bar of health, it is just not very lucky or very, likely to happen. So Retwist will lick their wounds. They'll come back in and get started one more time. They've got the approach here, a nice little bounce pad, but they immediately pick it back up. Maybe we're starting to see a little bit of a mess on their side. Doesn't seem like they have the perfect team cohesion just yet, but they go through that gateway and are ready to go for cash out B. They're all on top. It looks like they're trying to do some ice fishing to find anybody and deal some damage. But Brendy now spotting anybody out that he can. But really, everybody on Team Saints 1 is way over there.
Have we referenced the fact that he's on model? I didn't.
Oh my God!
Yeah, that out. New buff with that 1 extra shell. Let's see if it's gonna be enough. The steal coming through, but the glitch will stop them out just in time. Looks like Saints 1, they're gonna be poking from afar. Still not necessarily committing, just as well as Retwist has not yet committed to the steal. But big damage up on top of Saints 1. They pop the bubble. They pop Brendy and Llama. He gets the steal, but he's gonna take his life away for it. Spawn's gonna be diving in now from the top ropes, but just enough time on the stealer of Saints 1 to still keep it in control. For Team Retwist, Llama being out of that fight just to go for that steal proved to be a very inefficient method to winning.
Yep, when you get down to just that last person in the last few seconds, just diving directly on it, you know that the enemy team is there and just body blocking and just blocking all of that damage. And that's exactly what we saw. This is such a better performance from Saints 1 than we saw earlier today. I am loving it. This is the Saints 1 that I know. And going against such a well-known team as Team Retwist, heck yeah, I am enjoying this and I am very excited to see if they're able to hold on to this momentum.
Hopefully, they should be able to. You see now Saints 1, nice opening out of that vault. Very much uncontested here, but this could definitely be into Retwist's favor, given the fact that from that height, they have the opportunity to go either A or C. They do know this vault is committed to A by now, so Retwist from the very top will be retaining that height as this cash out gets dropped down off the rooftops. See what's going to happen now. Retwist looking for their opportunity of engagement. Someone piercing from the sidelines there, out in the alleyway. Might get spotted out here by Retwist, but seems like they've refocused their efforts inside. But Spawns gets the shots onto someone. That's gotta hurt for Saints 1. Steal gonna be coming to fruition now. Already done. Saints 1 now on the recombine to see Spawns, Llama, Brendy taking tons of damage. Spawns can clap back though. Mickey's out a million, just 3 bars. Oh, but he gets one, but that's gonna be Retwist taking the fight.
Oh man, that 93R in the right hands is lethal, and you're going to see exactly why. He's got some great distance on it and is just able to deal that damage away from everybody else and just chase in there, gets Mickey down. That 93R is amazing. Gets that second kill there as well. It is just the perfect light weapon for those medium to close range fights, and it's really fun to see. So we're going to watch as the cash out is ticking down halfway there. Saints 1 are come back in, and they're going to have at least one fight. But looking at the positioning right now from Team Retwist, they're very close together. We see some goo in their hands as well, and they are one floor above it. So they have plenty of opportunities to stop it in any way that they can. But right now we're watching as it seems like the bait is going on, but there's an APS turret directly on it. They pull off of it, but this cash out is running down. Just a little less than a fourth remaining, and Team Retwist Spawns goes down almost immediately. Brady taking some damage, but they do get a nice little res off. Saints 1 now trying to scramble to go for the steal. They do get Brendy down in this battle, but 2 people remaining. This will be enough time for them to hold on for just a little bit longer. Here comes the steal. They need to stop them. That APS turret does block some damage. It is all on Llama, but no, he can't stop it as Team Retwist have it stolen right out from underneath them, and they are getting wiped, and that is the map as well.
Wow. What an insane set there. I mean, this is why Mickey has decided to run that APS. No opportunity for that goo to hit, no opportunity for the glitch to hit. Means that you have every bit of util that you need to get that stall out. And I mean, with that final steal, I was so worried. At the very last engagement, the fact that Brendy was able to get involved and get that defib, and Spawns got away, I thought that could have been the moment where
Yeah.
maybe Saints 1 can't get it, but Spawns just a little bit too early on the re-engage, and especially when it comes to stalling out the steal, just didn't get that timing quite right. For Saints 1, this was a very convincing win.
Yeah, a very convincing win indeed. And honestly, as I said earlier, this is the Saints one that I expected. So I'm wondering if maybe this is their first match. They were just kind of not into the flow just yet, because all of these players are such high level players that, yeah, that's the gameplay that I expect. And we finally got. But on the opposite side, I was very surprised to see Team Retwist struggling as much as they did, because it didn't seem clean. If any team was going to go to 3 cash outs for all the maps, I thought it would be this one. So I'm a little puzzled right now.
Same. I mean, it's just one of those situations where every single fight in the sandbox is different, has the
Yeah.
opportunity to go any which way. And I think that for these particular cash outs, there's a reason Saints 1 decided to commit to A. We saw them kind of really, really figure out, okay, do we just go over to cash out C? Do we just, take it back already? But I think that knowing that there's no way for that height to actually matter in that fight and that engagement, and being able to play with the alleyway, with the garage. It didn't work out at first for Saints 1, don't get me wrong, but it absolutely paid dividends on the retake.
Yeah, absolutely. And do you think that it's going to be maybe more map dependent? Do you think that we'll see kind of a change up on the next map? Or do you think that this is just the way that Saints 1 is playing against Team Retwist?
I gotta say, I think that it is going to be a little bit map dependent because
Me
Retwist
too.
has struggled on Vegas traditionally, right? And as far
Mhm,
as figuring out NA versus EU ping, who's to
mhm.
say? But for now, I mean, Saints 1, they're definitely looking like they have figured out exactly how to make this util work for them. Although, again, at the very beginning, when it was the battle in that street, and it was actually Retwist who lost their medium, they were able to get that revive really quickly, get
Mhm.
that reset. Saints 1 not running that defib still has shown a little bit time and time again that it does bite them in the butt. So I'm curious to see if that, like, on a different map where those engagements could be a little bit faster, a little bit burstier. Maybe, who's to say?
Yeah, I think that we will find out. And I know that we keep highlighting that like not using a defib is just really an interesting choice. And I don't know that it is. I don't know if it's the proper choice. But hey, we're gonna see how this all plays out on Naomi Citadel as we get started on this next map. I do quite love this map. I think that there's a lot of opportunities for some nice rooftop battles and just kind of open areas. So it will be kind of maybe the playing grounds for Saints 1, but hey, I am still rooting for Retwist to come back and show us what they got.
Oh yeah, big excited for Nozomi. It's honestly like just the best map that has ever been released.
Yeah.
And I at the very beginning I was like, oh, you know, it's a map. It has like, just feel good about it because it's new. No, this map has the best flow. It has the best pacing. It has the best sandbox potential. We're gonna be seeing Saints 1 right now, setting up to the sidelines here and just looking to catch Retwist off guard.
Absolutely, and the battle is already starting just from these two locations. Lots of distance between these two, so I'm kind of surprised that there is this much room. But there's going to be a gateway, and watch all of Retwist get the heck out of there. But immediately, it seems like Saints 1 know it, and they want to dive directly onto it. The battle is just getting started, and RPG goes down, bringing Llama down almost immediately. That is going to be detrimental for Team Retwist, as we see some smoke going off on the point. I think Saints 1 are going to try and steal this almost immediately, and this is a great play for them to do it because they have every opportunity right now. There is the steal. Nobody is near it. Brindy is at half health. Spawns is running around trying to stop it, but he is not near it, and they're going to have to regroup for this next battle.
Yeah, I mean, the steal and peel method, right? Emilian was sticking it, and someone just had to make sure that, hey, Spawns and Brendy, they could stop this, but not if they're looking at me and not the steal. So as someone just peeled away, everybody was looking at them. Crosshairs removed from the enemy. That's going to be a W engagement. So look now at Team Retwist jumping into this. They're going to take height and just clear down floor by floor. They know that in that basement is where it's just going to be messy. So as long as they're not going to get jumped in on first, it's going to be a little bit easier. Here we go, diving in. Glitch Grenade finally going to be able to connect. No dome for Emilian. Could be detrimental, but we're going to see, hopefully, Llama finds opportunity with that RPG. APS taken away means that RPG has a chance to hit now. See what's going to happen as Saints 1, they've jumped back up to the top there, trading height. Retwist now underneath. Saints 1 still haven't found the opening opportunity yet. This engagement, this is just kiting central. Everybody's kiting to the side there. Spawns gets early opening damage onto Emilian, but not enough to really make an impact. Spawns now over to the sidelines. We see Retwist trying to hit on the point there. The dome, not going to find a lot of use, but as that C4 and RPG combo does damage, that's going to be Team Retwist falling out of fashion.
Oh, that's heartbreaking. Team Retwist did that so sloppy. They just kind of dived in there and just got cleaned up by Team Saints 1. Just wild to see. Look at this. They even got stuck in the corner, and there goes Llama. They have this cash out, and it might all come down to this last cash out, Artie. We have one more before Saints 1 might take this entire series 2-0.
And mind you, chat, this is Team Retwist, the team that took out Envy on map 3 in the lower round 1. So Saints 1 is doing some pretty great work right now, to say the least. But for Team Retwist, it's not over till it's over. Brandy gonna be able to get healed up entirely. Nixon spawns in that H+ diffuser, but as Llama gets chunked away, Brandy will as well. And no more H+ for either team. That means the Llama goes down first. Brandy, though, has the paddles. Gonna be able to use them to res the team up. For someone being the last player standing on Saints 1, he's gonna either have to go for the early wipe, which he does. That's gonna be the play.
Yeah, that makes sense. Just get the wipe in this battle. I mean, no point in waiting for your teams to come back in. Oh my god, let's look at that scoreboard, because this is Mickey's game, apparently. This is it. It's just he's just playing and everybody else is watching. And
I did not clock that this whole time.
He is ready, man. And you know what? No surprise for me, because Mickey is a very determined player. So this is fully what I expected to see from him today. Nice little bounce pad setup. Get that light player way out there. Get the gateway and move over immediately. They're going to have a chance to dive directly on this cash out. Looks like they're one floor below, so maybe they go for a drop. But they're also trying to find any information. Look for any spot for where Team Retwist could be setting up for. But they are decided to just go in, guns blazing, breaking down the walls. Here's the drop, and they're going to get ready for the battle.
Absolutely, trying to just take out any bit of util that still might be left on that, but off meta Mickey, FCAR APS going absolutely crazy. See what he's gonna pull out now. They drop the cash out all the way to the bottom, gonna pop that C4, no opportunity for that stall with the util, but they want to trade height still before they commit to the steal. They know that Spawns is gonna be looking, scouting for somebody, someone as well, gonna be scouting to the side. They've cleared out all their angles, they know where the engagement could be coming from, but Spawns, unsighted, unspotted, unseen. Here we go, Llama finally caught out there. Million gonna be diving through. The RPG's gonna connect. There's the dome, the winch, not gonna quite hit, but Mickey finds Spawns with that F-car. Absolutely insane. That's gonna give them just enough time now, knowing that Brandy is gonna be going for that trophy. They can hit this steal at the perfect opportunity. They have a way to leave immediately, and Brandy still has not found that trophy just yet. You have the pike in hand. Let's see what's going to happen now as the full team resets. Mickey takes some damage, Rio.
Yep, it is all coming down to this. This cash out is running down. We have a fourth of it left. Mickey is low as well, so that's not going to bode well for them. The steal is going off. Everybody's trying to stop it, but I think that Retwist have done it. Now they just have to hold on for a few more seconds, and they will get this cash as Saints 1 is wiped. This is the battle that I expected. We are finally getting a good matchup. I am excited.
Absolutely. Shout out to the raid from Jinko here, right in the middle of the action. Look at all this beautiful stuff going on. We're going to be going all the way to cash out 3 here. Remember, Team Retwist, they took out Envy. They have a good shot at taking out Saints 1, bringing us into map 3. But they're going to have to win this vault fight first. And honestly, I wasn't expecting the F-car to hit this hard, Rio, but Mickey's making it look convincing.
Yeah, I mean, are we going to see a resurgence of the F-car? Because basically it's just FAMAS and Pike. So I am loving this mix-up, and I love how hard it is hitting, like you said. He's immediately on somebody, trying to get Brindy down. He gets him down to half health, but God, he is on a warpath. He brings down Brindy and immediately deals some more damage to the rest of them. Spawns at half health, and Llama low too. This is insane as he is just cleaning up. What is going on? Mickey the God right now. Citadel is his map, apparently.
Absolutely crazy. Let's check out this replay. I mean, look at that. Every single time that he had to reload, it was within the perfect time to. Look at how he just takes cover, reloads, engages. This is how you want to play an FPS. This is just taking it back to the basics. We're just watching a dude use an F-card and trophy system in the finals, and it's working!
Oh, I love it, though. I mean, come on, it's the F-card. This is what dominated the early scene, and I love to see it again. Vault is getting plugged into Cash Out A. This Cash Out has been started. It is in the hands of Saints 1. This is their opportunity to end this battle and send Team Retwist back to the ground and lick their wounds to fight another day. Seeing the dome shield go off, it seems like Retwist want to go for it. It is a very exposed Cash Out. Looks like they glitched it and were able to get it to stop. It is now fully in control of Team Retwist. They are hunting them down. Mickey able to get away with just a sliver of HP.
That was insane as the glitch prevented Llama from using the winch. That was one of the best timed glitch grenades I've ever seen. This is looking so good. It's all going to come down to this. We've got one more team fight remaining between Team Retwist and Saints 1. If Saints 1 clutches up, no need for the map 3. We're going to be going straight to the lower quarters. But for now, to see if Team Retwist gets a good engagement. But look at how split Saints 1 are playing. Right now, it's going to be Mickey and a Million still playing in that core. Someone does have a good angle to get everybody healed back up should they need to. They're going to need to. Mickey will be able to come back to full HP. Right now, Retwist, they're making their entry.
Yep, here it comes. They're going to go for it. Team Retwist has to go for the steal. We got about a third left on this Cash Out. Cash Out is in one of the most exposed destinations of the entire map in that pool area. Nice little winch claw getting pulled out. Everybody is just dying left and right. Only 2 people remaining on Saints 1. They have no defibs. This is the opportunity for Team Retwist. They're going for the steal. There's goo everywhere. They've got it, and now they just have to hold on for about 15 seconds as all of Saints 1 have been wiped. And Artie, we're going to see on map number 3.
We're going to map 3, and I mean, hey, Retwist might have won this, but that had absolutely nothing to do with the weapons of choice. Mickey, I think, has single-handedly brought the F-car back to relevancy.
Yes.
I Like this is just the most insane thing that I've ever seen. Is after about 2.5 weeks, 3-4 weeks of playoffs where we had nobody utilizing
Mm.
the FCAR at all. And now it's here. Like FCAR is just dominating. I mean, still though, a huge performance. We'll still talk about, of course, Retwist, because an absolutely decisive win by Retwist there, having the opportunity to get those steals when they matter most, having the opportunity to mitigate what's going on. Where hey, they're eating all of our glitch grenades, they're eating all of our RPG, they're eating all of our goos with that APS. They take the time to burn out Saints One's util, and then they engage. And that's the secret sauce that actually allowed them to get that win.
Yeah, no, I saw exactly that. We saw them trying to target the APS turret, got it down, and then they made their approach. So you're absolutely correct, and it did work for them. I'm shocked. I think that was I hate to say this, but I feel like that was luck right at there at the end, because everything that Saints One did in that entire map felt like perfect. It felt like they were really on top of it. It felt like it was their map. And yeah, we're going to map number 3. Do you know what map number 3 will be, Artie?
I have it somewhere here. Gonna be
Sis?
listening in. It's gonna be SYS HORIZON, says it actually right down at the bottom while we were playing the game. But I was too focused on the game. I was too focused on the FCON
I
to
know.
read what maps we're going to. But yeah, we're gonna be going to SYS HORIZON there for the last map. And honestly, this might
Mm.
be a map where I might not be convinced of the FCAR's efficiency. I think that
Oh.
on SYS HORIZON, this could really be the moment where we do see the Pike genuinely make a difference. Although, again, I could be proven wrong because 10 minutes ago, I would have said the exact same thing about Nozomi Citadel. But here we are, right? Hindsight is 2020. But let's go ahead and see what these teams have cooking. If Mickey is going to be committing to off-meta Mickey. And, well, Rio, about to jump in the action.
Heck yeah, I love SYS Horizon. It is one of the best battlegrounds for teams like this. They have played it, the strategies are wild, and these teams are going to give us quite a show. Looks like they're making their approach towards Vault number 1. I am very curious to see what Mickey is running. Looks like there's still a 93R in the hands of Spawns. Lots of glitch grenades going off. Didn't really connect on anybody just yet, but it seems like everybody's just trying to fish for a little bit of damage. Both teams pretty split up, so I'm a little surprised that they aren't kind of staying grouped together. But hey, if that's their strategy, let them run with it, bringing that APS turret back up and trying to maybe go and tap this vault. But again, both teams are just on top of each other. I think that they know, they feel the weight of what this batch means, and nobody wants to screw this up.
Absolutely. And check this out. Good positioning. Everybody making sure that every angle is covered. Nobody's going to be able to enter this room without being spotted out. And, well, for Saints 1, they've done it. They've spotted them out. Now play on that, right? So Retwist, they're going to be moving around. Looks like they're rotating to take this pinch from the other side. Mickey decides that this wait has been long enough. They're going to proc the vault. See now, as Llama starts this engagement, Mickey doing his best to stay out of winch range. Absolutely vital here. Emilian going to be looking to do the opposite. Try to get that winch onto Llama early. The winches, the domes, the glitches, they're all going to fall through. And Llama does manage to get some extra damage. Spawns, chunks out Mickey. It's going to be traded out to Llama here. Someone goes out as well. We're just down to Emilian. And that's going to be a 1-1. But Brendy still up. That's Retwist winning that first engagement, Rio.
Oh my god, that was just the first fight. It all just clashed, and like you said, there was glitch grenades, dome shields, nades, everything just popping off. We're getting a nice little replay. Maybe not, because this is a PowerPoint slideshow presentation.
If we look on slide 3, you'll see the exact moment that Mickey missed a shot that was crucial, right? I mean, that was intentional. It was intentional.
Oh, I love it though. Watching the setup now, Brindy running that Pike, as we said, it was a great pick for this map, but someone immediately brings down Llama. It looks like the battle is going on right outside of all of us going on, but now moving over to it, it is all on Brindy. He's the last person remaining trying to stay in control of this cash out, but boy, I would maybe just get wiped at this point. Reset so that you can get your team back in there.
I mean, they're opting to use the coins here. You see, he's not sprinting. He's walking away. That's intentional. Make sure that he's not given too many audio cues here. Waiting for the team to coin in. And at this point, we're going to see Llama be able to coin. Spawn's going to coin too. Looks like it's a very opportune one as well. So that respawn will bring the team in for just enough time for another engagement. The question is, do they engage from the alley or do they engage from the top of workspace? We're going to be seeing them slowly work their way over to the side here, Rio.
Yeah, watching this approach, they're definitely trying to go almost directly at it, but we can see the Saints one are right below it, so they're going to try and drop this, they're going to try and install it, and this cash out is running out. We are more than halfway there, so the time is ticking down. Some nice little goo grenades, goo barrel in the hands of Llama. Not sure what he's wanting to do with that. We see some D-mats trying to poke some holes. Nobody's started this engagement yet, but there it goes. Nice little winch claw. Sadly, it missed, but the RPG did connect. The rest of them are chasing each other down. Llama trying to get that kill. It is important that he brings one of them down, but he can't seem to get it. Emilian finally goes down in that battle. All of Saints 1 are down to just one person as Mickey gets some good damage off on Brendy, brings him down to just a sliver of HP, but I'm not sure this is going to go in Saints 1 favor as it seems like they're all good and crashed around, but Mickey's still getting kills and finally goes down. Team Retwist will get this cash, get the steal, and they got the wipe as well on Saints 1.
That's so unfortunate. Mickey actually would have been able to get that stall out if the cash out hit the jump pad, but as you can see, landed just behind it. But yeah, I mean, early on in that fight, Emilian took so much damage, but someone was not on the correct angle to be able to use that H+ infuser. And again, this is one of the key differences between NA and EU, where NA puts so much pressure on that. We saw in that engagement how it really made a difference, where Retwist were able to get Llama and Brendy healed back up when it mattered. This time around for Saints 1, they're going to have to lock in and make sure that this vault fight is going to go their way. They need that extra setup time, but for now, Retwist, they're up one floor above, but that's, a ceiling will stop Saints 1 from actually making that hit up. Unfortunately, H+ infuser, glitch grenade, both not going to connect when they need to. And once again, Saints 1 is reduced to just someone being alive while Retwist gets the reset.
Yeah, someone has one of the top aims, I think, in this game, but it is sad when you're the last person remaining. You just can't take on 3 people like that. He might have great positioning, but yeah, it is just a light versus an entire team. It's never going to go that way, so he did make the right call. They got wiped, but it is just a vault fight. I'm amazed, Artie, at how impressive these vault fights are. In other games today, we have just seen the vault fights be nothing. They just take the vault, they run with it, but no, these teams are battling it out for dominance of the vault first because they know that whoever plugs it has that little bit of advantage, and that is what we're battling against, the tiniest advantage to see who can take this entire series.
100%. I mean, looking at this right now with Team Retwist, they are kiting off to the side there, and Saints 1, they drop the point in order to make sure that Retwist comes in and peeks them, and they do. But in that check, Brendy gonna get a lot of damage dealt, but equally healed back up. Emilian cannot be healed the same way, but we're gonna be seeing the trades come through in the favor of Retwist as Llama just manages to use that SA-1216 so perfectly.
Yeah, and I hate to say it, but I don't think that the F-car is working for Mickey. I think that it was not the right choice. I think that even the FAMAS or maybe even another Pike would have been good, but it's just we're not seeing the performance that we did on the last map, and you know what? This is maybe why it's fallen a little out of favor. But with that said, all of Saints 1 have respawned. It could all come down to this, Artie. One more battle, maybe 2, but we're about to see what happens.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is one straight team fight left. We'll see what happens with Mickey. Looks like he's going to be putting down a jump pad, see if someone gates them out. No need for the gate. They're just going to go straight in. RPG in hand. Emilian needs to find that opening damage. The entirety of Team Retwist, they're hiding in the museum over to the left-hand side. Emilian has the dome. APS is here as well. Dome not going to be committed. Instead, the goo will. RPG going to be eaten by the APS, but Emilian's RPG connects. That's going to be spawned, taken away. No more H+ infuser, but no more time as well. Brendy going to get taken away, but Mickey is down 2. Just down to Llama here on the side of Team Retwist. Someone can't deal enough damage. The steal is committed. Wait, Saints 1 got the steal. Is there enough time? Oh my goodness.
Oh, we're going to it. One more cash out. I can't believe it. There was a sliver of a second left for Team Retwist to steal that. I'm speechless. It's my job to talk and I'm speechless, but I am excited beyond all else because we get to see one more fight at least.
Emilian and Llama just locked eyes there. That was the most aura I've ever seen during a steal, as that SA-1216 took just a little too long to rechamber. absolutely crazy. As Saints 1 gonna start this next engagement up from high and Team Retwist, well, they're already trying to figure out what to do next.
Yeah, I couldn't have asked for anything better. These are two top-tier teams, and you can see why. They are just going back and forth. These battles are intense. Watching now as some Brindy is getting some shots off with the pike, but really not enough damage to really make anything happen. There is that APS turret. It does not drop those red barrels, but now they drop the entire APS. Bring that down, and everybody is just blowing stuff up left and right. They are trying to get into this combat, but there is some good distance between the teams. Finally, Mickey gets a nice little kill, but can he follow it up with a second one? Brindy taking some damage. Llama dead in the battle, and is all on Brindy as he wants to try and go for a res, but is in the middle of everybody. Gets one kill, but not enough to bring down Emilian. And they're going to get the res and get set up and get this vault in their hands.
I gotta say, as far as these engagements go, this is the first time that Saints 1 has actually won an engagement that close. So that's a pretty big shout for Saints 1 there. Very convincing on this. But as that vault gets gated over to the other side, we see both of the remaining cash outs appear to be, I believe that's campus side. And we'll see if they try to go over to C, which does seem to be more opportune cash here. But Retwist does spawn closer to C, so this gamble might not pay off. So good beef. Someone spots them out, which he does. Early damage on his spawns. They are still committed to C, though. They're going to get the plug. Will they winch it away or hold that winch for the engagement? Time will tell. For now, Spawns gets his HP back, but immediately Brandy loses his, Rio.
Yeah, and this is such a good cash out because you can drop it multiple layers, and there's even this one spot right here where we're watching someone in right now that it can drop down into, and it's kind of a little bit more protected. Watching now as Saints 1 is trying to play the kite game, they want to just run this down as much as they can. Good little gateway, but a steal is being attempted by Team Retwist. They got to dive on it directly, but this is the problem. They were so far away, just let Retwist grab it right from underneath them. Now they need to go for it. Everybody's here directly on this rooftop. They want to make something happen, but someone very low had to get out of there. Just on one bar, has to wait for his health to res back up. But this cash out is running down. They're able to drop it down. It is maybe halfway there. The time is now to get some kills on the board. Change this into your favor. But man, everything is just slowing down, Artie.
100%. I mean, right now as well, Retwist knows that Saints 1 could just get a crazy steal, even if it doesn't make sense. So, Retwist, they're kiting, but they are staying close to the point. Mickey going to be sitting in this, committing on it. As that DMAT closes back up, we're going to see now Retwist getting a little bit closer. They're in the amphitheater, but Saints 1, they're going to try to recombine efforts. That's going to be Retwist trading height up to the top there. Kiting has gone on long enough. Mickey going to be committing to this now, but with the dome, Glitch is going to hit, and that's all of Retwist about to dive in. Saints want to control the cash out now, but here comes Llama and Brendy. RPG going to be able to do quite a bit as Mickey gets chunked away. That's going to be Spawns now, eating bullets from Emilian. Someone and Emilian going to be looking to kite around, stay alive, and play for the timing, but if someone goes down, it comes down to this. We need to see Emilian in a good spot. The RPG, it's going to be hitting the stall with the C4. It hits. Brandy still holds on. He's going to be able to take one, but the steal is going to come through. It's Team Retwist who comes and takes map 3, cash out 3. What a game.
Yeah, that was amazing finals action. I am so happy that we got to show a match like this to all of you viewers out there, because my God, this is what I hope for. When I come to cast these games, this is exactly it. This was tight, this was tense. The amount of steals, the amount of back and forth, the team plays, the manipulation, just everything. I love it. You are not gonna wipe this smile off my face for the rest of these matches, because dang, that was fun.
That was crazy. I mean, that second cash out where Emilian is just holding the steal, staring straight down Llama's barrel. I mean, I hit a blood pressure PR and I'm not even playing. So, I mean, I'm just so happy to see this stuff happen. But even in the face of that, Team Retwist, they were able to come and do it. And how much, like, how cinematic is it that happened with also a last second steal by Retwist?
Yeah.
So like it all just comes together in a nice little tight wrapped up bow. But let's bring in our hosts and analysts to come back through, come into the desk, and oh my God.
That is a perfect summation of what we just saw. I know Jerry's jaw is on the floor, mine is a little bit as well. Chaotic. It looked like Saints One just had that, and then everything went out the window. Jerry, can you sum that up at all? What do you have for us?
Unfortunately, no. It's my job to at this point, But there just wasn't a consistent thread throughout any of that. There was so many. We were talking so much behind the scenes about everything that was going on. It never felt like there was a consistent thread at any point. We had so many things going on at once. Mickey, perhaps one of the standout things, bringing that F car in and how that changed the dynamic. We saw rounds and maps where teams grouping up, particularly Nozomi, that felt like the play. But then the cash outs didn't go the way that you'd expect them to. And it was just chaos. It was raw finals energy throughout the whole series. And yeah, it was entertaining, but I cannot begin to analyze that. Sorry, Walt. Sorry, people at home. I give up. That was crazy.
It was, I mean, it was 100% just back and forth. It felt like it was all over the place, but it started out with a insanely dominant performance from Saints One. I mean, like, it looked like we were about to go into a quick 2-0. Artie, what did Retwist start doing right?
I mean, I gotta say, I really think that this is it's a very nuanced matchup because as far as everything goes, Mickey on the F car absolutely had more impact than the Pike, and I was surprised to see that. But it's someone in a million. It is honestly the rest of that team that didn't show up in the same way as consistently. They did show up, mind you. I mean, we brought it all the way to map 3. We brought it all the way to cash out 3. It was close as heck. But as far as getting down to it, we didn't see as much H plus infuser action coming out of Saints 1. We saw Team Retwist, Spawns was able to make sure that that H plus infuser was dumped into the teammates every opportunity that it had. And I mean, I will say that Mickey also had some insane impact with that APS. There was a lot of RPGs, domes, goos that were eaten, even glitches. But
glitch at the end, yeah. Huge one. Yeah, sorry, Arnie. That moment, that was the standout APS moment. It almost won Sense won the whole game, but yeah, it's such an interesting development that they've tried to go on with here, taking out that defib. You know, I wouldn't have expected any team to make it as far as they have. They've been the most meta-defying team so far, I think. Waltz, if you'd agree, I don't know.
No, I mean, I definitely agree. It got them this far. And unfortunately, it didn't quite work out. I mean, it's a game of inches, right? Like there were so many moments where a player is 1 health away from death, or you know the APS just barely eats that glitch and they get away with it, or you know that last moment when they're able to just pull off a steal. There were so many moments that define this series that did make it a game of inches, but Retwist were able to pull away. They did take this game, and so that means that they're closer. They're in our lower quarterfinals. There are still 2 spots left in the Final Four. So we do have and we can take kind of a look at our bracket and just kind of see where things are looking, because we have another match that's going to be coming up real soon that we can see here. Alliance waiting in the lower quarterfinals. We saw Alliance. They got handled by Ed. But Ed is a good team. Rio, as we look towards Retwist versus Alliance, do you think that Alliance are going to be in a stronger position, or does their thrashing by Ed give them a difficult position to be in?
Ooh, that's really hard to say. I want to just root for Retwist just because of how well they performed in that last series, the last group. And honestly, Alliance, I just haven't seen them perform in the way that I expect yet. So I think that this is going to be Retwist, but hey, I love an upset, and I want to see Alliance pop off. I mean, it's such a big name. All of the players on there are wonderful players, and yeah, I honestly feel like that's probably going to be a matchup like we just saw. So yeah, I have no real prediction other than maybe just my heart is kind of hoping for Retwist.
You know, I do love me a little bit of Retwist action. Some of my favorite players for sure. But that does mean, actually, because as we look towards this, we're still waiting on the finish between Pulsar and Apes. So if Pulsar win this, we are guaranteed at least one European team in the Final Four. It's going to be Pulsar versus Team Secret. Of course, you know, the Battle of the Brothers once again could be legendary. Of course. And then Retwist versus Alliance, we could have 2 European teams in the Final Four. Jerry, how excited does that make you?
Don't tempt me, because at the moment we could have 2 or we could have 0, right? If Retwist win their game, and if Apes manage to beat both Pulsar and Team Secret, then we end up with none in day 2, and it's a repeat of last season. So I'm holding out hope that we will see European teams in the lower semi at the very least. But yeah, I don't want to get ahead of myself. I've been hurt in the past, Waltz. I don't want to get hurt again.
You got to open your heart to get hurt, Jerry. So there has to be, you have to let someone in every now and then.
I won't do it.
EU teams in. Let
Never.
them make it to Final Four. But we do have the map pans moving. So as soon as we can, we're going to be getting those put together. And I want to put that question to you, Artie, is as you look towards map pans, we've seen a lot of games now from Alliance. This is the first game we've seen from Retwist. So if you're Alliance here, you just had a bit of a rough match. You've had some time to reset, though. Hopefully they've been staying warm and scrimming on the back end while they prepare for this matchup. What are you looking and thinking about as you look towards these maps? Is there anything you really want to avoid?
I mean, given how Bernal went last time for Alliance, I do not want to see them pick that. That map needs to be sent to the absolute edge of the abyss, because for Alliance, they need to rely on what's good, which sounds like on paper, hey, let's put our best Pike player on the best opportunity to make stuff work. But I think that they need to play more into Carnifex wherever he is more comfortable. And I think that for Alliance, if they're going to be able to get into a situation where they could get like a Soul going, or they could get a Monaco going, or they could get a SYS HORIZON going, I think that's going to be a lot better for them. But I think even looking at Retwist, that SYS HORIZON game was pretty close. I think if a better light difference came to fruition, which can happen here with Carnifex, genuinely we could see Alliance pull out on top.
Well, I hate to tell you this, Artie, but Bernal was actually picked by Alliance. So
What?
They decided to run it back. They're going to run it back.
I'm gonna have a very long conversation with Young now. Because what are we doing? All right, hey, prove me wrong.
All right, but yeah, so we do have our picks coming in. We're going to see the map ban page in just a moment, and there it is: Bernal, Fortune, and SYS HORIZON. You just said, SYS HORIZON was pretty close. Rio, as we look towards these 3 maps, who do you think has the advantage here? Because obviously, Treason with that Pike could pop off, but we've seen the flaws in that strategy.
Well, I mean, we've already talked about Bernal and how weird of a pick it is on there, so I'm gonna turn my focus towards Fortune. But we also saw Alliance on Fortune, and it didn't go too well. So
this is the exact same map selection that Alliance went with and got 2-0-2-0'd by Team Ed. So it's a brave move. It is a brave move. What?
Big brain plays. Big brain. They got something cooking, and you know what? Hey, if they honestly feel this confident to go at this again, I am all for it. I want to see them be confident in their plays and in their picks. So, hey, I'm going to actually change it. I'm going to say this is where we see Alliance get their footing, just because they can't not let this happen. They need to get something moving, and I think this might be their opportunity.
Wow, I love it. All right, so Rio making a big shout here, switching over to the EU side of things. All right, don't forget, we will not forget this, Rio. We will keep this in mind on the ASNA side of things. You were banned here for 2 from the North American region, but that's okay. We have our map bans. That means we're going to be getting the teams into the lobby in just a minute, and Artie and Rio are going to take us into the casting. So, Jerry, I want to give you a moment to dive into this just a little more, because this could be a chance for 2 EU teams, as we said. Retwist are potentially in an uphill battle against Alliance. I mean, in terms of just seeding, they definitely were further down. What do you need to see from Alliance to keep Retwist from this momentum building behind them?
I mean, yeah, they've got an uphill battle, but they are on that upward trajectory. They've beaten Sates 1. They've beaten MV. They're definitely on it today. They got knocked down here quite early on by Always Hungry, surprisingly, who are now out. So maybe they've just taken a little bit to warm up. They are the warmest team coming into this. Let's not forget that Alliance have been waiting a bit of time for this match to get started. I gotta say, I feel like I'm going with Retwist. Maybe it's the recency bias, but yeah, this is the I think. Stop the Press is the first time I'm backing an NA side today.
Wow.
And it's Retwist, weirdly. I don't know how they've captured me, but they have.
I mean, Retwist, definitely one of my favorite teams in Season 0. Llama running the sledge back then was willing to go off meta And I love that he's paired with Brendy. I think Brendy is a great combination to have there, because Brendy is definitely used to be one of our more off meta picks. Obviously, Goo is now very much meta, and we saw the model come out. Or do you think we're gonna see the model again? You think that actually worked?
I don't know. I genuinely couldn't tell you, but all I gotta say is that here on Bernal, I'm gonna be very interested to see Carnifex get activated. You know what? I am gonna agree with Rio. Confidence is key, but hitting your shots is keyer. And for Alliance, this is the time to shine. To prove us all wrong, we know Treason can make that pike work out well. Let's see if Carney can make his weapon of choice work out as well. I'm assuming we're gonna be on the ARN. Find out in a second. Looking to see Team Retwist jump in, and of course, Spawn's probably also going to be keying in. Oh, it is going to be M11.
Ooh.
Wow. Let's do it.
Yeah, that's a good choice on this map. I mean, it means that he's going to try and get some real close engagements, and I love to see lights when they are just being an annoying little mosquito, and the M11 definitely helps achieve that. So, watching now as Brindy is trying to find a little bit of an off angle. Nobody's going for the vault just yet, but they are getting some damage off. It does seem like both teams have brought a pike, so there's going to be some good rooftop battles getting started here on Bernal. Throwing some goo to buy themselves a little bit of time. Team Alliance is now trying to maybe go around it. We only see Carnifex on here, but where are the rest of them? They are coming around, and I don't think that Team Retwist have figured this out just yet, so they might about to be completely jumped because all of their focus is on Carnifex. But here it goes. Treason already got one of them down. They're ready to go for it. They want to bring out down the second one, but he is just getting shot with the pike from Brendy. Both teams have the dome shield down, but there is the pike gameplay. Trying to bring down that light player, but he is so close that it makes it very hard. Nice little shot on Palma. Brings him down. All on Carnifex. He is the last person remaining. There's a little bit of health, but he needs to survive because this cash out hasn't even gotten started yet. It is still on this vault battle and is all on Carnifex, just trying to stay alive, let his teammates coin in, and then potentially get started on cash out A.
I gotta say, I mean, an interesting choice of engagement with the M11. Right, I liked that initial approach where we had Treason and Palma start with some good opening damage, but Carnifex just had to get in position, get in that pinch, but he was never granted that opportunity to pinch. We're going to see Retwist now making their way over to cash out A, and it's going to be quite fast. Now, I think that Carnifex is going to be able to get into a spot to maybe reverse gate the team in, see if they can pop in for an early engagement as Palma and Treason start to recombine, but they need to get Treason in a spot. Use that pike and get that damage chunked out early so Carney can finish, but it's going to be difficult to do that on this building, Rio.
Yeah, this is a very slow approach. They are taking their time. They're making sure they're grouped up. They even took a little damage on the first approach, but now they're here. I think they want to try and get into the building to the left of them. Maybe drop it. Yeah, there's the DMAT. Hopefully they try and drop this down and don't go directly for it, but that gateway has me a little bit concerned. Not sure what they're wanting to do, but they do go through it a little bit, but it gets glitched and just shut down. This cash out is running down. It is in the favor of Team Retwist, and the cash is just ticking down, Artie.
Yeah, they're just kiting away, and Carnifex is just scouting for his opportunity to get involved. But here we go. Palma going to be starting the steal. C4 on it. Going to drop it all the way down to the bottom. And Glitch Grenade going to land in. A little bit opportunistic maybe for Retwist, but here we go. Alliance looking for their way to dive in. They start, but Retwist, they're still kiting. They've traded up height. Here we go. Llama ready to engage that RPG. No more glitches left for spawns, but his Alliance now takes height. Big opening damage onto Llama and Brendy. Llama gets chunked out. Treason finds the shots with the pike there. We are going to be seeing Carney getting use out of that H+ diffuser, but Brendy finds use of the defibs. Llama's coming back up. That's caught out immediately. No more defibs. No more Brendy. Spawns now taking that last fight. More than enough time for Palma to come in and lock in this steal as Spawns gets taken away. A beautiful, well-timed approach for Alliance. Slow and steady wins the race.
Finally, that is some good gameplay. They did that well and basically were able to get them down one at a time. And that is what you need to do. You get that one person down, you buy yourselves just that little bit of opening, and then you capitalize on it. And that's exactly what we saw. Treason with 4 kills already. Amazing performance. That is where that pike is really popping off. And yeah, love to see it. I'm curious if he is able to keep that up for the remainder of this battle.
I mean, it's just going to be the question of consistency, right? I mean, like you said at the very beginning, they got confidence. Do you have consistency? I'm liking these positions here for the Pike. Again, Carney just staying off to the sideline here, going for the scout. Can't do much with the M11 from this range, but what he can do is just provide the teams all the openings that they need. For now, just get Treason setting up the team for success. Brendy goes down. Carney finally given that hungry M11 the opportunity to eat. Lots of domes, lots of winches. It is going to be Llama that goes down, thanks once again to good positioning. Carney taking that slow and tempered approach, making sure that the positioning gets where it needs to be at the end. But I'm also liking to see Palma still committed to the barricades. Talked about this before. EU still very barricade pilled here in the Big 25. But for Retwist, that is actually proving to be a little bit of a hiccup that they weren't expecting.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of makes more sense now, especially with the nerf to goo, that barricades might be a good option. I know that they also provide a little bit of, verticality where you can climb on top of them. So there is some good utility if you use them appropriately. Watching now as Treason can see all of Team Retwist through his sight line, but they have decided to get out of there. Cash out has already gotten started. They are going through that nice little street and immediately do get spotted out. Looks like Brendy took a little bit of damage on that, but they're going to have to go the long way around to try and get towards B. This will be a very hard cash out for them to push because of the height advantage that B has on them and how on the ground floor everybody else is for this approach. So this is going to be interesting. I am curious if they're able to do it without taking a lot of damage, but we're about to find out because this cash out is still just ticking down and they're nowhere near it, Artie.
Nowhere near indeed. We're seeing Alliance now sort of hold out from the top ropes there. Lots of goo, lots of barricades, lots of early damage. For Retwist, this is going to be a good chance for Brendy to try to find that opening here. Looks like a big chow. And, well, for everybody on the Alliance, they're looking at Brendy. They don't notice that Llama and Spawns have just worked their way up close. Treason going to be down at very low HP, just 2 bars. Carney not in a spot to heal him up, but there we go. H+ Infuser going to hit through, mostly onto Palma. Treason finally gets the reset, but here comes Team Retwist. They're holding the steal. Alliance is not in a spot to stop this out. Treason going to be trying to make his way in, but he gets winched out before any time has been traded away. Carney making those M11 shots matter here, but it's that H+ Infuser onto Palma that changes the game as Palma just claps in with that SA-12-16. And, well, once again, for Team Retwist, they put themselves into a very sticky predicament. And, Rio, I don't think there's time to come back.
Nope, this is definitely going the way of Alliance, but that is okay. I am now kind of having a flashback to literally Season 0 when we saw a lot of these players before. And Team Retwist, 2 out of 3 of them are basically the same team as last season, and this is what they would do. They would consistently kind of lose the first match, not intentionally, but it would happen. And what they're doing in this is that they are taking the time to just see the approach of the enemy team. They want to kind of feel them out. They know that they have 3 maps to play with, so it's a little bit of a gamble. I'm not sure it's their intended plan, but it is something that I remember very strongly from Season 0, the fact that they just they use the first map to learn, to kind of feel out their enemy, and I think that's what we're seeing here today. At least I hope, and I guess we'll find out when we go to the next map.
Absolutely. And I mean, especially if we're looking at that last fight, that last switch up, where Retwist was able to get the steal and Alliance was looking for the opportunity to strike. I think that the biggest note here of importance is how these teams approach a cash out fight and how they relate it to the timing. And so I've talked about this a little bit before where you have to treat the cash out very differently and your order of operations very differently, not only whether or not you're on attack or defense, but whether or not the cash out is in its first stage of life or the second stage, right? That first minute, you could do a lot of different things. You could probably pressure on the point, pull people out because the defense is going to be playing a lot slower on that second half, right? But once that timer gets closer and closer and closer to completion, you suddenly have a lot more opportunity for things to go wrong. And for a team like Retwist, once they came in control of that cash out, they did not play it as if they were in control of a cash out in its second stage, right? I
Yeah.
mean,
it just seemed like they weren't prepared for the like counter strategies. Like we saw it drop and we saw them just kind of scramble and they were out of position. And I don't know. It just didn't seem like the team that we just saw in the previous matchup.
Right?
So I'm kind of scratching my head here, and that's why I'm pulling out, these like, oh, last season they lost all their first ones because I mean, that's what they were doing. But hey, I am excited to see how they perform on Fortune Stadium because that's what we're going to next. And I mean, the Alliance didn't do well last time. They didn't do well last time on Bernal. So they have redeemed themselves on Bernal. Can they redeem themselves on Fortune Stadium? That is going to be the question, I think, going forward.
I, I think if they could do one, they could do the other, right? And big shout out to Young in the chat, the coach of Alliance, doing what he can to keep not only the team together, but keep his hair in place during how stressful these matches can get. But I gotta say, the fact that Alliance has so many of its staff also in the chat right now shows that there's so much love for the finals here from this org. And I think that
Yeah.
that's what they need. That's the difference maker here, especially as Alliance proves that they have what it takes to come back after losing on two maps. Hey,
Hmm?
doesn't matter. The map doesn't matter. The person matters. And Carnifex, he's making the M11 matter.
Absolutely. And with that said, we are going to Fortune Stadium in a second because apparently Spawns is frozen. So we're going to wait for them to get back in there. And I guess while we do that, Artie, where do you think that the change was from Alliance, from what we saw earlier today to today? Did they seem more composed? Maybe they got their nerves kind of, straightened out. What would you guess would be their reasoning?
I think it's timing. I think it's the fact that
Hmm.
they figured out that if they are going to be playing with Carney on the M11, they
Mhm.
need to make sure that they wait for the right opportunity for using it. Right? You can't just take chip damage and poke and prod while the enemy has a pike hitting you from literally the other side of the map. So when it comes down to figuring out, okay, we've done early damage with the pike, can we clap in on it, right? Can we use it? No. Okay, so we'll back off. We won't. And we saw them playing a lot slower, right? And so the
Hmm.
question for Retwist then is that if Alliance is playing slow, right? I mean, if you get into like theory and you want to get like all theoretical, like it
Sure.
would an even slower, even steadier tortoise win the race? Like, I mean, you just gotta
Ooh.
figure out the timing.
Yeah, and the whole slow approach too is really unique as well because we are seeing the first encounter happen at like a third, of the way of the cash out, sometimes even half of the way that the cash out has been burned out. So it's interesting. I don't think it's the approach that I would typically take. Tends to have just kind of that ape mentality, like we just got to get there, we got to go, and oh, we want to get two fights in here for sure. But I kind of am enjoying the slowdown where it is we take one good fight, one good team fight. If we're lucky, we get a second one in there. I'm just not sure which strategy is best, but hey, that's what this is all about. We are testing the strategies, we're testing the regions, we're testing everybody to really see who aces it and who doesn't.
Absolutely. I mean, that's been the conversation for so long now, even all the way back to OG Finals Sports days where we were seeing the NA versus E play style really develop. And honestly, seeing how they can still be different is so interesting. But
Mm,
regardless of weapon choice, regardless of gadget selection, when it comes down to it, each contestant has to be able to get into position for everybody else. And no matter where your play style is coming from, NA or EU, no matter where your thought process is about like, oh, we need these gadgets and we need these weapons. It's
mm.
about being able to put yourself in the best situation for whatever it is you're bringing into the virtual arena.
Yeah, and I am kind of curious if we'll see more pikes. We saw a pike on both teams, and it definitely helped one team. But I'm curious if we'll see that again because we're going to Fortune, and in my opinion, Fortune is probably one of the best maps to use a pike on. It's where we initially saw T Mills for the first time just go crazy with it. If you don't
Yeah.
know, T Mills one of the best pike players we have, and it started kind of being the pike map, and then from there it just kind of grew like an infection and we started seeing it used in every map beyond there. So, what do you expect from the Pike gameplay? Are we going to see both teams running it, or are we going to see something like Mickey where they were just like, "Hey, we do it different"?
Hey, I love treason. I think that treason is the best players there. And, even though Treason and Mickey, they share a lot of DNA in the sense that I was able to cast them in a different game, international LAN in China a few months back.
Ooh.
I know that Treason does not want to change off of what he's been using all day. Right? For Treason, if
Gotcha.
he's feeling solid on that pike, we're sticking on that pike. And honestly, it goes the same thing for Retwist with Brendy, right? And for Brendy, though, genuinely, the pike has not been hitting as much in this matchup as it did previously up against Saints 1. But I think that when it comes down to that pike versus pike combat, I think Brendy still has the opportunity to, make it work a little bit better. But I think Alliance, they've proved me wrong before that these maps are going crazy. But let's go ahead. We'll finally stop yapping. Let's go ahead and look at Fortune Stadium and see if Alliance can do it again.
Absolutely. And before we do that, Artie, since we're on Fortune, I'm going to read your fortune real quick. And your fortune for today is a microwave moment will spark deep thoughts. So keep that in mind as we get started on Fortune Stadium.
I don't like that microwave and spark are in the same question, but you know what? That's all right.
Well, let's do it.
That's gonna use the oven tonight as we look to see Team Retwist taking the undersided approach here for Alliance. They're up on top. Nobody's worried about this vault, that silly little thing that everyone's fighting over. We're gonna take the fight where it matters to the people. For Retwist, they know that if they push out of that wall, ooh, nice opening. Nope.
That was perfect. They knew exactly that they were coming up there. They spotted them out and immediately jumped off of there. Treason knew that that was not the engagement to go for. Nobody wants to tap the vault just yet. This first vault fight is going to be important, mainly because you see that A out in the distance. That's where they want to bring it. That is one of the strongest cash outs in the entire game. And basically, whoever plugs it there has an entire castle fortress to defend themselves and is able to see every approach. And it is just a really tough battle. And yeah, you can see right now that nobody wants to be the first one to kind of expose themselves, because as soon as they do, they're going to get shot.
Even slower, even steadier tortoises, like I said. And this is just... What are we doing here, folks? All right, here we go. Brendy going to be finally taking the... initiative here to engage out. He does take a bunch of damage, but Carney's got the H+ diffuser for that. Palma now going to be on half HP. The winch and the SA-12 going to go in favor, but both heavies are traded. Early damage on the Treason, though, means that Team Retwist has one player up. For now, that does allow Brendy to be able to get the res on a llama. With the entirety of Team Retwist on the reset, Carney has a choice. Will be better to let the team point in here, 12 and 16 seconds respectively. They know that it's going to head all the way over to Hospital, Sector 6 on A. So Carney's just going to set up, let Palma and Treason come back. They can just gate pad their way over.
Yep, this will be a great opportunity for them, and like I said, they're going to take it directly to A. You see the movement from the team, so they've got a gateway. They're not concerned. It seems like Alliance are going to go a different route, but I say that, and they're maybe charging directly on there. This would be the time to go right now before everybody is, looking that way. So they do get a nice little gateway off. We see that they have brought their teammates over, and they will almost be directly ready for this engagement. We see that they are here at Cash Out A, throws in Red Barrel, trying to buy a little bit of openings because they know that they are above them. Retwist are in a great spot, great situation as well, as the cash out is just starting to run down.
Okay, so they are changing it up from last time here. They choose to pinch in from the side there. Now all the way up the top of the staircase, looking for that chip damage. Carney, though, going to be the recipient of it. Treason, half HP, H+ infuser available. Staircase going to get infused a little bit too. That's all good. We see Retwist now, though, knowing that that util has been burned. They have an opportunity to deal some damage and jump in. Treason, half HP. Dome going to be burned early here for Alliance. But Retwist, they're not budging. They're playing slow. Name of the game today. The Goo going to try to stall out just a little bit there. They're not winching the cash out over just yet. Palma going to be waiting to use it for the engagement. Once Llama and Spawns jump in. But wait, Alliance got the swap.
Yeah, this is a great situation for them to be in. That goo just provided them a little bit of cover from overhead, but immediately they have traded places, and it seems like Retwist are wanting to go directly in it. That goo is just blocking everything, but they were able to stall it for just a little bit. So Alliance is now diving in there. They got spawns down. They're going for another reverse steal. It does drop down. Dome Shield in play as well. Looks like they're all diving on it, but can they stop it for a little bit longer? Team Retwist is still in control, but they're all dying. It is all down to Palma and Llama. They got to battle it out. The heavy versus that, and Palma takes it. They're going to take the wipe and this cash. Team Alliance looking a lot better on this map than they did the last time we saw them.
Palma v Llama, and Palma takes the dub there, but that was the funniest thing I've ever seen, where Alliance has the perfect steal because this goo prevents Retwist from stalling from above. Retwist drops down, Alliance trades height. Retwist, hey, this goo is perfect, so they can't stop us from above. And Alliance is like, why can't we stop them from above? That was the funniest fight ever, but Alliance absolutely doing the most on that come up, making sure that Carnifex was just inserted to deal the most damage to Retwist, but it all came down to Palma. And it always has. But here we go, Trees and Brendy trading shots out here, Rio.
Yep, absolutely. It's a rooftop battle. We're going to see who can deal the most chip damage. Most of the time, these don't result in a team death or even a wipe. But we're watching now as it looks like they're getting very aggressive. They decided to push directly into Brindy. Brindy goes down. Palma is just ready to fight. They want to chase down their other two of them. And look at how split up Team Retwist is. They are not close to each other. This is the perfect time for Alliance to run in there and just delete them. But it looks like turns have tied. Everything is turned. And Spawns gets a nice little kill there. It is now Llama taking great damage, all on Spawns, as he is the last person remaining for his team. Team Retwist is about to be wiped, and they did, but Alliance took a heck of a lot of damage in that battle.
Wow, I mean, again, though, it's coming down to these situations where they're getting less and less close for Alliance, if that makes sense, where Retwist is not looking as clean and collected in these fights as they have been. For Alliance, though, this is really good. The question now on this cache is, will Palma be winching this out into no man's land? I want to see that happen here. They do have the time. Looks like Carney was able to call it out. There it is, winched out into the middle of the street. See now Retwist taking the move in from the Holto building.
Yeah, and guys, if you all learn anything from watching these plays, watch what they're doing with those cash out manipulations. They bring them out from these tight little areas into an open area where they can have all the vantage points over them like we're seeing right now. It is the ultimate strategy for manipulating and getting in control of this cash out, because look at how difficult this is going to be for Alliance to get over there. I'm sorry, for Retwist to get over there. They are directly above. They can see it, but they're forcing to put down goo to try and buy a little spot of it, but immediately Alliance is here. They dive directly on them, take a lot of damage, but it looks like Treason got a good kill on Spawns there. They're trying to stall this for as much time.
I mean, big heals on that too. Carney was able to just snipe those heals from across the way. This is just using every bit of util as best as they can. Brendy gonna be trying to look for the opportunity to get to that trophy, but Alliance is holding that trophy. That means maximum stall. It's gonna cost Spawns all that time to not only coin in now, but then come back from the coin. So we see Llama also getting all that util back. RPG reloaded, C4 in hand, Dome ready. Spawns makes his way back. Let's see this final fight. Team Retwist can't make this happen.
Yeah, this is it. This is where Alliance could take it all in 2 maps. Cash out is running down. It is still very open. You can see the panic on Team Retwist. They know they have to get something going, but they know that they're so exposed. Everybody is just chucking stuff at this cash out. Brindy went down. Spawns went down. It's all on Llama, and I don't think he can do it. Team Alliance have wiped them and won this map on Fortune Stadium. What a turnaround from the last time we saw Alliance do this. Wow, that was a good performance.
Absolutely incredible, as Alliance have reserved their seat for the lower semis. What a day of matches. And for everything that Retwist was able to accomplish today, taking out Envy, taking out Saints 1, it was Alliance that ended up being the dominant force here in the lower bracket. But that's only one half of the lower bracket. Rio. And as we bring back our boys, Jerry and Waltz, we get to talk about the age-old fight, the absolute insane storyline that we have come to love here in the finals. What do we have coming up next, Waltz?
Well, next up is one of the best storylines that we possibly have: brother versus brother, Pulsar versus Secret. Gonna be one of these two teams moving into our finals, which means as well, guaranteed two EU teams in the top four off the
Oh,
backs of
man.
Alliance beating Retwist. And what a game to end it on too as well. Like, Retwist did their best, but it felt like every step of the way, Alliance just had their number. Jerry, we were chatting a lot on the backside about there was a lot of individual performance there, but the setups as well were great.
Yeah, they really put on a show, Alliance. That was an excellent advert for themselves, for their orgs, for themselves as players. It was just so good. We saw Palmer especially. He had Llama's number in almost every heavy versus heavy engagement. He was the one landing the better winch, dropping the better dome, putting out more damage. The setups that they had for defending the objective, and they did a lot of defending the objective because they had control throughout, were just awesome. You know, you highlighted something that didn't really show up on screen, Waltz, which was a really nice gateway placement for that final objective, allowing Alliance to really easily just move around and create this crossfire that Retwist had no answer for. And then there were moments where you thought they did things that just shouldn't have worked. The very end, for instance, Treason diving on top of spawns and somehow dishing out mega damage while flying through the air with the pike. Shouldn't be able to get away with that, but he backs himself. So there's a strategy there, there's the confidence, and there's a gun skill to back it up. They'll be really happy with how they've managed to secure their spot in the next day.
It's really impressive stuff. Amazing work from Alliance, and condolences to Retwist and all of our other teams at this point. So we should have an updated bracket now. If we want to take a quick look at that, we'll take a quick look at the bracket. We'll take a very short break while we get our teams into the lobby as well, just to make sure we can get things ready. But take a look at that, Rio. You were correct. It was Alliance pulling this out over Retwist. How you feeling after that match?
Well, I feel good because in my head, I saw that they were going against the maps that they did so bad on, and you don't do that unless you are confident that you have something to change. So I'm happy that it played out that way because I couldn't have expected anything else.
I got to hold my hands up. I'm sorry I doubted them. Going into this match, I was like, yeah, something about Retwist tells me. I forgot that Alliance are literally the EU Dream Team assembled for the qualifiers, just stomping their way for everything, besides Team Secret, I suppose. But yeah, like, second place in EU is really no mean feat, and they've really put on a show. What a turnaround from their horrible showing against Team Ed earlier today. That was much more of a proud performance for them.
Oh yeah, showing why they are the team that showing why they were one of the top teams and why they'd get signed, to start with. So, but of course, that really does bring us to our next matchup, right? As we do have Pulsar versus Team Secret. They're going to be working on their map bans, so we're going to be looking at those two. And so as we kind of jump into this, I think we might just barrel ahead as we move forward because they're ready. They're working on their map bans. They already have their map bans. All right, yeah. So Artie, kind of talk us through these maps.
I mean, we're looking at Fortune Stadium, and this map has been such a flip-flop today for so many of these teams. But for Team Secret, I do have to say, unbiased, I'm feeling more confident towards Team Secret on this map. Bernal is where I'm scared, though. If we're just talking about pure scrim results, I will say that no spoilers or anything, but I think I know exactly how these maps are going to go if what my previous sentences alluded to wasn't clear enough. But either way, I'm just excited to see some good finals action. No matter what happens, somebody in the Atelco and Elix household will be playing tomorrow.
I feel like it's so often that these two end up running into each other. Like, whether and it helps that they're both two of the best players in EU,
Yes.
right? Like, naturally, we're going to see them in these final matches. They often run into each other in grand finals and whatnot. But they did this last season in the lower bracket.
Absolutely. And I mean, hey, we're going to be able to see them do their traditional shake hands approach here every time they see themselves in the bracket. So looking forward to seeing the very first handshake between Team Secret and, of course, Pulsar. So without further ado, Waltz and Jerry, take it away.
Thank you very much, Ardy. I do wonder if that's going to happen. Sometimes they reserve it for grand finals. So I guess we'll have to see whether they start shooting as soon as they meet each other or not. Well, it's going to be... It does add a bit of spice into this opening engagement or non-engagement.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It looks like, I think on this one, especially when you're fighting, you're not just fighting for first and second, you're fighting for Final Four, right? Like, the winner of this makes it to the Final Four. The stakes feel higher.
It's almost a bit more on the line, Like, you don't want to go out at this point. You know, if you're in the final, you know it's gentlemanly. And here we go. That's answered our question. Lasky taking the brunt of some opening shots from, I believe, Roma with the 93R on the other side.
Yeah.
Lasky just going to heal up and wait for a better opportunity to go.
Yeah, they have to figure that out. And what a play. Already the deep gateway comes in. But the vault already been taken by Secret. They're moving towards B. They're on their way. Pulsar in hot pursuit, though. The plug happens, but already, Alex, he might be caught out. The RPG hits him. The winch misses, but the dome is there to drop through. Instead, focusing on the heavy. Both domes down. The winch hits on Purzon as well. He's melting. OG takes him out. The counterpart is there. Roma with the M11, looking to get the backstab onto the rest of Pulsar. Drops to the floor, sees the goo there. But Laske on the background actually takes some Secret now on the back foot. Dives in for that defib. Has all three members back up, but OG goes down to a Telco, continues to hit these shots. He wins the second. Laske helping out his teammate. It's just Roma left alone once again. They kept getting these revives, but Secret could not find their footing. They're going to be able to get the flip from the side of Pulsar. Roma running away, letting his team respawn.
It's a good movement there from Roma to salvage what could have been a really catastrophic moment. Does actually decide to hop back out of this building all the way over to the clinic area. 6-5, I believe, if we're going by the numbers. And yeah, that's probably wise. It gives them a few more options for traversing, for approaching, even though, you know, sometimes you want to avoid this crawl over entirely. It feels like a lot of teams have the number. They've figured this little puzzle out, and we don't see as many teams as Pulsar on the defense here holding up and waiting to try and pick them out midair. Instead, they've sat back, they've allowed this to come on in. Out comes the shot from OG. We can see his teammates looking pretty beaten, and now they both go, in fact. Purzon, Telco, and Lasky all pitching in there to make mincemeat of Team Secret.
Definitely not what we expected coming into this. The last time these two matched up, it definitely was handily in favor of Secret. Secret have been cold a lot longer, though. We were talking about this previously. They've been sitting around for, I'm sure they haven't been just sitting around. They're obviously taking time to scrim, make sure they stay warm. But Pulsar, coming off 3 wins in a row, they have been moving along and making sure that they actually have wins under their belt. Secret, coming off of a loss, and they haven't been doing anything for a little bit. Could that be playing into this first match? They just need a little bit of time to reset and figure out how they're going to approach these fights now.
Well, time will tell, as I like to say. But now, of course, on the defense of the rest of the map, Secret are well set here to try and pick off Pulsar as they make their approach back over to have any contention in terms of this second vault. There's a very nice perch here established by Alex. Difficult to pin down. This M11 won't do too much, but it can help, it can tickle.
You know, if this is... I mean, we could just sit here for 16 minutes, you know? Like, we could just chat, you know?
I'd rather not.
Impromptu podcast, the Jerry and Walt podcast, you know, here
Welcome to the vault.
PHL, you know? But it looks like OG, he's kind of tired of this. He's going to go tap the vault. They know at this point, Pulsar are technically in first place. So if they wanted to sit around for 16 minutes, Secret would lose. So they're going to run, they're going to tap the vault, they're not going to have to make this cross point. I almost wish Pulsar would have even just like maybe jumped off the map and respawned closer, but they are right on top of C. They're going to be able to protect that, and they kind of have their choice here. If there's a cash out they don't want to fight at, they can just go camp that one.
The thing is, these cash outs are very split, so that is going to benefit Secret in a way. It's difficult for Pulsar to cover both approaches well enough, and it looks as though Secret have read that, you know, A is maybe the safer bet of the two. Lasky is ahead of the game, trying to do some scouting, put a little bit of pressure on Secret so they don't have that much time to set up, but Secret are well coordinated. They have managed to fall back to their preferred location. They're on that staircase. All three of them. We saw just how well Secret were able to bunch up. In fact, both of these teams' death ball were impressive in earlier points, but these teams know each other so well now. They'll be at a much deeper level of targeting exact players, and out comes that glitch. A lot of damage dealt onto Pulsar. He's not really found much value throughout this fight, and down he goes, but so does OG. Heavy's both out for the count. Lasky finds a second as well, and it's only Elix now, the medium left on the side of Team Secret. He's got it all to do. There's no way. Look at that bombardment. Everyone from Pulsar surging forward. They're not going to let an opportunity like that slip past them.
Lasky firing on all cylinders right now, doing everything he needs to for his team, getting the heals there, Telco getting a nice defib onto Furzon. They're playing really, really well right now on the side of Pulsar. Lasky, one of my favorite lights to watch. He's just so good at his timing. The positioning is, we talk a lot about positioning, but timing is such a huge factor in these matches as well. When do you go for the kills? When do you move forward? Like, he is so good at knowing when he needs to do this. Able to get out of there just in time as well. Only about 50 seconds left as Team Secret. They have to get something going on, or they're going to be one match away from being eliminated from PHL Champs.
Elix just umming and ahhing about how he wants to use that jump pad there. The winch comes out, and that is a decent position, but they have taken the brunt of a glitch grenade, or at least the Heavy has. Has to fall back, can't deal that dome out, can't throw out a goo or anything. Here comes the goo from Elix instead. Of course, he's the one wielding it. Second winch potentially to bring it further back, maybe, but they still need to find kills on the other end of it. There we go. That's that winch very deep. Nice movement. Second goo has to come out. He's found a barrel to work for him. Roma playing point to try and delay the pushback. The steel isn't connecting there as they dive on in. Roma gets 2 kills, though. That might be enough. Telco finds a trade. Is this goo working to stall it, though? He's finding a way. He's done it. Is that the kill?
Oh,
it
goodness.
Is. He's delayed it just enough. How have Pulsar gotten away with that? But what a dominant performance.
And I thought that maybe Pulsar had waited too long to make that push, but Purzon playing it really nicely using the winch, then the goo coming in from a Telco, just delaying that so long, not even playing for the kills, knowing that with seconds left, they're not going to even be shot at half the time. And there was so much, it's reminding me of Secret's upper bracket match as well, when they were trying to winch this cash out in on Nozomi. And it got stuck. OG wasn't able to get that cash out in through the door. The goo went down, and they kind of waffled for a little bit. They weren't sure what to do. And I feel like that same thing happened here, where the cash out didn't get in quite the perfect position they wanted it to be. And then instead of making a move or maybe trying to bait Pulsar down, they just waited for the cooldown of winch to happen and gave Pulsar the ability to set up and maneuver to where they needed to be, like knowing that winch is coming. So I see the plans there, but if the plan doesn't work, you need to not just do plan A again. Plan A failed, move to plan B, and understand that the opponent now knows what you're trying to do. And so I think that, for me, is kind of what the biggest thing that Secret is lacking right now.
Yeah, and Team Secret are in danger zone right now. They don't seem like they're warm. We feel like that was a very quick game besides that strange lull in the middle. Pulsar were very happy to take fights quickly. Or at least trying to end them quickly. And they were very successful. There weren't many kills in total in that match. We only had about 3, maybe 4 team fights. And yeah, Pulsar are on top. They've carried that momentum forward from this lower bracket push that they've had to make, beating 200 books, beating 8-Pora. They haven't dropped a game since dropping into this lower bracket. And yeah, Secret, I do wonder if they've managed to keep themselves warm, because it really didn't look like that coming into this match. And yeah, they're on the precipice of dropping out, which would be a real shame for the newly signed org.
It would be definitely a big shame for them. I mean, they put on a good show so far, and we know that they can do a lot of good work. We know that they can take down Pulsar. They just need to shake off that rust. You've been cold for a little bit, but hopefully that game was enough for them to reset. And with Elix versus a Telco, that Pike battle is definitely going to be the decider. We've seen that on Bernal a lot of times, right? Like, this is... But then we've also seen games where a Telco gets 0 kills and they win. Like, he can be the assist king at points. So I wouldn't pin it all on them. It's got to come as a team effort, and I didn't see anything from individuals on the team of Team Secret that indicated that they would have the energy to step back up. They have to sum it up now. Elix already taking the brunt of this opening engagement. Doesn't really have time to heal back up. He has to just run, and Lasky finishes him off. There's the follow-up from a Telco onto Roma. OG dead, and before I can even say Pulsar, they have wiped Secret. Pulsar playing the glitch there from Lasky, hitting all 3 members of Team Secret. There was no infuser. There were no heals coming out for the side of Team Secret. any damage done was permanent at that point, and once you lose that little bit of the gadgets you need there, it's just over for you. Like that was just the fight was over before it began when that glitch hit everybody.
Absolutely, I'd love to see a little bit of Pulsar on this defense to see how they are holding quite so effectively. Speaking of holding, Lasky holding a glitch grenade right up to his face. That's the secret, it seems. Telco has the angle. He's ice fishing just to make sure that this approach is not easy, but in fact the approach has already been made. Maybe a little bit behind on the calls there, taking a lot of damage. Down here goes Lasky taken out, and as soon as we flip perspective, I should not be observing. Berea, do your thing, because you seem to know that finally Team Secret are in it to win it, and they've won a team fight. They get a steal. They just need to hold off for one more, and then they're back in this game.
Nice pullback from Team Secret. They're not going out. They're not going out without something in their favor. They are an amazing team. They are the best team in EU if we look at the playoffs. So definitely something that, we know they can do this. We know they can put these together. And Roma finally putting the team on his back and hitting those shots. They have another dash gateway here, getting on top of the point, coming in from Pulsar. If they lose this on Secret, I fear for them in this future. Getting taken out 3 cash outs in a row is going to feel really, really brutal.
Really nice crossfire on the roof between the heavy and the light, interestingly. They've dropped this cash out all the way down, so Secret is still playing onto the roof. That RPG goes out, doesn't actually hit its target, but Lasky is down and very low. He's being chased down by the heavy, but OG finds himself in the battle with Pulsar, wins that fight. Lasky comes back to clean up the player that dealt him so much damage in the first place. NX takes down the Telco, though, leaving only Lasky on this push. A 1 versus 1, he makes it after that kill, but he doesn't have time to get this res and get the steal. He's committed here to losing the cash out and possibly fighting for the next vault.
Finally, Secret having something going their way. Has not been going strong so far. They get wiped, but I don't even care about that one, right? Like, you're not going to be able to tap the vault, but with those cash outs so far away, it's not going to matter at the end of the day. So, a feather in the cap of Team Secret. We finally have a game. Pulsar, they have to figure out how to prevent Secret because the Roma coming alive is doing a lot for this team.
Definitely making a difference. I feel like we're going to have a bit more of an even fight now. I don't see Pulsar letting up the gas at any point soon, but now maybe we have a bit of a game on our hands here. I really hope so. That vault being tapped now by Pulsar, and they are all posted up on top here. As I said, these teams have almost flown in the face of a wider meta at points where they decide that we're just going to death vault as three players and not have this split strategy that a lot of teams are employing with 1 and 2. And then they're very happy to split into a completely 3-man roster and like just hold crossfires. So it feels like there's a lot more flexibility here than we see on teams, say, such as Alliance, where we kind of associate them with almost always sticking as a 3. It's just kind of map dependent, it's situational, and we see right now Pulsar are pretty easily making their way towards a not much resistance here from Secret. And now here it is.
They finally show up, but the plug has already happened. HORIZON does go down. Telco soon to follow. Lasky, the 1 member left. Caught out in the middle of the open. Roma has his number, as well as Alex. Going to take him out very quickly. Pulsar got the plug. Yeah, you're right. Secret were waiting, but they chose the right moment. The second that they commit for that plug, they now have the positional advantage. And really making that pay off. Secret about to reverse this. It went 2 cash outs in favor of Pulsar. Now it's Secret's chance to maybe do the same.
It could happen, and we're finally getting a good look at another EU versus EU matchup. This kind of interrupting your opponent on transition is a really common strategy in EU, where you let them get the plug, you let them get the steal, and then you try and win the team fight, just so that you've pinned down a couple of players, and you have that advantage of knowledge going into a fight. Now, interestingly, they managed to get this cash out behind one of the arena barricades. That's going to give a really good piece of cover for Pulsar to stick the steal, but Roma comes in and gets the kill immediately afterwards. Down goes Lasky as well, and this is, again, that bait and switch that we see so often. Once again, working in favor of Team Secret, letting that steal go through, getting the kills immediately afterwards, and then flipping it back.
Oh my goodness, and finally, Secret, so much my issue with their positioning, especially against these NA teams, has been you're setting up too far away from the point. When somebody goes for the steal, you can't punish it, but that was defense executed perfectly. They were just
Do
far enough
Pulsar
away.
even have a chance? This
don't
is so
know.
tight time-wise.
It's going to be insanely tight. They're going to have to run directly at this and hope the body blocks are enough. Dropping onto the point, they need the D-mats. There's Telco, drops down, but the building is crumbling around them just like their hopes of winning this match. They have to get onto the point. Gas is there as well. They can't winch this out. It does get caught on the caught on the geometry, but the winch is there from the OG as well, just delaying this. The steal going out, but they get taken out. Telco, OG with triple kill to seal the deal. Secret takes the match.
Holy OG guacamole, what a performance at the end. That wasn't done and dusted. Pulsar did have a chance right there. The steal was being stuck. They had the man advantage, but what a hero. And that's tied us up. 2 very dominant performances back-to-back of Fortune and Bernal, trading maps 2-0 apiece. It's all going to have to get decided on SYS HORIZON. Now, we did wonder whether Secret were still awake. I think after that performance, there's no doubt.
Oh, they definitely were. OG just popping off at the end of that match. Did put up 7 kills. Only Lasky was getting that many as well. 7 and 4 from Lasky, 7 and 3 for OG. But OG with that final 3-piece, able to just defend everything. As well as, we didn't catch this that time, he was the last member of his team. He only had about 70 HP left against 3 members of Pulsar. It was a crazy last minute push from Pulsar, and yet they made it work somehow. They dropped into the middle of that chaos, and even though the gas was taking them down, they almost got the steal. It was right there. Without the heroic efforts of OG, they could have been eliminated like that.
Yeah, well, I mean, it wouldn't have been eliminated.
Well,
they did have that one buffer.
You know.
Yeah, one cash out. But that was a much more even game. We said it after that first cash out that it seemed like both teams had been warmed up, they'd woken up. But now we look at this and we say, okay, in an even game where both teams are getting equivalent amount of kills roughly, they seem like they're firing on all cylinders, Team Secret have won 2-0. And historically, recently, that has been the difference, right? Team Secret have been just that bit better than Pulsar Esports. And we could have yet another game, another series where Pulsar just eke it out against their rivals at this point as well. Oh, sorry, Team Secret eke it out against their rivals. And it would be quite a day for them, you know, the ups and downs if they managed to win, surge into that upper final, lose, and now they're back in this lower bracket fighting for survival against who else but Pulsar. It always seems to be them. If they can manage to end this on a win, then yeah, they'll be very pleased with themselves. But it's all in the air. It could go any way. That's exactly what we want to see on our final map of the day.
Final map of the day. There's no more second chances. Secret and Pulsar, one final chance to make it to the Final Four. That does put them not only in the money, but it means they will be there tomorrow with a chance to survive. So I'm very excited about this match. I hope it lives up to our expectations. Secret, with the momentum behind them, it's Pulsar's turn to clap back.
Here we go. Volt tapped immediately by OG, and he will pay for it with a little bit of damage sent his way, but the Infuser on his team is there to top it back up. Lasky not landing his shots, but it seems as though Elix was. That said, Telco manages to turn around that fight. Now it's a 2 versus 3. Pulsar ahead of the game here with that medium down and out. That's never the first death you want to incur, because of course that defib is out. Doesn't feel like they have an opportunity to get this res either. Looks as though Team Secret playing very passive to allow the coin to come through. And I think they're going to allow Pulsar to move this box for free.
Wait for your teammate to revive. You get 3 coins in final round, so there's not a lot of worry about running out of coins. If you're running out of coins, you're probably losing anyway. So using that many coins is just not... There don't tend to be that many long fights. You only get, you know...
Spotted the goo.
4 to 5 shots. They do see the goo. They have eyes on where, at the very least, Lasky setting. But Lasky, not next to the rest of his team. They might not be looking in the same position. Or sorry, Telco up on the high ground with that pike. Might not be looking at the rest of the team, but he could get some really nice entry points. Drops down as the rest of the cash out drops as well. Secret positioning underneath with some damage when C4 is done already. Secret losing some health here. Roma has to regen as well as Elix and OG. All 3 of them losing some health already.
Yeah, smart move by Secret to avoid that fight out in the open, but now they need to follow up with kills, and Pulsar is still well positioned here above. As though that still is being attempted here. So it's a bit of a bait. The goo is out there to protect it. Oh, Roma taking a lot of damage in the sense that maybe they have to try and stick this steal to force Pulsar out of their comfort zone, but a great winch, not enough, as the turn and burn is there from OG, once again getting the better of his opposite number. The heals are coming out, and they need to from a Telco and Lasky.
Oh my god.
OG is there. Some great supporting fire dealt there by Elix, who brought both of the other players on Pulsar down to such low HP, but OG claims all the spoils with 3 kills on that fight.
Absolute anchor on this team right now, just keeping his team in place. He cannot be moved off of this cash out. Successfully wiping his counterpart. Purzon with the winch in, he's the one who gets taken out. Not what you want to see, just missing some of those crucial shots, not quite where you are wanting, not quite what you're wanting to happen. Now, this cash out winched into an incredibly difficult position. There's C4, there's gas, there's everything on the point. They winch it into the corner. Purzon keeping this moving away, trying to reposition. The goo goes down, he's holding on to it. Telco, precious seconds left, but he gets dropped on. Elix finishing off his brother, takes him out, takes out Purzon as well. Laske, the last member left, is about to get wiped as well. Roma finishing off that team wipe in secret. 3 cash outs in a row for them, 1 away from the Final Four.
I have to credit Pulsar there. With only a few seconds to work with, they knew what the plan was, and they executed it so quickly. They just needed like that extra half a second. A moment that really stood out was the Telco landing that goo, but then immediately having to turn and stick the steel. If he had an extra second, that goo wouldn't have propagated on him, and it would have provided much more cover. So he would have survived that potentially an extra second or two. That said, I think Secret probably would have gotten through that regardless. Really nice defensive setup, and they had a lot of that timer on their side. I really like this scope. Absolutely no housing. I want this. This is a great buff.
It's the new, you know, it's how gets those early skins. You know, season 8 premiums.
Pulsar benefits.
Right. You know, the benefits being assigned. Definitely some interesting bugs there, and I wonder, are Secret just going to turn around? I'd like to see Pulsar moving already to the left, because Secret could turn and just plug. They do, and they're going to be in a decent position to set up. Pulsar kind of getting caught in just a pick battle at range, but not positioning themselves in a way that really made sense. So,
are we going to get the World War I trench warfare? Yes, we are. I love this. It's the most trench warfare that the final gets at this point, where you have one team on the other side of this huge canyon. And, well, there's a secret tech that they didn't have in World War I, which was dig, like, several floors down. I suppose they had tunnels, but they were never tunneling under no man's land. This would have been really brave.
Going down, looking to drop that dome shield in just a moment. Purzon biding his time with it, but there come the entirety of Team Secret. The cavalry is here. Purzon is losing health. The heal does come from Laske, but Telco shortly drops. OG goes down. He's been the pillar for Team Secret so far. The RPG catches Roma. He gets melted. Purzon from win to win. He's looking for Elix. He can't quite finish him off, dashing around this goo. Finally picks off one, but he goes down on the backside. OG with the revive clutches it and takes out the entirety of Pulsar.
How many times are we going to say OG's name? This has just been OG's series so far. I mean, whenever Secret are winning, it seems like it's OG at the moment. He's been such a strong pickup for this side, coming in for this tournament. And I did have my questions. I thought, you know, is he going to have the time to gel? They've had that practice time. It really is showing. They are making a big difference, this player. And now only one more fight, and once again, Pulsar Esports have to do this super quickly. Last chance saloon for them.
Not a lot of time left. They're dashing for the point. Glitch goes down, drops out that gateway. That's going to prevent the backstab coming in from Secret, but they need to winch this away. They've winched it there. Goo's going down, trying to separate these sight lines. Laske keeping himself alive off to the side. He has the infuser. He's keeping his team alive, and Purzon is very, very low. Roma going down. They're all dead. Pulsar, they're eliminated in Secret. Make it to the Final Four.
One of those fights where nothing went right for Pulsar, but so much damage output by Team Secret. It was almost never in doubt. How do they do it? Every single time. Elix stepping out of the shadow of his brother. Eliminating a Telco and Co. Pulsar Esports will not make it through to day 2. Team Secret, the newly signed team, representing EU alongside Alliance in the lower bracket tomorrow. Team Ed and Nightmare going to be your upper bracket finalists. There's still a bit of NA supremacy at play, you could argue, but wow, what a showing for EU across the day, and massive strides made across the season.
Oh, and you can see the growth from the region here, and heartbreaking for Pulsar making it so far, especially with that first match. It looked like they were just going to once again shut Secret down right before the end, but finally Secret making their way and getting the win on that one.
100%. An incredible few games. I mean, hey, you've been waiting for like 2 or 3 hours to play. You're going to be a little cold. Need that warm up every time and again. But
Yeah.
honestly, it was some of those fights on Fortune Stadium that ended up helping them win on SYS Horizon down in the future. I mean, honestly, what ended up happening with the first little bit of you know little terror moments of that first game was that we just had to figure out how how to combine with what this new approach from Pulsar entails, which is a lot more aggression. Coming off of what happened with NA, coming off of every single match that had happened previously, the NA teams being so aggressive, Pulsar's trying to match that energy. And for Team Secret, hey, that worked on the first game. I mean, that's why they got dropped down to the lower bracket, but eventually able to come back up. I can't even, I'm so excited. I can't even have words. I shouldn't be here right now. This is crazy.
Yeah. We need to strip you of your responsibility, Artie, because it's a very emotional moment for you.
This is
You can
good.
celebrate for a minute. You can celebrate.
No, I'm
And
just it's so good. I mean the adaptations mid round, seeing
Yeah.
that come through, that's what I'm trying to say. Is like seeing them learn from their mistakes in the moment is so good.
it was really impressive. It was such an impressive thing in the moment. Rio, maybe you have some less biased insight for that incredible series, because it really was quite a show we were put on, that both teams put on for us. Yeah, talk us through it.
Yeah, I mean, in the beginning, it definitely felt like they just weren't warmed up yet. It felt like Secret was just missing something. The energy wasn't there. And I do kind of believe that they just needed to kind of get back into it. And as soon as they did, they were unstoppable. And what a performance that was. You could really tell that they tried to counter everything that Pulsar did. And just every play of the way, they just seemed to be just, I want to say, not a full step ahead, but a half a step ahead. And in a game like this, that really does matter. So it was a great performance. I know that Artie was chomping at the bit to see how it would all play out, but yeah, those were some great matchups in all honesty.
Honestly, it was a great show to watch. And I mean, one of the biggest takeaways from that, though, is that, I mean, when we were talking about the previous Alliance versus Retwist, right? Slow and steady wins the race. But this time around, it really was that, right? I mean, when teams are going to be super aggressive, you have to figure out how to get around that. And for Pulsar, they found their energy in that first round. But then because it didn't end up going their way on Bernal, they never shifted away from that. And I think that was their undoing. Was we had a lot of engagements where it looked like Persian just wasn't able to get that damage output, even though he had the heals. And that was one thing that Team Secret definitely still lacks, is that healing potential. There's a lot of times where even on SYS Horizon where Roma just wasn't in position to get those heals off, but because then you have Elix able to get the defibs, it works out well. And I think that it always comes back to this counting utility, right? How many times did Pulsar Esports get the most out of every single bit of gadget that was brought in? How many times was Team Secret? And I will say, when it came down to the wire, it was a very good mixture in each fight of, hey, in this fight, it's Persian and Lasky going absolutely insane, winning with their weapons and their gunplay, and that's why they won. And then at the end of it, it was also, hey, who has the better winches? But yeah, Waltz, I mean, I'm so curious to get your analysis of it as well. I mean, whether or not it's just straight up better aim, or if it was maybe a bit more macro.
I think it was the macro was something that really impressed me because Secret was so slippery. Was kind of what I was thinking about a lot. There were so many moments where a player would survive on 1 HP, and he would get picked off shortly after, like a few seconds after, he would get taken out. But it didn't matter because knowing that you're in a 2v1 instead of a 1v1, you have to go hunt down the guy with low health. And so, for example, like in that last fight, Perzon has to go hunt down Elix, even though he's on 1 HP. He has to go take that fight. OG is regenning. He just got defibbed, and he is regenning right next to him, but he cannot focus the heavy fight because he has to chase Elix. If Elix hadn't survived there on a single HP, we could be moving on to third cash out. You know, we could be having an entirely different discussion right now, and that happened time after time where just delaying your death, even if it's just for a second or two, when you have this trust with your teammates that they can do the job if you get them up, that is what these teams that make it to Final Four can do, is they have this they rely on each other to follow up. They know that they don't have to do it all themselves. They don't have to be the hero. That's why they picked each other to make it here. And that's what really I came away with from Secret, is just the trust that they had in each other to rely to know that they could clutch.
If you can goo it, you can do it. And at the end of the day, I think the goo grenades had to be something that we will call out, because for throughout all of like this whole season, it's been just this resurgence of goo coming at it, to either maybe it's to combat the winches, maybe it's just to allow those steals to come in. But I mean, throughout every single game today, I really think that we're underestimating how powerful goo is. And I think that Team Secret was able to maybe use the goo a little bit more efficiently, or at the very least, they were able to plan around when Pulsar was using it. And I think a lot of that does have to do with the playoffs.
Yeah.
The playoffs was, I think, when goo shined the hardest in all of these PHL matches. But Jerry, I mean, what's your thoughts on that as far as like the goo specifically?
Ask me for my thoughts on goo. While
Yeah,
my brain
thoughts,
is goo.
thoughts on goo. It's a
Yeah,
big day for goo, Jerry.
it is a big day for goo. I'm a massive proponent of it. I honestly only recently started using it as like a stalling tool in my game, specifically to get people off of steals. And once you do that, your mind is open. You're like, oh yeah, literally anything is possible with this thing. I would love to see some goo gunplay next season. I don't think it's going to happen, but I feel like like you could make it work.
Close.
It's very close. It's so close to being good enough, I think. Like, you know, a buff to like reload speed might do it. Like that kind of, it's that close. But yeah, I think it's. I don't think anyone underrates it here, but I think as a wider finals community, yeah, goo even post nerf, it needs some loving.
Absolutely. Well, I gotta say, let's go ahead and take a look at the final bracket of the day. Take a look at where these teams have all ended up. It has been such an insane run, all the way from those early round one matches to where we are now with the top four. Upper final, represented by NA, with Team Ed versus Nightmare. Lower semis, gonna be Alliance versus Team Secret. No matter what, folks, you are getting NA versus EU grand finals tomorrow. It is going to be an immense. Well, maybe not, but who knows? Who knows? I don't know. Not necessarily. Could just be
It's
NA
not-
versus NA, but
I know you're biased towards
I
EU.
meant we're seeing them tomorrow. I bet we're
There's-
seeing NA lower five. Well, we're
The
seeing NA
only
versus EU in the
guarantee-
lower five.
The only guarantee is that we'll have an NA team in the grand final, right? That is huge for NA, even still. And I think one of the big takeaways as well here is that it's reflective of the league standings, right? This is the top 4 teams overall that have made it into the top 4. And I think Envy is like the only surprising team in terms of how early they dipped out compared to everyone else. But yeah, this is it's a kind of endorsement of how well the point system works. So yeah, great job admins, great job Burrita and everyone that built this system. It's good. It works in both ways.
Very good, very good. Well, I want to once again give a huge shout out to everybody in Twitch who is supporting this prize pool via subs, via bits. Everything goes straight into the prize pool. If you want to donate more, you do !donate in chat. Find more ways to support the players that will be earning it all tomorrow. And another huge shout out to our biggest benefactor, our biggest sponsor, Broxton, aka Crash, via PR Chief Officer, the absolute statue on the hill for the finals community. Thank you so much for everything that you've done for this prize pool. And honestly, everybody, there's also another big shout out we have to give. It's to our fellow tournament operators, tournament organizers, Ape Squad. We've got Ape Squad coming up pretty soon with their own stuff. And I mean, the finals esports is just kicking off. Not only are we also going to be seeing a lot of these teams go at it in the open qualifiers in a couple weeks, but there's a lot of really good stuff on the horizon, isn't there, Rio?
Oh, absolutely. And, just the community is so just filled with events. And Ape Squad is one of our top, event holders, I should say. And definitely give them some love. Go check them out. They have streams all the time. And there's almost always something finals related going on when PHL isn't in session. So hopefully that is a good place to kind of wrap things up for today. I mean, I don't know what else we have to talk about other than get ready for tomorrow. I think tomorrow will be quite a day.
That's pretty much all there is to say. So thank you everybody so much for showing up today. Same time tomorrow for even more intense finals action on the horizon. Huge shout out to Burrita, to Waltz, Jerry, Rio, my fellow casters here on the desk, and everybody behind the scenes making the PHL what it is. Everybody in the finals community bringing it all together for the love of the game and for the love of its esports scene. Thank you all so much for being here. I'll see you tomorrow for the top 4. Bye.
Bye, everyone.